this morning thinking, I'm going to turn on my Christmas music on 94.3 K Hits, and you get to hear me instead. So from 7 a.m. today until 7 a.m. tomorrow, you will be listening to me if you're on the station. You can listen on the website. Just Google K Hits 94.3. You can also download the app on your phone or device or whatever you got. And so basically what we're doing here is a Mineral Area College 24-hour radio takeover. And we're doing this to raise money for student success at Mineral Area College. We have a thing called the Enhancement Grant. And the Enhancement Grant basically is a 3-to-1 match. So if you donate $1, then it's worth $4. So that's a pretty good deal. We've had quite a few donations so far. And so we're really excited about that. We want to keep that going. So that's part of what this 24-hour radio takeover is. There'll be a chance to donate. You can donate online, mineralarea.edu, and go on there and donate. There's lots of things to donate to, but if you click on Enhancement Grant, that's the one that multiplies. Or you can choose something else to donate to, but Enhancement Grant is a good place to start. All right, so what else am I going to tell you? I got more stuff to tell you. And you would think maybe I've done this before, but I haven't. So anyway, we got lots of interviews today. We've got sponsors coming in that have sponsored each hour, so we can talk to them about their businesses or their areas and see there we go. Is that good? All right. I'm getting some technical assistance. Talk about, their businesses, their things that they're going on in the community. Could be organizations, could be industry, could be business, whatever. But they have sponsored some time on this show to help sponsor that enhancement grant and raise money for it. So we're really excited about that. And I get to play some music. And so they have given me permission here at 94.3 to basically play whatever music I want to play. And so if you ever go in my office at Mineral Area College, and you should, by the way, should stop by, there's always some kind of different music playing in the office. And people that come in there comment how, I guess a positive way to say it is eclectic the music is. So today you're going to get a little taste of that at times, but we're going to talk to some people first. And throughout the day, we're here 24 hours. So interact on Facebook. Right now we're Facebook Live, I think, as far as I know, and we will be for most of the interviews. But other than that, you can always comment on Facebook. And if you're on Twitter, I would encourage you to follow Mineral Area College. Mineral Area CC is the Twitter handle, as well as follow me, Mac_president on Twitter. I would like to get a lot of followers today. I think I can do that. Maybe? I don't know. All right, so we're going to try to bring in our first guest. And believe it or not, this is going to come as a surprise. I've never done this before. So here we go. All right. So here we go. We're going to bring in Annette here in a second. Annette can go ahead and come in. We do have some plexiglass in between me and the guest. And guests are, of course, okay wearing masks if they'd like to. All right, so good morning, Annette.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm awake.
Well, that's a good start. Hey, so thanks for coming in, and thanks for your sponsorship of this event. We'll see how it goes, but I think it's safe for you to be the first person in because I haven't lost my mind yet, and so that makes a difference. But hey, so you're with Parkland Health Center, and I know you just a little bit through our interactions with Chamber and some other things, but I don't know you really well. So maybe start off telling me and the audience about yourself.
Okay, well, starting back in my long life history, I'm one of 14 children raised on a dairy farm by my parents. I lived in southern Illinois, Effingham County area, which Effingham County is just right along Interstate 70, about 100 miles east of St. Louis. So kind of familiar with the rural life, as I lived rural my entire life. I'm married. I have 4 children. 3 of my 4 children are married and have given me a couple of nice, beautiful grandchildren so far, with another one on the way. So I have 2 boy and 2 girls children and 2 boy and 2 girl grandchildren. My husband's a retired school teacher, and we moved here from Illinois and have lived rural life our entire life. We enjoy biking. We do a little hiking, things like that. So very much enjoying our time here in Farmington.
Fantastic. So you weren't that far away. I mean, Illinois is,
Right. Illinois is not that far away.
So you were familiar with the area before you moved
Yeah.
here?
So my daughter actually went to Cape and married a man from Cape.
Oh.
So we had visited the area, not Farmington, and as bikers, we have biked the Katy Trail. And of course, being just 100 miles from St. Louis, we visited St. Louis, the zoo, the Arch, all the fun things you can do in St. Louis. So definitely very familiar with the area.
So you have biked the entire Katy Trail.
Yeah, just about. Haven't done the very west end of it, but that's actually next summer's plan. So last year, my husband rode his bicycle from our home in Illinois to the Pacific Ocean, following the Lewis and Clark Trail. And he was supposed to start here in Missouri, but you know what the waters did last summer. And so the routes he was supposed to take were all flooded out. And I was going to ride Missouri with him, and then he was taking off. So I didn't get to ride Missouri with him.
Okay.
So next summer, he's hoping to be able to do the Missouri portion of the trail that he missed.
The Lewis and Clark Trail's got to be better than the Oregon Trail. I never survived that one.
Yeah, it's kind of the same concept. You're crossing the mountains, and you're in a lot of very deserted places.
If it was me, riding a bike to the Pacific, it would be like the Oregon Trail. I would die of something, dysentery, something, whatever I normally died of in that game. All right, well, that's good. I'm glad to get to know you a little better on that. Tell us a little about what's going on at Parkland. Of course, it's been a busy time this year.
It has been. When this whole pandemic started last spring, we really had no idea what we'd be experiencing, and really prepared a lot in the spring, and then didn't see much activity at all. And then kind of mid-July is when we really started seeing our major uptick in activity here. And it kind of gradually has been going up, and it'll dip down a little bit and then go up again and dip down a little bit. So when you look at the volume of this COVID, we actually see a little nice little mountain as you look at how it looks on a graph. And luckily this week we are down slightly again, so it's good because our staff needed a little bit of break. But the week just prior to Thanksgiving, we were just really maxed out, and having to bring in resources from other locations to be able to assist us to take care of the patients. So we're prepared. We are expecting another spike in the next couple weeks, and so we are preparing for that. One thing that we did when we hit the max that we did about right before Thanksgiving is we did shut down some of our services that were more elective. So anything that required a surgery that required an inpatient admission, we stopped doing those for at least 8 weeks, and then we cut back on our elective outpatient surgeries about 30% so that we could free up some staff to help care for the more acutely ill patients. We also closed our cardiac rehab program and part of our sleep study program, and again, to get the respiratory therapists on the floor, because we were seeing some very acutely ill patients. So like I said, this week it's a little better, not hitting our max, so that's good. Gives the staff a little break. But of course, our big thing is we just want to make sure people do everything they can in the community to protect each other. And so we highly encourage masking, social distancing, washing your hands, and just being careful.
Yeah, it's just madness. When all this kind of started up in this, Missouri, I guess, back in March, and at MAC, we were on spring break, and so we called all the administration in the first day of spring break, and our safety people and our health people, and we were around the table, and it was on Monday of that week. We were like, we're hearing about this. I'm sure it's like the flu. It'll pass. Let's just be ready just in case. And then by Friday, it was like madness. What are we going to do? Everything's going crazy.
Yes.
So yeah, it changed so quickly, and then you got to this point where, you're getting all this, misinformation out there about the summer heat will kill this, and I was hopeful that was true, but it was not.
Right.
And all kinds of conspiracy theories we won't get into, but it seems like it's just not going anywhere right now.
Well, the thing is, we keep saying this is a new virus. It's one that we don't know a lot about, but boy, have we learned a lot in this last 6 months. So actually, when we first had the big spike in the spring and mostly hit some of the larger population centers, we were seeing very high death rates because we didn't know, exactly how we were going to treat patients and what to do.
Yeah.
we have improved and learned things. So we have had a few new medicines we've been able to treat with, but quite honestly, it still is a higher death rate, than what we would want to be seeing.
Right.
And so again, just prevention is the key for us. So, the other you mentioned being like the flu. And so the other thing is, of course, now we've entered flu season. So that's going to, put additional complications on top of everything else. So one of the things, again, that we highly, highly encourage people to get your flu vaccine. Right. We know that does make a huge difference. And the flu vaccine doesn't always get because there's multiple viruses that cause the flu. So we don't always get everything protected, but you do get a huge impact by getting the flu vaccine. So we do encourage people to do that. So the other piece of, from the COVID perspective is that we do have vaccine coming. So we're very excited about that as well. It's coming under what's called an emergency use authorization. So that means not all of the research has been done to validate the long-term effects, how long it's going to be effective. So we know that it's being effective on a short-term basis. And there are, some side effects, but we feel it's been determined to be safe enough that it's way better than what we're the situation with the COVID virus itself. So we will actually be getting vaccine in the next 2 weeks. That we will start with healthcare workers as the first people to receive it, and then the states actually decide and tell us who then is eligible next. So, like I said, we'll be starting with the frontline healthcare workers. And moving out from there in order to get people vaccinated. Right. The vaccine that's coming, as I said, under the emergency use authorization is a 2-step. You do have to get 2 injections in order to get the full protection. So it'll be a little while before we can get the community vaccinated, but that is definitely another step that we need to take.
I went to so I couldn't sleep last night. I'm so excited about meeting with you this morning. I couldn't sleep. And I was on Twitter, and there was this link shared from the New York Times that said you can put in information. It'll tell you how far in line you would be to get the vaccination. And I thought, okay, I'll see what that is. I'm like 58 millionth or something.
Well, it's a good thing they're making lots and lots of doses.
It might be a while. It had all kinds of people in front of me, which is good. There's a lot of people that need it more than I do. Well, anyway, okay, well, that's great. I think that's something that a lot of people, are really concerned about. And it is sad and unfortunate, the misinformation that's out there. And I think there's 2 kinds. There's misinformation of people that just don't know and maybe have best intentions. They think they know. They think they know something accurate. They think their information is credible. And then there's others that have misinformation that are really just making stuff up, or the extreme conspiracy theories. But anyway. All right. Well, there's a couple of things we need to talk about. So you said new providers of medical arts and convenient care?
Yeah. So healthcare still has to go on, even though we have a pandemic. So we have continued to increase the number of providers that we have available to our community. And so one of the focus areas has been on obstetrics and gynecology. And last year we had Dr. Cooper join Dr. Kumar as one of our providers, and in OB. Dr. Kim Borchers also does family practice in OB. This year, Dr. Azori joined us. So we now have 4 different physicians that provide OB services at the hospital. Great team of physicians. It's great to work with them and the passion that they have for the health of the women that they serve. So obviously babies continued to be born during this pandemic, and so all the measures we had to do to keep people safe was really important in that area.
Yeah.
So that's OB. And then we have what we call a hospitalist program. So if you come into the hospital, we have a group of physicians that care for you. And we had several new physicians that joined us there as well. And one people may be familiar with, Dr. Evan Williams, is originally from the area and returned to the area to be part of our program. So that's been part of the growth. And then Dr. Jennifer Crouch, also from the area, used to be a hospitalist for us, and she moved to be an outpatient practice provider. So she has joined the clinic on the outpatient side. And then we've had a couple of nurse practitioners join us, and we've opened the convenient care this year. So that's been very, very helpful, especially during the pandemic. We've been doing a lot of our COVID testing in the convenient care. So we have several new nurse practitioners that joined us. And then we also opened up a clinic at our Bonne Terre office area in the hospital at Bonne Terre. And we have another nurse practitioner that will be joining us in the springtime-ish. Whenever we hire a new provider, we have to actually go through many, many steps to actually get them onboarded because there's a lot of credentialing and documents that have to be reviewed, et cetera, before we can actually get them started. So that person will be joining in the spring. And then we actually brought on another cardiologist that will be starting in February to March, as Dr. Mark Chin will be retiring. So we're looking to grow our cardiology program, and we're excited about that opportunity for the future. So we got more news to come on that in the future as far as what's happening with our cardiology program. So several new physicians, and we have a couple more coming. Dr. Thomas Deere is coming in next year, and then we have another OB that's coming in 2022. And we are still having conversations with some additional physicians. So definitely want to make sure we're here to provide the care that the community needs. So as we grow those physicians, then that allows us to do more services in the hospital. So those are things that, like I said, there's more news to come on that.
Awesome. Well, tell me, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong maybe, but what is geropsych services?
Oh, okay.
Is it Gero or Gero or
Jerry Psych.
Psych.
So mental health services for the senior population. And we had a program at the hospital for that we closed at the beginning of the COVID pandemic because we were using that space to care for patients for the COVID. And when we were really not seeing much, we said, we need to reopen this, but we also needed a new provider, we have a physician and nurse practitioner that will be working with us. And so we got that in place and we were ready to reopen, and then we had the new spike. So we've pushed the start date back till January, but we will be re-offering that service. So it's inpatient mental health services for seniors.
Okay. Geriatric. That's where that
Jerry.
comes from. Okay. I would have got that. I think.
Yes.
I'm smart enough to figure that out.
All right.
And I think you told me when I ran into you last night at the Christmas tree event here in town that you're heading to a board meeting this morning. Yeah,
so I'm a chamber board member, so going to join them this morning in a little bit here, and I'm excited to be part of the community. That's important for me that I get to be involved in the community and help the community. So, we are involved in supporting multiple organizations in the community and working partnership, and I hope to see more of that over the next couple of years as we really realize how important it is to recognize the social aspect of healthcare. So, we can provide medicines and we can provide treatments, but if a person doesn't have the ability to get those medicines or understand how to take the medicines, how to do the treatments, get rides to their medical care, we are not effective. So that is some things that we'll be working towards is how do we better partner with our community in making sure we're addressing those social needs of our community as well.
Well, I as someone who attends those meetings with you, I won't be there today, obviously. I've always appreciated your updates. I think those are really, a lot of things you've said today, about the COVID part especially, we get those. They're much more interesting than my updates.
Oh, I think you have great updates because you know what? You're an important partner to us as well because you have nursing students, right?
That's true. I do. Some of the best, actually. Yeah.
Yes, and that's a partnership that we have because they do clinics with us. And actually, one of the things we did to help expand our workforce right now is we hired some of them as student techs in order to make sure we could help provide for our community.
That's great. And part of this fundraiser we're doing today, and we're doing till the end of the year, the enhancement grant, I think one of the coolest purchases with that are the mannequins that are in the simulation lab at MAC. And when you walk in there, for people that don't know, when you walk in this lab, it's like you're walking into a hospital. There's a nurse's station, there's beds, there's people in the beds, and these mannequins are. They're not like the store window mannequin. These are creepy. Really, they are very lifelike, and they can do a lot of bodily functions and things, and give feedback, and it's really great. We've got, I think there's some babies in there. There's old, young. There's all kinds of these mannequins, and they're expensive though, and so that's what this kind of enhancement grant, one of the examples of what it goes towards.
Well, I think that's absolutely excellent because obviously we want great clinicians to be at our bedside, and the more they can learn before they come to the bedside, obviously the better, and that natural experience that they get by working with the mannequins, maybe it's not truly natural, but those mannequins truly are lifelike in their responses to the care that's provided, so you get that opportunity to practice before you come to the bedside. And then when you do come first as a student nurse to us, obviously you're paired up with an experienced nurse who then educates you at the bedside, and you actually get that on-person experience.
Right. And we all want a nurse if you have to have a nurse or a medical professional, you want one that's actually dealt with real live humans before. And,
Yes.
and our nursing program, of course, does, like you just said. But really, those type of simulations were great this year because there became a time they couldn't go in the clinical sites because of COVID. And so it's like, well, we can go get extra practice and work on these simulated efforts to refine their skills, if
Right.
you will. So it's really cool. If you you walk in there, I'm as president, sometimes I'm on campus at weird hours, and I've been in college campuses where they have things like this, and I was in charge of security, and so walking through a building, and I just know one of these things is going to sit up and start talking to me. So I get through that part pretty quick. That was in those walks through campus. But all right, well, I really appreciate you coming in today. I do have something I didn't tell you about, so I'm going to give you an option on this. It's not nothing. I don't think it's anything bad, but I would like all of my guests to play a game with me today.
All right.
But I don't know what that game's going to be. And I may not completely be prepared for all the games. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spin this wheel.
Okay.
And it's going to tell us
what game we get to play.
What game we're going to play. And if I'm not ready for the game it chooses, we'll just
pick another one.
We'll just pick another one. So.
Pick one you are ready for.
Right.
Okay.
We'll see where it's at. But nothing that makes you sing or dance or anything like that.
Oh,
but,
good.
What did we have there? We have
name
that tune. All right. So if I can do this right, I'm going to play a portion of a song.
Okay.
This is just like the name says. So I'm going to play a portion of a song.
I don't have to bid on how many notes.
No. But I'm going to play like 15 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And then you, hopefully if it does play, and then you tell me what it is. All right. So I'm going to start playing it. You should be able to hear it in here.
Okay.
And this is my first time doing this.
Okay.
Let's see. Can you hear that? All right. People on the air could hear it. All right.
It's not playing in the studio.
Can you hear me in the studio?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Let's try that again then. Can you hear that?
Oh my gosh, I know that song and I can't name it. Sounded like Billy Joel.
Okay. You got Billy Joel.
Darn.
It is Careless Talk.
Careless Talk.
Billy Joel. So you were halfway there.
I got the singer.
That's right. Well, and I'm glad that's like the one game I was ready for. So that came up. All right, Annette. Well, thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate that and your sponsorship of this and helping us raise money for these.
Thank you
students.
so much for having us. We are excited to be able to help to sponsor this. So I hope you have a great day and survive it. And the fact that you didn't sleep last night doesn't affect the rest of your day.
Oh man, I finally got to sleep. I don't know what time it was, but I just run through in your mind everything that can possibly go wrong. So,
you got to think about what could possibly go right.
Right. Yeah. That was a struggle, but I got there. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in. I really appreciate it. And we'll see you at all kinds of things around town.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. All right. That was Annette Schnabel. Did I pronounce your name right? Annette Schnabel. I knew I'd get it wrong. Annette Schnabel from Parkland Health Center. And really appreciate... There we go. There I am. Really appreciate Annette coming in and Parkland sponsoring this. And speaking of sponsors, I did not mention before, I really want to thank our main sponsor today, a 24-hour sponsor, is Hammock Advisory Group. And Scott Ham is coming in a little bit to talk to us about money and wealth, I believe. Something I don't know a whole lot about. But he's going to come in and talk about that. He's our 24-hour sponsor, as well as we have a 12-hour sponsor for the first 12 hours, which is Farmington Chamber of Commerce, whereas Annette is heading right now. Here in Farmington, Missouri. So I'm going to turn off the live because Facebook doesn't like it when you play music on live stream. So turn that off on the air on the live stream, but we'll be still on the air. So listen up and we'll be here. And we are going pretty soon, going live. All right, there we go. We are live. Candy, you're on. Hey. So thanks for coming in today.
Thank you for having me.
And sponsoring this. You're a 12-hour sponsor, really. So you sponsored half of this program.
Awesome.
So we really appreciate that. And yeah. So tell us about the chamber. What you're all doing there.
Well, the big news is tonight at 6 o'clock is the Kreckler Jewelers Christmas Parade going down Columbia, turning up Henry, back up Liberty, and we have around 20 floats in that, and it's a magical family Christmas. We figured right now with many of us are, we're kind of renewing the sense of family with all that's gone on. So
Mm-hmm.
that's exciting stuff. And I think you know about the other couple of projects you've been working on.
I do know about a couple of projects. First, let me get you closer to the microphone there. Try that.
They make it look so easy, don't they?
I'm
Joe?
losing you for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I don't know if people on the radio can hear
Check,
you.
check, cash. We'll
I don't know.
take checks or cash. Or credit cards, right, Kevin?
That's right. That's right. Well, I'll have my assistant Kevin go see if he can find somebody to make sure we can hear you.
Me?
Because I can hear you,
Dots
but
going up and down?
no, it's not, and I don't know why. Because you're on.
That could be a problem.
Yeah. So yeah.
Play music. I can stick around and sing.
You want some karaoke? If I play music, would you?
I do sing,
Oh.
but I'm not very familiar with a lot of the songs.
All right. Here comes the boss.
Limited.
Here comes the boss to help.
Hey!
Well, I don't know if her mic is.
Don't make this look so easy, Fred. And Joe's finding out
It's not
as
easy.
it looks.
So
What do we need to
I
do?
got her on, but I can't hear. Nothing moves when she
I wonder
talks.
if they can
What am I
hear me
missing?
On the radio.
Should be.
Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Well, should be on.
I know.
The
what I'm
dots
saying.
Can you hear you?
I can hear me,
You
and,
can't
and the
hear
needles
her.
move when I talk.
But you can't hear her.
Can't hear her.
3 people text me so they can't hear Candy.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear the other guest?
Yeah, I could see the needles moving on them.
Well, I'd play a song. That's what we would do.
All right. Well, we're gonna stop being live for a second, and we'll come back to that. So, in the studio, and we're going live on Facebook here again. Hopefully, I'm watching it. There we go. All right, we are here with Candy Hinty again from the Farmington Chamber of Commerce. You're getting your money's worth on this.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. Where I don't know where we didn't even get started, did we?
No.
All right. Well, go ahead and tell us a little about yourself first. Who are you?
About
Candy Hinty?
me. I've lived here for, I think, about 14 years now. And originally from Texas. I was an Army wife for 20 years, so lived in a bunch of different places during that time. And I love it here.
Yeah. We were
Yeah.
talking about that when the mics wouldn't work.
Yeah.
How beautiful it is here. And I've noticed that too, being a transplant from someplace else, which
Mm-hmm.
I've always lived in Missouri, but there are parts of Missouri that are drastically different than
Yes.
this area.
When I moved here, somebody said, "You're going to Missouri. It's flat there. Why would you want to go there? It's not." And I'm like, "Not where we're
No,
moving."
no,
I
no.
mean, it's just gorgeous here. And I like we get 4 seasons, but we don't get like this super harsh winters and stuff. So
Yeah,
It's great.
I've been to Colorado, and obviously it's beautiful and there's big mountains and all that. But there are parts of this area that really give that feel. I mean, we
Yes.
don't have the mountains. I mean, not people out there listening. It's not Colorado. I get that, but you get that same kind of feel out there, like Elephant Rock.
the big trees and the evergreens and all, and the water. So many beautiful rivers and lakes
Mm-hmm.
and streams, and yeah, I love it. We do a lot of hiking. We've enjoyed a lot of the hiking trails around here.
Yeah, and we get out. While I'm at work, during the quarantine, during the summertime, my wife and kids get out and try all the trails. A lot.
Yes.
And, but they really love it, and when I can join them. But yeah, it's just beautiful. It's just a totally different world than what I thought it would be.
I feel like we're close enough to the city too that we can take advantage of a lot of the city things, but we still have the beautiful countryside to enjoy. And because I like kind of both. I say I'm a suburb girl. I like a little bit of both, and we have the warmth of a small town and the conveniences of a city here.
Yeah,
So
you kind of
best
have
of
it
both
all.
worlds.
Yeah, you really get it all. It's not that far to St. Louis or Cape. And there's a lot of stuff right here in Farmington, though, where you wouldn't need to even go to a city.
Exactly.
That I know the chamber is heavily involved in. So
Yes.
let's segue into chamber business.
Yes.
Tell us about Farmington Chamber of Commerce.
Well, it's been around for over 75 years. We have three big things today that we're excited and talking about. Talking about finding things locally. We have a new app, Joe, that went live in app stores December 1st. It's called Eat, Shop, Play in the Parkland. There's also a stay section. So, that age-old question, I know they laughed at me at the luncheon, but that, where do you want to go eat? I don't know. Where do you want to go eat? Or what do you want to go do? I don't know. What do you want to go do? Well, now you can open the app and you can scroll through all the restaurants and, we always forget about that place and kind of get you out of your rut, going to the same place all the time. And also there's that play section. So you can look for indoor activities if it's raining and the weather's not good. Winter is upon us. So there's indoor activities, there's outdoor activities, there's multiple categories. I think there's about 45 to 47 different categories within the total app. And then for shopping, of course, this is shopping season.
Right.
And there is a gift section on there. So if you're trying to find the perfect gift for someone, it tells you the store hours, their phone number, their website. Many of them have online stores where you can purchase locally from the comfort of your own couch.
Nice. Well, I know that when we moved here, so we moved from Sedalia, we lived about an hour outside of Kansas City. So moved here, it's about an hour outside of St. Louis. So I remember thinking, well, if we need something, we're not that far from St. Louis. We can drive to the mall or whatever. Of course, this is, in a pre-COVID world, of course. But then once we're here, we find that we really don't leave the area. When we need something, it's here. You don't have to leave the parkland as it is and to find what you need. And, in Farmington itself, the downtown area is really beautiful and the different events, the Blues, Brews, and Barbecue that happened last year.
It is.
There's a Christmas parade tonight.
Yes, it's 6 o'clock.
Right. So there's lots of stuff to do. It seems like there's always something going on. And if there's not an actual event, there's just a lot to walk around and see or, pop in and have dinner someplace and shop. And we've just found that we just rarely ever leave town.
Same here. and even more so now with all the restrictions in St. Louis that they have. We're so fortunate here to be able to go and have everything we need right at our fingertips. And I'm a firm believer that people shop local for really practical reasons, not just because it's the right thing to do or, it's about my heart. That's fine and good. And there is certainly, reason for that. You're investing in your own schools, your community college,
Absolutely.
your roads, your infrastructure, but also the practicality of you can get it instantaneously. You're not even waiting a day. It's right in your hand. I hate scrolling online and I don't browse.
Yeah.
You go online, you look for something specific. But how many things do you miss when you're just in a store and you're like, oh, I didn't even think to look for that.
Right.
So the downtown is absolutely beautiful, and it is wonderful to stroll up and down, and especially this time of year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and really, you're right. When you go to St. Louis is a great city. It's got a ton of great things. Cape Girardeau is the same way. They have a lot of options, a lot of things to do and eat and shop. And when you go to those places, though, your money that you spend goes to help those communities.
Yes.
And that's good, right? We care about communities, but none of it goes to help our communities here.
Yes.
And so, coming from a mineral area college, a Farmington School District, Central School, all these school districts that are funded by local taxes, that all helps here. And then sales tax and everything, just kind of it's a cycle that goes back in and helps the community grow.
And our police department, our fire department, our roads, all of that, is a part of that. And one of the reasons our city is in great condition it is. Another thing on the app, too, I forgot to mention is there's an events part under the play section. So that one is always updated with local events. I know it's down a little bit. You'll find all the information about the parade on there. There's also in the play section a very special button for the Doors on Tour.
Yes.
So you can open up that button and it lists all the doors by theme. and you can open those. It'll tell you the location. We're working on adding the artist information on there as well. They're a little bit about them. And I know Mac was received one of the doors, sponsored that with the Mineral Area Council on the Arts. And I haven't had a chance to talk to you since it went in, I guess.
It looks great. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that you drive through campus enough times, you don't notice every tree and rock, and we have a lot of trees and rocks.
Yes.
But it's one of those things that's new and it stands out. So it's right there in the main drag coming through
Yes.
campus, and looks great.
Derek Gallagher is an award-winning artist, and he actually went to Mac. And I thought they each have a little bit different style. All of them are a little different. Some are more fun and whimsical and playful. And of course, we have the veterans door, and where the first responder door will be going in front of Walgreens at the flagpole there. We do have a location for that now, and that'll be going in soon, hopefully. But the one at Mac was just like a masterpiece to me. It's just almost like something you would find in a gallery in Europe. So I was really excited about that one. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, it is. We encourage people to come through, and a lot of people drive through our campus just to drive through our campus to get to O Highway. But, we encourage people to come through anytime and see that and check out the campus in general. But it's right there. And you can't miss it going right through the middle of campus.
Yeah, your beautiful courtyard area. A lot of people use that for photo ops.
Yeah, we have a great, that's great. The quad there, and a waterfall and fountain, and
Yes.
it's beautiful. It's just, it's a really beautiful place. I find myself, I don't have a window that looks out on the quad, but if I did, I'm afraid I wouldn't get any work done because I would just be staring off.
Would you be
outside.
people watching though, or would you be?
Maybe, I don't know. It depends on what's going on, I guess. I just keep an eye on Kevin Thurman everywhere he goes. I try to watch it.
He's easy to spot too,
You can't
isn't he?
miss him. Yeah, I choose my battles, and he's tall. You can't miss him. So
I thought he was your bodyguard.
he is. Yeah,
He's been told that before.
it's really actually he's only here now because you're here. We heard some rumors you were going to cause trouble. And so
Oh, I'm so threatening, intimidating.
turns out it was Jerry Williams that caused the problems.
Right.
But we took care of him. So. All right, what else do you want to talk about with the chamber?
Well, the parade tonight at 6, the Kreckler Jewelers annual Christmas parade, A Magical Christmas. Come on out for that. We are asking everyone, of course, to space out along the parade route and physical distance from one another. Wear your scarf, put your mask on. We've got around 20-ish entries in the parade. The Farmington Band will be there. They're always such a treat. Mineral Area College will be there as well. I heard rumor that y'all had an award-winning float.
Well, I wasn't gonna brag, but I will.
I thought for sure you would.
So there's 4 parades that we are in with
Yes.
this amazing float. Chuck Gallagher has led this team, and Scotty Adkins. And there's been so many people involved. Catherine Neff, and they made this amazing float. And we got word earlier, right before we started talking, that last night in the Park Hills Leadington Chamber Christmas parade, we won first place. And so
Congratulations.
bar is high.
I'm not judging tonight. I just want to clarify that. So I have no influence over who wins.
But you do know the judges. You do have.
I may. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see. I guess I don't know when I was going to say maybe we could announce it on the radio, but I don't know if the results will be in before tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
We might be able to text you those
Let me know.
results.
If you get something, let me know.
yeah.
I'd be happy to.
We'll
to make
see.
that announcement.
We the last thing I did want to mention is we do have 14 of the 19 doors on tour up. Ran into a couple of hiccups with a few of them. So we're working on those, but please go out and see them. Take photos. There's a Facebook group, Doors on Tour, and you can share your photos now on that group. They do have to go through an approval process to be posted, so it won't be instantaneous. But we would love to see everybody's photos and hope everyone enjoys those.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you drive through Steelville and the
Yes.
canoes that are out. And if you've driven through Steelville, you see you've got canoes throughout the streets.
And ours aren't one right after the other, but it's almost kind of like the birthday cakes in St. Louis they did a few years ago, where they had I think it was their 100th birthday, and you could find them all over town. And we have the map. It's a great thing to do with your family, all ages, whether you have senior citizens or little kids or teenagers. There's something for everyone on the tour. And so we hope everyone will get out. We're going to be doing some fun contests coming up real soon with those as well.
Cool. All right. Well, before you go today,
Uh-oh.
we need to play a game. And since the mic and camera and everything's working at the moment, let's do this. So everybody that's come in, these guests have played a game. I've spun the game wheel.
I've heard about this.
And then we're going to see what you get.
I'm
And
a little nervous.
You know, you'd think we're 3 hours in this 24-hour program. You think I'd be ready for every game on there. I am actually not. And so if you get a game I'm not ready for, we
Respin?
might cheat a little bit. But we'll just see what you get.
And how I play solitaire.
Nobody's looking, right? You know, as long as you play with purpose. We learned that earlier today.
Oh.
All right. Okay. All right. It's a pet peeve. This is an easy one.
yeah.
This is an easy one. And so what I would like to do, there's people watching on Facebook. I'm hoping there's people. There's there's 6 people watching on Facebook.
Woo! Pressure.
No, we'll break the internet today. So here's the deal. What this game is that you say a pet peeve of yours.
Uh-huh.
And I will say a pet peeve of mine. And then what I want is people that are on Facebook, all 6 of you, to tell us which pet peeve is the worst. Like, which is the better pet peeve.
Oh.
So we may not know the results today. Because there's 6. There's somebody on there right now. Okay, we have at least one. She may be the decider.
Where is Cassie when I need her?
I know. I don't know. we have 8 people on there right now. They must have heard there was going to be some excitement. People are jumping on. All right. So, do you have one? Do you have one you think of?
I have a couple in mind.
Really?
I'm trying to decide which is the worst.
'Cause I'm thinking too. This is one that I'm not sure I was really prepared for. I have a lot of pet peeves, but
I don't have that many, actually.
really, okay.
I have I have a Christmas pet peeve, or just want a regular pet peeve.
Whatever you go with.
It's all on me.
Probably these 7 people listening are probably. They probably do.
My pet peeve is arrogant people.
Okay. All right. Arrogant people.
Is that a good one, Kevin?
Good one.
Okay. All right. That's a good one. That is a good one. That's not a Christmas one. That's just anytime.
No, my
Arrogant.
Christmas one is whiny Christmas songs like "Last Christmas I gave you my heart." Oh, please,
Yeah.
cry me a river.
Cry Me a River. That's a good song. Okay. Let's see. Mine. I think I'm just going to go with. That's a good one. Arrogant people. I'm going to go with people that chew with their mouth open. I just.
It's bad for you.
It's horrible. Horrible.
Are
And
you one? Isn't there like a technical term for that?
Probably.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
there
know.
is.
It drives me crazy though. And now that
I'll be sure and watch that when I'm
Yeah.
around you.
Now that I've made it public on the radio and internet, people are going to be doing it around me from now
How
on.
do we want to annoy Joe?
Right. That'll do it. I'll just leave. I just have to leave, or violence will happen. I have to control myself. But tell me more about arrogant people then. What specifically? Because that's a wide range of things.
You
You're not talking about
know-
confident people. You mean people that are arrogant.
No. Know-it-all. You
without
know,
naming
the
names.
know-it-all people.
Without saying my name.
Ooh.
Without saying my
No,
name.
you're
Kate,
not
tell me
in
what
there.
it
You're not in there.
is. So know it all. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
That's just rubs me the wrong way.
That's a good one.
Wrong
All right. Well, the 12 people now
Uh-huh.
on Facebook.
Are they voting?
Nobody's saying
Vote for me. Vote for me. I think they have to vote in the comments, right, Joe?
Yeah,
They have to say,
yeah.
arrogant people are the worst.
Yeah.
That's a good pet peeve.
You know what would end the world though is arrogant people chewing with their mouth open.
Oh, there you go.
That's just mind blowing. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, that
All right. Well, we're just gonna have to wait on any kind of response. we have
suspense is
there.
killing me.
Yeah. So. All right. Good game. Good game. Thanks for participating. That 12 people now.
That was easy. I'm not so scared now.
Yeah. Come back later. We'll play another one. But thanks for coming in and your sponsorship again of this event. 12-hour sponsor. Of
We
this.
are
Really
thrilled
appreciate it.
to be sponsoring
yeah.
MAC and the enhancement grant.
Well, thank you very much. And all you do for the community. Kevin and I both be involved with the chamber from time to time, and we just really appreciate
Yes.
everything you're doing and
Well,
keep up good work.
We appreciate your partnership too.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
Well,
you.
have a good rest of your day.
You too. And
Thanks for
if
coming
I
in.
don't see you before Christmas, have a good one.
You too.
Hopefully, I'll see you before then.
Hopefully. Oh, wait. We've got some comments.
Are voting?
So both are correct, but chewing was the first one that came up to. That's Tammy Coleman, another chamber person in Park Hills. So she says sorry, Candy.
Oh, Tammy,
And
we're
that-
on the same team.
And Jared says bad eating habits. I think I beat you. I think it looks like 2-0. The votes.
You know,
pouring in.
that doesn't annoy me. I have to be honest. I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah. That's
That's pretty bad.
that's pretty bad. Pretty bad. And if you ever heard somebody eat over the radio or like
Oh.
on the phone, like a Zoom call or something, it's so weird.
Yeah, I
can't do
could
it.
see that.
Can't do it. So,
Yeah.
all right. Well, I'm
Well,
glad we got that.
I hope all the buttons work for you today, Joe.
Well, if Jerry stays away, we should be okay.
He's not coming in for Rotary.
He's not coming back. No, we banned him. All right. Thanks, Candy. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
All right. That was Candy Hinty coming from the Farmington Regional Chamber of Commerce. Always fun to talk to her. And that was a good interview. We've got next up coming up is the St. Francis County Rotary. And I think Heather Garner is here and she is ready to go. So we're going to keep streaming because if I turn it off, I'm not sure I get it back on. So we're going to bring in Heather Garner, ladies and gentlemen. She brought some snacks too.
I did.
Okay. Are those for me?
Those are for you, and I was thinking you might need a sugar rush about 2 a.m.
I definitely will.
You could probably share with Kevin if you want here.
Maybe.
Kevin.
Whatever. Share with Kevin. You know.
You
All right.
good?
It's proof.
All right. Well, we are live on Facebook.
Oh, good. Oh, awesome. Do I
and,
need these? Do I need these? I don't
No,
want to wear
you
those.
don't need those.
Good. I don't want to wear them.
So how are you?
Good. How are you?
You know, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just hanging out at the radio station, breaking stuff.
Yeah, you're what? 3 hours in?
3 hours and 17 minutes.
So it took 2.5 hours to break it.
Yep. It's
Nice.
Jerry, though. I mean,
Nice.
Jerry can break things so fast.
You know, I'm convinced Jerry did it on purpose.
He knew you were coming.
He knew I was coming.
That's true.
I almost sent you a text saying, "Don't let him steal my thunder,"
what
and
did he
then
do?
instantly regretted it when you said you're stealing Heather's thunder. And I'm surprised we're not getting texts.
That just makes him do more, I think.
It does, but there's a 10-second delay. So I was texting, but it was like 30 seconds ago that you said it from when I heard it and was able to text. So it's kind of irrelevant.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, so what's going on in Rotary?
Oh, lots of good things with Rotary. So we have an amazing president this year.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the room.
Yes.
Dang it. I forgot about that. I'm glad
Totally amazing.
glad I went with the word awesome.
Yeah.
So Kevin,
You want him to step out? We can have it.
so he can just listen to it on the other side of the glass.
It sounds different that way.
Yeah. It's not in front of him if he's on the other side of the glass.
Right.
So yeah, Kevin's our president this year. He's halfway through his term. He's got 6 more months and he's rocking it. He knows what he's doing. Each president has a CAP grant that they do, and well, they don't do it themselves, but they kind of spearhead the idea and this, that, and the other. And this year's CAP grant, I didn't write down. I wrote down like the last 6 years, but this year's I did not.
I'm glad you came prepared.
Dental.
The dental clinic, that's right. It's to benefit the dental clinic. So Rotary has $2,000 in grants that we can give out. I'm not explaining that right. This is why Brenda was supposed to be here. Who I hope she's listening. But anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, CAP grant projects, the club puts out $1,000 and then we can apply for another $1,000 to create a $2,000 project. And this year that money will be used to provide dental cleaning and dental services to local kids. So that's this year's. Past projects, we've done the bird houses and the bat houses and benches at Mac on the walking trail in conjunction with an Eagle Scout. Were you here for that?
That was before me. Just
That was
barely
before you.
me.
It was that was in the last couple of years, so I couldn't remember. We've done the beautiful cardinal red benches that are sitting out in front of Mac for the SMTS stop.
Yep.
Those are sharp.
That's nice.
Those were really nice. We've remodeled bathrooms at Parkland PRC, I believe. There's been projects in Bonne Terre. And the one I'm really proud of, we brought the first ADA accessible swing to St. Francis County, and that is located in Columbia Park in Park Hills.
Nice.
And since then, we've also done the music equipment at Engler Park for sensory learning. So we've done that with those CAP grants. So when folks are donating to Rotary for the shootout, which is coming up, or the mouse races, or any other project we do, that's where that money goes. It goes right back into the community.
So I did not have the pleasure of being a part of the mouse races.
Oh, my.
For those people that are listening out in Radio Land and on Facebook that may not know what you're talking about.
The mouse races are spectacular.
Okay.
They are wonderful. They get little jockeys to ride the mice.
Your president is disagreeing with you.
So
Little Lego men that are on the mice.
Lego men strapped onto saddles on the mice.
That's animal abuse, I think. I don't know. Or Lego abuse. I'm not sure which way. it would
Peter would be honest pretty
yeah,
quick.
pretty quick.
So the mouse races are an annual event. I think we've done it 5 years now. We do that in February or March. And we've been blessed to be able to do it at Redfield Collision Center. And then this last year, we actually did it at Twin Oaks. It's pretty cool. So this guy comes in from St. Louis. He brings up a racetrack. It's 5 lanes, and they're stacked. The mice go in one end, and then they drop the doors, and the mice stand there, maybe go a couple inches, turn back, go a few more inches. So and the mice just go from point A to point B as fast as their little feet can go. And there's no rhyme or reason as to who is going to win. You can bet on the brown ones all day long, and a white one might win the entire night. Brown might win. You just don't know.
Is there cheese at the end of this?
There's
lane or
no
something?
cheese at the end of the lane. I don't know what.
So they have no motivation. To
No
move at all.
motivation, and it's obvious that some have zero motivation to move. Those are typically
Lazy
the ones
mice.
that I've bet on.
Lazy.
Right. And we offer, so there's 10 rounds, and we offer those rounds up as sponsorships, and whoever buys that sponsorship gets to name the mice. So we've had some pretty interesting names.
I bet.
Yeah.
Do you have any examples that you can share on the radio?
That I can remember. No.
Okay.
I don't. I could probably scroll through pictures and find them because they're pretty entertaining.
Okay. You probably could have said any name there, though, and I'd be like, oh, that's okay. I wouldn't have known.
You wouldn't have known. But my brain doesn't work like that.
Okay. I'll get you. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you off the hook for that one.
Thanks.
So Rotary, I've been involved for a little bit now, and it seems like it's a very active, involved group.
Active and involved group is a great way to put it. There's never really a downtime. We'll finish with one project and move right on to the next. For instance, the shootout is in 2 weeks on December 19th.
That's right.
Of course, at Mineral Area College
course.
in the Bob.
Okay.
So we hope to see everybody there. But that's our big driving fundraiser for the scholarship fund. So we've been pushing ad sales for about a month and a half, maybe, give or take. And we appreciate everybody that signs up to be a sponsor for that every year. We give out $10,000 worth of scholarships each year to St. Francis County students. So the shootout is a very important part of that.
Right. And it's December 19th.
December 19th.
Mineral Area College.
Mineral Area College. The first game starts at 11 o'clock, and that's Marquand versus St. Paul. Go Giants.
Cage match.
Cage match. And games run all day. It's a little different this year since MAC and the Cardinal basketball's pushed back till, January?
Right.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
So it's all high school games all day long, and our Cracker Jack group of Rotarians have put on a really good show, I hope. I was going to have this up, and I didn't. We have Marquand and St. Paul, like I said, at some point during the day. We have Fox and Farmington. We have North County versus Gateway Legacy. We have St. Genevieve versus AV Girls. And West County versus Potosi. And there's a game in there that I'm missing, but I'm not sure which one.
Okay.
So it's a full day of basketball. $5 gets you in the gate for 6 games.
Right.
You can't get entertainment like that for $5.
And we will have some distanced seating in the
Right.
gym. We're not limiting the number of people just based on previous years.
Right,
We're
right.
going to go with the trends. But there will be distance seatings. Masks are still required. And so on Mac campus. But, I look around and I see high school basketball starting and other sports going on. And I think people are dealing with it, the adjustments of the COVID era.
I've noticed at things that I've been that people are kind of naturally social distancing a little bit,
Yeah.
it's okay. And the field house is such a great facility, and it's big. There's plenty of room. You don't have to worry about sitting on top of each other. It's great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a
looking
good thing.
forward to it.
Yeah.
That's an event I did get to go to last year. I didn't stay the whole time, but I did get to come through there and see what was going on. So
Well, this year, since you're a Rotarian, you're required to be there all day long.
true. And I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Concessions have always been my favorite, so, handing out prepackaged stuff this year is a little disappointing, but, we'll get that grill back.
It just is what it is.
It is what it is. I'm just happy we get to play.
Right.
These kids need to have their basketball, and they need
That's
to get
right.
to play.
Okay. Well, anything else you want to talk about with Rotary?
Jerry Weems, if he was here, he could have rambled on for another 20, 30 minutes.
He's done enough damage here today.
He's done enough damage here today. He's not allowed back. I just want to say Rotary's been a good group to be involved in. I've been a part of Rotary since 2000 something. I don't know. I've made some good friends in Rotary, and it's a great place that if you're looking to do some networking outside of your little bubble, Rotary is full of people and different people from all types of employment and retired and volunteer and
Yeah.
makeshift radio DJ.
Makeshift. Good
Makeshift
word.
radio
Yeah.
DJ.
Amateur makeshift radio DJ.
So if anybody's interested in Rotary, we're on Facebook, St. Francis County Rotary. You can hit us up there.
I highly encourage it. It really is a fun group of people.
It's a fun group of people. It can be dysfunctional from time to time.
Can't spell dysfunctional without
That's
time.
right. So, but it works, and it works for us, and we're a good group.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so we're going to end this by playing a game,
That's what I've heard.
but I'm not going to spin the wheel, Heather, because there's a game I want to play,
Oh gosh,
and I just can't guarantee it's going to come in the wheel. So it's a new game. All right.
that's not scary at all.
So the way this works is in front of you, there's a cup. Is there a cup down there?
Yes.
Okay, in that cup are a bunch of pieces of paper.
Uh-huh.
I have asked the employees of Mineral Area College to send me interesting facts about themselves. And their name is on there and what they do, it should be. And I haven't seen them, so I can't tell you for sure, but that's the plan. And then, so you're going to take one and give one to me without looking at it.
Okay.
And then basically what you do is you look at it and then you tell me what's on there. Now, you can lie, and I have to determine whether you're telling me the truth, what's on there, or you are lying. And I'll do the same. You have to guess mine. So give me.
Oh, so you need one too?
I need one too.
Oh, well, how am I going to know whether it's true or not?
Well, it doesn't matter. It is
true
true.
on
On the paper is
oh,
true.
it's true. But I mean, I
have
have
to
to
tell a
decide
different
whether.
story.
I gotcha.
So
Okay, I see.
Or you can tell me what's on there, but I have to tell you whether I think you are lying or telling me the truth. And you do the same for me.
I don't have a poker face. Ask anybody that knows me. No
I
poker
know
face.
you. It's fine.
No poker face.
But that's okay because the thing they say on there could be really funny and ridiculous anyway. So no matter what you say, it could seem.
So all the things on here are true. It's
These
not.
are, according to the people who wrote them, they are true.
Okay.
So you have to say something, and you don't tell me who it is or anything until we'll do that afterwards. But whether it's true or not, you tell me something. I determine whether it's true or not.
Okay. I had false teeth when I was in grade school.
False teeth in grade school. I'm going to say that is not true.
That is not true. They had them in high school.
In high school. Okay. Well, who was it? They're okay with their name out there. That's part of the game.
Scotty Adkins.
Scotty Adkins. Dr. Scotty Adkins.
Well, there's no doctor on here, so I don't know if that's true or false.
Well, that's false. But she was in the paper once as Dr. Adkins. So
That is false.
so Scotty Adkins, she runs a Missouri Council on the Arts and does a great job. She helped build the float, the award-winning float.
The award, yeah, I was supposed to announce that here in an hour or so,
So
but
I stole your thunder?
you stole my
An
thunder.
hour? You're coming back in an hour?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Kills Chamberlain.
we're going to play another game then, I guess. All right.
play Family Feud
All
if I
right.
get to guess.
Family
Pick.
Feud, yeah. Jerry didn't break that one. Okay. This one is I can run faster backwards than forwards.
I'm gonna say that's true because my son will swear to that.
There's no way.
It doesn't have to
Kevin
be
is
actually
questioning
true,
Right,
but they can think
right.
it's true.
You're saying that what I just read is what's on this paper?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you are wrong.
Oh, well, that's not unusual either.
This is from Andrew Clausen, who is a math instructor at Mac, and he says, I can tickle my own feet. Can you do that?
I've never tried.
There are a handful of things running through my head right now, and no. It's gonna be-
No comment.
All right. Thanks for playing. Don't put it back in the cup because we don't want to use those again. And thanks, Andrew and Scotty, for participating. They may have more in there for all I know. I don't know how many they had. But anyway, thanks for coming in today.
No problem.
Appreciate you and all you're doing.
See you in a half hour.
See me in
And
a
I'll
half
see you
hour.
back here.
Well, we appreciate everything Mac does for Rotary. You guys have been a great partner, even before you were a member. Mac's always been a great partner. So we're just excited that you decided to come into the meetings and not just keep walking by looking in the glass.
Look awkward,
Yeah.
as I walk by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to be in the cool club.
Yeah. Well, I could eat in there now, so I go ahead and come in so I can eat.
It's all about the food.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
No problem.
See you
Thanks.
soon.
Bye.
All right, that was Heather Garner representing the St. Francis County Rotary Club. Heather does a fantastic job there and is involved in things really just everywhere you go in this community. You can find Heather Garner. She's really involved in everything. So we're going to play some music and a couple of things, and then we'll come right back with some more guests. So enjoy. This next song is from a band called Veruca Salt. It is Volcano Girls.
Face for radio.
All right.
So now we're going to prove it. So which camera?
Well, that one, you can just look at me.
Oh, I can look at you? Oh,
you
make
know,
faces?
There you go. It looks like we are now live on
All
Facebook.
right.
So, hello, Facebook. Welcome back. And so I have Jerry Weems from Jerry Weems Insurance in the studio right now. Jerry, thanks for sponsoring this hour of this program.
Absolutely.
And your support of Mineral Area College in general. You're a very big supporter. We've got a big sign out in front of your business.
Yes.
That proudly proclaims that support. So why don't you tell me and the world what you do at Jerry Weems Insurance?
So we are a local, we're independent. So what that gives us is several companies that we deal with and not just one. So it's not a one-size-fits-all world. And so in the world of insurance, having multiple companies to deal with for different situations, life gives us bumps and bruises, claims happen, car accidents happen, and so instead of being canceled or rated up, we're able to switch companies if you're with one of our companies, and also then you don't have to go outside the company to do that. So I enjoy working with this community. I enjoy being able to be a part of this community and supporting the community in the various ways, this just being one of those. But having the opportunity of having so many different facets to the insurance world that you're able to help customers is my greatest satisfaction.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been doing it?
I have been 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was before that?
Well, I actually started, I actually have a degree in journalism, believe it or not. And once upon a time, I sat on your side of the table.
Oh, yeah?
And did a little DJ work. And then as I went on down in life, I've worked, my father had a retail store outlet in Bonne Terre, Weems Western Auto Store, for several years, so I was part of that. I went to work for Transamerica Financial in St. Louis. I've worked for Commerce Bank. I was a mortgage broker, and then for the past 10 years, I've been a independent insurance broker.
So you're from this area, though?
I was born and raised in Bonne Terre.
Wow.
Yeah, which
Awesome.
is home of the world's largest man-made cavern.
Cavern,
The
yes.
Bonne Terre Mines.
I didn't know where you were going with that, but cavern, that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. So so the cavern that I know of is the one you can scuba dive in?
That's
is that
the
same
one. Yep. And my father actually was part of the original group that put that tourist attraction together back in the 60s.
Wow.
St. Joe had stopped operating and pulled out of the area, and of course they were all looking for different ways to bolster the economy, and that was one of the many projects that came along.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so it was really cool. So back in the days, of course, as everyone knows, the mine is filled with water, and it's a great diving chamber. But back when it first started, we were able to actually walk all the way down to that bottom level, which is about 400 foot deep. It's quite eerie, but it was also a very cool experience. So I was about 8 or 9 at that time.
So you said made it into a tourist, so that because I'm not from this area,
Right.
Forgive me for a stupid question if I have one, but was the water intentional? Did it flood, or was the
Yeah, well, the mineral water is just a natural byproduct of being that deep in the earth. And of course, all that time that St. Joe was actually mining, they had to keep the water pumped out, which started the Bonne Terre Pond across from the old hospital there on Church Street. And then after the mine shut down, of course, then also the pumps were turned off to a large degree. And then the water starts seeping up, and then eventually and this was a few years down the road after the tourist attraction had already started, and that's when they started the diving operation.
And you've dove in it?
I have not dove in it.
Why not?
No, not a scuba diver.
Yeah?
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
Me either.
But it's an awesome place, and everyone needs to at least go down there once.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything? So what's down there? I mean, what do you see if you scuba dive?
What
I
do
mean,
you
you haven't
see?
scuba dived. What do you see
Right.
when you go down there?
Well, there's a lot of old equipment that left because it was too expensive. Excuse me. It's too expensive to haul out, so they just left a lot of equipment down there. A lot of railroad tracks, cars, equipment, artifacts. And of course, now since it's been, so that was in the early '60s. So here we are now in 2020, almost 60 years later. So there's a lot of deposits that have formed and different, so it's pretty cool. And of course, with it being mineral water, it's crystal clear.
Yeah.
And so you can, when it's lit, it's like you can see forever.
Is the equipment that's still down there and the things, are they deteriorating? Are they?
I would say to a degree, yes.
Right.
Yeah, but they're somewhat preserved also because a lot of them have a lot of calcium deposits built up on them. And although you can still tell what it is, still that also encased it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a little railroad spike at home from one of the tracks.
Okay. I'm picturing like those subs that go down and look at the Titanic wreckage, and how it's all growth,
Well,
all that
right,
stuff.
yeah,
But
yeah.
of course, that's ocean water.
That's
so-
ocean water, so it'd be, a lot different. Actually, probably the mineral water has helped preserve a lot of that.
Okay.
Yep,
So you heard Dr. Sean Young's advice
I did.
to play golf with, what do you say? Practice
It's
with
practice
purpose.
with purpose. Now, he didn't say anything about playing with purpose. He just said practice with purpose.
Well,
I just thought I'd bring that
Yeah.
up.
You cross one mountain at a time. But so do you feel like that? How do you play with? Do you practice with purpose? Do you feel like that's? Do you take anything? From that advice?
Yeah, I did take something away from that, and he talked about just practicing on a certain segment of your game. So when I go out to the driving range, I usually wind up hitting my whole bag. And basically, what he's saying is, if you go out to do something, you should only work on like your short game or your mid irons or your chipping or at a particular session.
Right. Okay. So he was our second guest here today that has played golf with me, and you are the third guest that has played golf with me. And first off, I'm sorry.
Oh, we had a lot of fun that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that you practice with purpose. I think, as we were talking just a minute ago, I think you're like me. You're more a grip it and rip it.
Right.
But we did have a lot of fun, and you can hit the ball, as they say, a country mile.
Yeah, it's just not always in the right direction.
Well, that's another story.
Yeah. He was talking about using different golf balls for different temperatures. and
different
things.
temperatures. Yeah.
Yeah, I just grab whatever the next ball in the bag.
Pretty
is.
much, yeah. I'm not that. I started playing SEMO seniors this past year, and that was a lot of fun. But I'm not quite, into different compressions.
Yeah, he is a lot of fun to play with, though. He really knows a lot about the game, and so it's very educational. But he's not overbearing, like trying to really
Right.
change your game.
Exactly,
He
yeah.
accepts you as you are,
Yeah,
thankfully
well,
for me.
Yeah.
So we can get through that afternoon. Well, what else are you involved in? It seems like everywhere I go in this area, I've been here 17 months now, whatever it is. Everywhere I go, Jerry Weems is there.
Well, that's one of the lessons my father taught me many, many years ago, that when you live in a community and you make your living from the people of that community, you give back.
Mm-hmm.
So you give back with your time, your treasure, your talents. And so I've been involved with the San Francisco County Rotary Club since 1991. And my father, my brother, my niece, and I are all past presidents of the club.
Yeah.
My father was actually president before I was born, so that's just a few years ago. And then also my brother and myself are both past district governors of our Rotary district, which is the Eastern Third of Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had great enjoyment in Rotary because it's enabled me to meet people from all over the world. A lot of times don't even have to leave the comforts of our great community.
Right.
We've had a lot of folks through here from different parts through our different programs in Rotary. I have got to go to a couple of international conventions and met people, once again, from all over the world. It's very interesting. A few years back, we had what's called a group study exchange. It's a group of individuals that come to us from other countries, and this particular group was from the Philippines. And so then that year we go to the International Convention in England, and absolutely the first person we run into when I walk in the hall to register at the convention was my good friend from the Philippines. So that's the type of rewarding friendships, along with all the great work that Rotary does. Both we do, from the local standpoint. I know we're going to talk about more of that in the next hour, but from the local standpoint also to the international basis. So that's been a big deal, and then I've been involved heavily in the local chamber. I think that's also important. It's a great way to know not only the community, but to know the people of the community, and it's the people of the community that makes any community. And we have there's such great individuals in this area, and you've mentioned several, and already had several on with you this morning, and will as we continue to go throughout the day. And that's a tremendous aspect of this area that we are able to meet people that you don't get to meet in any other avenue of life.
Right. Yeah, and I don't want to steal. Heather Garner's coming in and talk about Rotary. I'm surprised I'm not getting text right now because you're stealing her thunder a little bit, which, you're probably getting them too.
Yeah, I'm watching. Yeah. Nope, nothing yet. How about that? Yeah. She's maybe busy working.
I don't know. That's a stretch.
Yeah.
We'll see if she's listening now.
Yeah,
We'll know for
exactly.
sure.
Exactly. It's all right.
Well, if people want to, learn more about what you do or be a customer of yours, what do they need to do?
Well, we have an office. We're located at 1209 Maple Street. Been there since 2013. It's a great location, and we enjoy serving our community. So we do home policies, we do auto policies, we do life insurance, we do senior health products, which that open enrollment is coming to a conclusion here December the 7th. So Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantages, Part D drug plans, and we do commercial products. So we do a little bit of everything, and like I said, as an independent, we have many companies to deal with, which gives us a great variety then of appetites to serve different people. Yeah.
The texts are in, yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming in and also sponsoring this hour.
It's my pleasure. Mineral Community College is that's just exactly what it is. That's what I know it is. It's a asset in our community that has produced benefits that we don't know. We've touched people. The college has been able to touch people, help people, employ people, educate people. Great athletic programs right on down the road, and so appreciative of the fact that you're in part of that community now, and we appreciate your leadership and all that you do for both the college and the community, such as doing this 24-hour radio show.
Are you glad you came in like the third hour?
Oh, yeah. Now I can sit back and tune in and just say, oh, okay. He's starting to wind up or wind down.
Yeah, well, it'll go one way or the other. Maybe both, actually.
Yeah. I just pity the poor folks that are going to be dragging in here at 2 and 3 in the morning.
Well, my reverend, I had to get
I saw that.
a man of the cloth to come in at 2 in the morning because I could need an exorcism or something. But we didn't have any slots sold at all, and Ron Beaton comes in and says, I want the first slot. We're like, all right, prime time, good. What do you want? 2 a.m. We'll see.
He's going maybe for the low audience.
Who knows?
Market. You don't know.
Could be just me and him. Nobody listening. I don't know.
That's true. Yeah. Probably won't be. Sorry.
Yeah. I think my kids said they would turn their radios in their rooms on and then go to sleep. So.
Oh, okay. There you go.
That's something.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
They just didn't say it would be to this station.
That's true. And they'd be listening to me about as much as they do when I talk to them in person. So anyway, well, before you go,
yes,
we've been playing a little game with some of our sponsors. So don't look at it that way. Don't look that way. I want to try to play a game with you. You don't have to sing or dance or anything.
Oh, good.
Unless you want to.
No.
And I can't say I'm fully ready for every game on this.
I've already heard that too.
Yeah, so we're going to go and just spin it and see what happens, all right?
All right, here we go.
Not going to go very big.
This is kind of like You Bet Your Life.
Yeah. All right. Ooh, Family Feud.
Uh-oh.
All right, this is just about as simple as it sounds. We're just going to play Family Feud, all right?
Okay.
So here's the deal. I'm going to give you a card. I have not looked at it. I really haven't. I just pulled it off the top. And so you know how to play Family Feud, I'm guessing. Yes. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to say, we're going to go back and forth here. You're going to read the top thing, then I'm going to try to tell you, what the survey says, right? And then I've got a different one for you, of course.
Oh, okay.
In the game show, it's the same one, but we got different cards. So anyway, and then I'm going to keep score on this, my dry erase board that says you and me. And remember, if you have 3 wrong guesses, that's 3 strikes, and you're out, right? Steve Harvey's not here. We're not going to play this probably exactly like it should be, but
Okay.
all right. So why don't you go first, and I'll take the first guess.
Okay. Let's see. Those are too interesting, but I'm going to go this way. Okay. Name a noise some people are able to sleep through while others find it impossible.
Okay.
We're going to name a noise some people are able to sleep through while others find it impossible.
Well, I have several, but I'm going to start with snoring.
Survey says 35 for snoring.
Ooh. Starting off hot. All right. And then let's say the radio.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I got an X. Okay. All right. So now it's your turn. All right. Which one do I want to do here? All right. Name something you eat that gets stuck in your teeth.
Corn.
Survey says corn. 35. Oops, I put you on the wrong one.
Dun, dun, dun,
So we're
dun,
tied.
dun, dun,
You look at
dun,
that, right
dun,
off,
dun,
and I have an
dun,
X.
dun, dun,
All right.
dun.
Next one. What do you think? What else gets stuck in your teeth?
Meat.
Meat. It's on there. 11 points. Survey says 11. I guess 11% of the people. Is that the way this works?
I don't know.
I don't know. All right. What else?
And peanut butter.
Peanut butter. I need a judge.
So it's either peanut or it's butter.
What do you think? Peanut butter? Okay. I don't believe you, but all right. So it says nuts or peanuts, so we're going to give it to you. That's only 3, though. But you're doing very well.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going.
Gosh. Jelly.
All right. Jelly is not on there. Take that. X. All right. So it's my turn. What was the thing again?
A noise some people are able to sleep through while others find it impossible.
What did I say last? Radio?
Snoring.
Oh, it says
yeah, you did say radio.
all right.
Radio was not on the list.
How about,
Just a reminder.
thank you. How about a thunderstorm?
Thunder, storm. Well, thunder. Well, thunder. Oh, yes,
I
good
gave
for
you peanut.
for 10 points.
Okay.
Good,
10.
good for you.
All right.
Okay.
How about a baby crying?
Nah.
Dang it. That's 2 strikes against me. All right. You're back up again. Something gets stuck in your teeth.
I did corn. Something gets stuck in your teeth. Guess it depends on the gap there, doesn't it?
Good. You've previously said corn,
Candy.
meat, and peanuts.
Candy.
Yes, candy. Man, you're so good at this. That's 17. You got a lifeline over there? Is that what happened? All right. What else?
That was called phone a friend.
You've got a few more, or a couple more you can do.
Bread.
Bread. Bread is not on there.
Bread's not on there. Okay.
All right. That's 2 strikes.
Okay.
Okay, it's a lot of pressure.
Yes, it is. What's the score, by the way,
I don't know.
heading into the...
It's a lot. You're beating me by a lot. I don't want to embarrass myself by trying to add on,
good.
on
All right.
live radio. Okay, so what else can you sleep through?
Other people find it impossible.
A fan.
Dun, 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 dun.
No?
Strike 3.
Oh, I'm
You're
out.
out.
I can't sleep without a fan, actually, in my world.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, number 2, do you want me to...
Yeah, go ahead, because I lost. So go
Yeah,
ahead.
you did. Number 2 is the TV set.
Oh, man.
Number 4, this must be the older generation, train or whistle. Number 5, which is close to thunder, but it's rain. There's actually 2 different answers here. dog barking, the alarm clock. Of course, there's a lot of people that sleep right through that
try
one.
to.
And a siren.
Huh.
Or a siren.
Wow. Man, that's really disappointing, my performance in that.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Jerry, for embarrassing me on the radio.
That's
Appreciate
okay.
it.
No problem.
All right.
Glad I could help out.
Yeah, thank you. Well, again, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate your sponsorship
absolutely.
and support.
Yeah,
And,
a lot of fun.
yeah.
And it's a great project. Lots of publicity for the college. Lots of good money being raised, and that's what it's all about. Once again, congratulations to everything that the college has done for our community in the past, and continues to do as we grow together.
And so we're on the Facebook Live. There was a comment made. Our community loves Jerry Weems.
Wow.
Yeah. We're gonna block those inappropriate comments.
No,
though,
those are. Hey, that's pretty cool. Really.
It wasn't his wife, was it?
It's on the Facebook. It's on the Mac Facebook page.
Yeah,
Screenshot that.
There we
Yeah.
are. Hey, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Our community loves Jerry Weems. There it is. Yeah. Oh, I know.
I know. You can't believe it, right?
Hey,
It's
we can
crazy.
replay the your loss.
Yeah. Anytime you want, you can rewatch my Family Feud loss.
No, this is a lot of fun. It's a great idea. Once again, congratulations to our great community asset, Mineral College.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jerry.
Thank you.
We will see you around.
Yep.
Everywhere.
Yes.
All right. That was Jerry Weems. Jerry Weems Insurance. Coming up next, I believe Candy Hinty from the Farmington Chamber of Commerce will be coming in to talk to us. And so I've got, we're going to play a little more music as we move forward. Thanks, everybody. So here we are again, and we have in our studio right now is Mary Wisnowski.
Mary Lee.
Mary Lee
Wisnowski.
Wisnowski
I go by both names.
from Earth Mother.
From Earth Mother Health Foods.
That's right. So Allison Sheets from Career Services at MAC has this time, and she has generously offered
Given me
you
a few of her minutes. Well, I just have to brag about the college a little bit because I have two of my children graduated from that college, and I can't say enough good things about it. And my daughter, who is an art teacher in the area, she teaches at Piedmont now, and she's kind of put Piedmont and before that Marquand on the map with what she learned at MAC, and I can't say enough about her education she got there. And that fact, I have a nephew, works there with y'all now, Chris Wisnowski, and he's a fine young man. But anyway, I wanted to talk. My son graduated from there, and he did the criminal justice thing, and he ended up with several federal jobs. The last one was he was an ATF agent. He recently retired, and he's just done real well, and I feel like he got his roots from right there, you know what I mean, in that criminal justice stuff. And he's an author. He's written several books, and he does crucial incidents all over the whole United States. But he did take a retirement this year while he's still marketable, you know what I mean, for other jobs. And because in that type of work, you can't work, you don't work real old, you have to be younger. And he's only 52, but he did take a retirement. But no, I just wanted to just talk about what a great school it is. And I remember this is kind of a little example. My daughter had gotten a scholarship to a very popular school in St. Louis.
Okay.
And she was injured. It was a sports scholarship. And it was, she got injured and she lost the scholarship because of that injury. And she was so depressed. And she came down here and she came home and she said, they had 4 or 5 things I could major in up there. MAC has 50. I don't know. And I thought, well, isn't that interesting? So that's the kind of things I want to tell people, that, if you can support it, do everything you can to support it. But because the people that come out of there today are the people that are going to be sitting where we're sitting later. You know what I mean? And we're just as good as the education we get.
Right. Yeah. And that's what we've been telling people too. I mean, you hear that stigma about it's not real college, or it's
Oh, it is.
You know, and it is.
It's almost beyond real. You know, I mean, I almost think, I really think everybody should start out in junior college. I think that, you know, I think that's the way to go. But I really thought that was interesting because it was Fontbonne. Fontbonne had offered her a scholarship. I couldn't remember the name of it a while ago until just now. It was Fontbonne, and I think there were 4 or 5 things you could major in at that time. This has been a long time ago. And then she came down here at Mac. She was kind of down. Well, I guess I'll go to Mac, you know. And anyway, she came home. She said, I got 50 things I can, you know, whatever, you know. So that's pretty awesome. So we all need to be real proud of Mineral Area College.
Definitely.
And support it.
Really appreciate you saying that. And we love hearing those stories about student success and what students are doing, you know, when they leave here. And really, thanks for coming and sharing.
Well, I just wanted to because I had 2 down. Like I said, I have another one, but he had gotten a scholarship to somewhere else, and so he went there. But he's done real well, too. But anyway, I just wanted to tell about them and how well they've done, and I'm proud of them, and I'm proud of you all.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary Lee, for sharing.
Okay.
That means a lot to us.
Okay. See you at Earth Mother.
Come out to Earth Mother.
Plug.
Yeah, of
Go
course
to
you
Earth
can.
Mother.
Of course you can. Love your store. My mother loved your store. You
All
take
right.
care.
Nice talking
Have
to
a
you.
nice weekend.
Thank you very much, Mary Lee. Thanks for coming in. All right. Allison, you have to change seats now.
Oh, I have to be in the hot seat?
Uh-huh.
Oh, great. I don't want to be in the hot seat. You get to get there. How are you, Dr. Gilgour?
I am good.
I always want to call you Dr. G. I don't know.
That's okay. I'm called a lot
You're
of
so
things.
approachable that Dr. G just seems to fit, I think, sometimes.
There's people that do
Yeah.
call me that.
Yeah, I never got your permission to call you that, though.
Yeah,
So
you know, it's all right. I'm called so many things that you know, some we can repeat, some we can't. But
yeah, I've been on the radio
That's
before,
approved.
but never with the camera on me at the same time. I have a face for radio only. So
well, I don't want to make you nervous right now, but there are 19 people watching on Facebook.
Oh, let's see. Heather, Jerry, Mandy. My mom doesn't have Facebook, so I don't know.
Okay.
Who's on? Do we know?
I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
I'm sure there's a way to find out.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what that way would be. So you're here to talk about career services at Mineral Area College?
I am. So career services at Mineral Area College. A lot of our community doesn't realize that as a community college, this is a free service for them. So folks might be finding themselves without a job due to COVID, or maybe they're thinking of a career change. And our office can, help you with the search. We've got assessments, whether those are paper assessments or online assessments, that we can look at your interests, your likes, your dislikes, what tasks you like to perform. We can talk about maybe a past course that you really enjoyed, or a job that you enjoyed, a volunteer experience that you enjoyed, and we can kind of dive into that and look at different career paths. And so hopefully you'll be happy with your next career choice. Or as a student, I had a student in just yesterday. He had tried several things. He was looking at the aviation program at another community college in the state, couldn't afford it, and he's working at Doe Run right now. And I was like, well, what do you like about your job, or what have you noticed at Doe Run? And we got to talking, and I walked him over to Chris Klesmeyer's tech department. I wanted him to see the advanced manufacturing lab. I wanted him to consider, engineering tech design and drafting, or just maybe start with a PLC class because he really loved computers. He likes taking them apart, putting them together. And so things like that we start. And then we look at, can you start at Mac? And if you can't start at Mac, I had one young lady that was looking for a dental hygiene, and she could start at Mac and then transfer up to the city. But we do a lot of that in the office. And so let's see. So that's the career exploration and planning. We do career employment services. So for all the businesses that are listening, we have an online job board. Currently, I think we have about 300 different employers that work with MAC and send us their opportunities, whether that's volunteer, internship, part-time, or full-time opportunities. And this is a free service to the employer. And I'll post that for them, or they can register on that online platform. They can control the posts themselves. That's what most people do. And then I blast that out. I try to do that every Friday with new opportunities. And so I've had a lot of folks call me and say, that was a success. I shared that with, my son, or I shared that with, a grandson that just didn't quite know, where to find work. So that online job board has really helped a lot of students. That's also a free service for the community. They can go on and register as a community member. And of course, MAC alum have found jobs through that. So that's the employment side of things. We have, when times are normal, we have 2 career fairs. We've had manufacturing career fairs in the fall, and then we have just an all-industry career fair. And I partner with the Park Hills Job Center in the spring with that one, and we had 50 employers last year. So hopefully things will get back to normal and we can have our regular in-person career fairs. But right now, the Missouri State has been putting out, Department of Education and Workforce Development. They've been putting out some free statewide virtual job fairs that I've been sending information out weekly to our students and our alumni. So if anybody needs information on that, that's every Tuesday from 10 to 2. You just get on this virtual website. It's so easy. Call my office, and I'll be happy to send out that link.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's some people, when they think of college, and maybe, community colleges too, they think that, thinking high school graduates, straight out of high school, going to college, and that's what it's about.
Right.
When that is a big part of it, of course,
Right.
but there is a huge amount of services. We are a community college, so providing service to the community, this is one great example of that even if you're not a student at MAC,
Right.
you can still take advantage of some of these things, and we can help you. And maybe becoming a student is how you reach that thing you wanted to do, but
Right.
It can also help connect people with that. You help with, I'm sure, resumes and helping people interview skills, things like that.
I do. So we look at resumes, something that I had learned several years ago when I took this job. There's something called the applicant tracking software. And so most of your mid to large size companies use this. So it's actually software that's scanning that resume when you upload it to, whether that's an Indeed or you upload it to that company's website. So actually, a human person is not reading your resume. And so I have I have tricks and tips on how to get through that software. So then you get, your resume to an actual hiring manager. So we have a workshop on that. Less is more these days on the resume. When I was, I guess, younger, it was kind of a thing to put your picture on your resume. And you probably don't remember that or know that, but you don't want to do any of that now. Just less is more. You want to use a very, Times New Roman font. You want no wingdings, no pretty things or anything. You just want to do a
No Comic Sans.
No Comic Sans. Thank you.
I was still hired, Allison, even though I had it on.
I didn't get to read your resume, huh? But anyway, so yeah, resume writing, mock interviews, cover letters. Right now, career portfolios are hot. So we have, again, that College Central Network platform free to anybody that wants to use that. There's a great portfolio maker through that. So yeah. And then, I'm out in the community. Yesterday I was at North County with Mr. Karsh's business class, and we were reviewing resumes with them. So it's just a very fulfilling department. I really enjoy my work. So especially when they call and say, "Hey, you helped me get a job." So
that's rewarding.
Very rewarding. Very rewarding.
Cool. Well, anything else you want to tell us about your area or any other area at MAC you want to talk about?
Let's see. Passionate about career and tech programs that we provide out there. I'm an advisor for the automotive collision technology, also the construction and building technology, digital media technology, electrical tech, graphic arts, HVAC, machine tool, and welding. And so you'll be speaking to me if you're interested in any of those programs that we have. Those are collaborative programs with our 4 career and tech centers. Yeah. And so I'm passionate about career and tech. That's how I came on to MAC. In 2012, we were doing some recruiting for an HVAC and a pharmacy tech program that had started through a grant. And so I know those good paying jobs are out there. We offer a 1-year certificate, 2-year degrees. You can start at the Career Centers, actually in high school, and only come up to MAC for 1.5, 2 semesters, and you'll have an Associate of Applied Science. And so I really, truly believe in those technical degrees. So if you're interested in any of those that I rattled off, you'll be talking to me as your advisor.
Okay, how can they reach you?
Yes, I'm at 518-3848, or on the website, just search Career Services, and you'll find all my contact information there.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for coming in today, Allison, and
Yeah.
sharing information about that. Really appreciate it. A lot of good
enjoyed
stuff
it.
that can help people, I think.
Hope so. Here to help.
All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Yep.
All right. That was Allison Sheets coming in. There we go. Should be up in a second. Our next guests are from Missouri Baptist University, and we just want to thank MoBAP for the sponsorship, 12-hour sponsor of this program, which is a $500 sponsorship. And as we were talking before we went on the air, $500 in enhancement grant money is $2,000, and so that goes so far. And so,
Huge.
it's gigantic. So really appreciate that. We have Megan Wilson with us and Jennifer Burr, and so we're going to talk about MoBAP a little bit. So why don't you first tell us, me and Radioland people, a little about yourself, and don't get nervous.
Oh,
There's
no.
6 people on Facebook.
No. Break the internet. So I've worked at MoBAP for the past 5 years or so. It'll be 6 years in January, so coming up on my work anniversary. But we offer degree completion programs for students in the area who have already completed or who are close to completing their degree at Mineral Area College. And without the support of MAC and that relationship that we have together, you know, those options to get your bachelor's without leaving home, and even to extend on that and get a graduate degree or a specialist in the local area really wouldn't exist. So I feel like we are bringing an opportunity to the area that really lies on our shoulders, us and CMU and MAC, and what UMSL does locally.
Right.
You know, those students would have to travel and would have to make major life changes in order to be able to get a degree. And with us here locally, it doesn't have to be as much of a interruption in your daily life and in your routine to attend with us.
Well, we work with a lot of, MAC has, community college service regions are based on school districts, and we have, I think, 29 school districts in our service region. So some of them are in some really rural areas, very low socioeconomic, and so we're trying to help them. And what they're telling us is that they really need this kind of setup because their students leave to go to a different town to go 4-year or whatever, and they don't come back.
Right.
And so their community just continually gets smaller and smaller, and they can't find teachers and healthcare professionals and people like this because they're gone.
Right.
You know, they go off in their town, maybe they get married, maybe they start a life there, whatever, they just don't come back. So it's really nice to have, you know, to be in a community like this where our students can stay local and still get that full experience.
And at an affordable
Yeah.
rate, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I've heard you, Dr. Gilgour, talk before about how a quality education doesn't have to be something that's super expensive. You know, for something to be valuable, it doesn't have to be worth a lot of money. And, you know, if students take advantage of those first 2 years at community college and then transfer to us, even though we are a private 4-year institution, and when people hear that, they kind of think of a high price tag. But whenever you attend locally with us, we don't have, you know, those extra added fees that you would have if you were to go to a traditional main campus, even our main campus at that. So, you know, you're not stuck with a student rec fee or a student association fee, a printing fee, lab fees, those types of things. It's a pretty straightforward tuition per credit hour setup, and it's heavily discounted from that of our main campus even. So again, for it to be valuable to you, it doesn't have to be something that costs you a lot of money. And I know student loan debt right now is a huge deal for, you know, students that are currently in college, and then also that group that's getting ready to graduate high school and make their decision about where they're going to go next. And the fact that we are here and we have local and affordable options is something that I think a lot of students maybe aren't aware of. And but yeah, we're here and we're ready to help.
Yeah, and not being aware of, it's a very good way to put it, because I find sometimes community colleges, just that access point is one of the best kept secrets, you know, around.
Absolutely.
And you just know that as soon as you go in the door, you have so many options ahead of you, where, like you said, you know, the CMUs and the UMSLs and MoBAP and these connections, that's really, I don't know, it's just a pathway I don't think a lot of people think about. So we got to keep reminding them of this. And I did not go to a community college. I lived 20 miles from one in North Missouri. and didn't go. And I was one of those. It was weird because I was a first generation college student, never thought I would go to college at all, but yet I was a snob when it came to community college. I'm not going to a community college.
I think a lot of students feel that way.
And I ended up going to another Baptist university, another regional Baptist university in Southwest Baptist. And and great. I loved the institution. I loved where I went. For a first generation college student that never knew college at all, I applied to one school, and that's the one that I'm sorry, SBU, but they accepted me. And I was able to meet my wife there, and I mean it just changed my life forever. I love it.
Yeah.
However, the other way it changed my life is I have crushing student loan debt. And I feel like if I would have taken advantage of the community college route, I could have went on that path, still went to SBU, but been able to do it. So I'm glad students here can still get that kind of experience, by going through. And speaking of that type of student experience, we have a student here right now, Jennifer. So tell us about yourself and your experience with it.
So I'm Jennifer Burr. I am currently going to Missouri Baptist University, and I will be graduating this spring. I graduated from MAC in 2019, but prior to that, I was actually able to do a dual credit opportunity through my high school. So I was able to obtain my Child Development Associate certificate while I was in high school through MAC. So before I even graduated, I was already having experiences at MAC. And I truly am thankful that I was able to go to MAC. I didn't realize I was a first generation college student as well. So for my parents and I to figure out those options, I was able to go and only pay my fees because I got A+. And all of my professors and people there made my experience and transition easy from high school to college and even community college to MOBAP. So it was just really nice to have all those people there supporting me. I feel like what you're talking about, I could be the poster child of because I took advantage of A+, and I took advantage of a community college, and I live in St. John, so I didn't really have to commute that much, and I've been able to stay local and with my family and be able to get my name in school districts here and do all of the things to better my future here.
Right. Yeah, A+ came out when I was in high school, and that was, I wanted nothing to do with it because, again, I did not think a community college. I was one of those people.
I was the same way. My parents basically forced me because it was free.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, it's no offense to my mother, but I think if I wasn't a first generation college student, we didn't know anything about debt. We didn't know about college. I mean, we knew about debt. We didn't know about college debt. Maybe she would have pushed me in the same direction. We just didn't know, So, looking back in hindsight, and I know the president at North Central Missouri College, north of where I live now, and I've told him that story probably more times than he cares to hear. But, it's amazing that you have that A+ opportunity for community college students. So we see students all the time that grow up wanting to go to a certain university. And so they'll say, my mom, my dad, my grandparents went to Missouri Baptist. I'm going to go to Missouri Baptist. That's the way I'm going to go. Yeah. But it's like you can still do that. But now you can do it through this route just as easily, and you're going to save money in the process. And it's quality education. Transfers, it works out well. It's working out well for you.
Yeah, I transferred flawlessly. I loved all of my instructors at MAC. I love all of my instructors at MOBAP. It's just been a really great experience for me.
Cool. And Jennifer was one of those students who, whenever she graduated from MAC, there were still some lingering classes that she could still take at MAC to transfer into us. And so what we see from a lot of our students is they'll be dual enrolled, especially in their first couple semesters with us. They'll be dual enrolled at both MAC and MBU at the same time, which we can do through a financial aid consortium agreement. So it's not any more expensive or any more money out of pocket. But we encourage our students to take as many classes as possible at MAC, even if they're not part of that the degree program, their degree requirements for graduation at MAC. If they could still transfer in as part of our major or our program, we will push them to MAC to take those. And that's part of our articulation agreement and the relationship that we have is that we aren't here to step on your toes and to offer the same classes and compete with one another. It really is a team effort here. Right. And as an extension of that, I feel like we have a lot of the same attributes that MAC has, and one of those being at a community college are smaller class sizes and more personal relationships that you have. And I know at our office and our campus, and I think Jennifer would attest to this, is I know every student that comes in by name, and, our classes are anywhere from probably 7 to 10 people, so you still get to keep that small and intimate relationship, but you're at a university, and that's something that's really unique to our regional learning center that you wouldn't get if you were to go to our main campus or any other four-year university main campus.
Yeah. yeah, you kind of get the best of both worlds. It
I
seems
think
like.
so. Yeah, I think so. And Mac does such a great job at prepping our students
Absolutely.
before they get to us. Sean Young, who I know was on the
He's
air
on this
with
morning,
you
yep.
this morning, he is such a big advocate for us. And I go and I visit his classes every semester. And that's been something that's been so disappointing with COVID this year is usually I'm on campus a lot more frequently. We host an ice cream social once a semester and a lot of fun events. And I get to know your students more, and we haven't been able to do that a whole lot. But I go and I speak to Sean Young's classes and Lynn Wisdom. I speak to her classes and try to recruit those students to come over to us. And it really is, to me, and of course, I work there, so it's easy for me to say that MOBAP is a no-brainer,
Yeah.
right? With our articulation agreement and that the transferability of courses between the two institutions, it just makes sense, and especially at our price point.
It's like a flawless transfer. And you say, like Dr. Young's class, I was the student sitting in Dr. Young's class, and Megan came and kind of told us about that. And Dr. Young, like, I went and sat in his office, and I was like, okay, like, I really respect your opinion, and I really just want to know what you think. And I had a very great relationship with him. He was always there through, like, the hard things, and he was just that teacher that you can really rely on. And he was straight up, like, I think that you would do wonderful there. Like, the teachers are great. I personally know the teachers. Like, I love that my teachers that I have at MOBAP, they teach during the day.
Right.
So I'm not getting somebody who's out of their element.
They're practitioners in the field
right.
still.
Yeah.
So it's been really nice that Dr. Young was like, yep, do this. And then Megan was always there, like the ice cream socials and that sort of stuff. It was easy to have
I
that
harassed them.
relationship. Yeah. It was easy to have that relationship.
And I think another big pull for you, too, was our Credit for Prior Learning program,
Absolutely.
which is something that's unique to MBU in that we award credit for student teaching
Yep.
for relevant and significant experience in the classroom. Our bread and butter at our campus is initial teacher certification. So that's what we see the most of, are people who are transferring to us that want to become a teacher. We have some business, but really that education component is the majority of our student body. But that credit for prior learning, and in Jennifer's experience, she had significant experience substitute teaching at Valley, right?
Yeah.
And then also was a para and worked full time. And because of that, we were able to exempt her from some weeks of her student teaching experience. And for our students, the majority of those being adult students who work throughout the day.
Yeah.
They have kids. They have other things going on in their life other than just classes. And the fact that whenever it comes time to student teach, they wouldn't necessarily have to step away from their jobs and lose out on that income. And for us to be able to award them for that work and that experience that is invaluable is something really unique to MBU that I think is a draw for a lot of students and a huge benefit.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's really a different way to think about, access to education and what you've done in your life.
Absolutely.
Even if it hasn't been directly college credit, but that's really cool.
Right.
Do one of you have a child named Kendall?
I do. That's
Kendall?
my daughter. She's 2.
Kendall says, "Hi, Mom."
Aw, hi,
Facebook.
Kendall. Which camera? I don't know. Hi, Kendall.
We didn't get a lot of personal things like this. I figured I'd let you know unless somebody was just crazy saying people's names. I don't have a kid named Kendall, so I assumed, and I'm not a mom. All right, well, thanks for coming in today. Is there anything else about Missouri Baptist that you want to talk about or discuss?
So we have classes that start in the spring, January 11th, and we are working up through December 17th. So still plenty of time to sign up. Honestly, if people come in the first day of classes and want to sign up, I will get them started. So plenty of time still, and they can come visit us over at our campus in Ludington, connect with us on Facebook, give us a call.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, I warned you before, but it's game time
All right.
All right.
if you're ready.
Yeah.
So, and if you've been listening, you know that I'm not fully prepared for game time, even though we're in the middle of this thing. So I'm gonna roll this wheel here.
Okay.
We're gonna see what you get. All right. I don't know if you can see that, what you're hoping for or not, but it looks like we have. Oh, we're going backwards. Name that tune.
Oh,
boy.
gosh.
Oh man.
This is not going to be good.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
We
You
can
never
try.
know, right? You never know. Let me find a song here.
I was really prepared for pet peeves.
I was too.
True lies.
So you're ready for every game except for
Yeah,
this
I
one. you're
guess.
saying?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I've got a song prepared, and I want to make sure you can hear it. So I'm going to turn it up so the people at home can hear it.
Okay.
And
Do we just have to name the song or the artist
you
or
just
a
have to
combination
name
of
the
both?
song.
We play this on Alexa a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So you should be good at it then. Is what you're saying.
Maybe.
hopefully.
You can pick like the genre and the era though, so.
All right. So we're gonna see if this actually plays where you can hear it.
I'm too young for this. I
Too young!
I give her all
Yeah,
my
you would have set us
love.
up for failure.
No way.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can name the artist though.
Is it the Beach Boys?
Oh my goodness.
I don't.
Play it
I
again.
told you I'm too young for this.
Can we phone a friend?
Phone a friend. It's the Beatles.
Oh.
Okay. Let me try to find something else for you though.
It sounded beachy.
You really need a good chance at this. So I
Let's
don't know what
remember-
kind of music you usually listen to, so it's hard to.
I'm only 22, so
Well, that song was way before I was alive, and I listened to it. All right, let's try this one. This is your last chance, though. So just saying. Give it a second, because there's an introduction.
Oh, keep playing it. I think I know.
Oh,
wait.
you didn't know. You thought you knew, right? You don't?
Yeah, no, you lost me.
Nothing?
No.
What did you think? What was the first thing that came to your mind?
The song by Elton John. I don't know the name of it, but I just recently watched Rocket Man, and it gave me that vibe.
Well, that was Elton John.
No! What do I win?
Wow, good job.
Well, you don't win anything. You're not
Oh.
guessing the artist. You're guessing the.
What was the song?
I don't have a prize anyway. You want a Dr. Pepper?
There we go.
The song is "Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest Word."
Okay, I would never have gotten that, but hey,
Good job.
I am impressed with myself.
I'm a little bit too after the failure on the Beatles, the Beach Boys.
it was sounded beachy. My mom's probably like rolling her eyes at me right now.
All right. Well, thank you for playing and for coming in today and sponsoring 12 hours of this amazing radiothon that people just can't get enough of. There's 22 people. That's the most we've had, 22 at one time. So people are
There we
saying
go.
there's a lot of Ghost Spartans on here. So,
Oh, yay!
yeah, Todd Klein's in there.
Oh, he's wonderful. Good.
All right. So thanks again, and really appreciate you coming in and for all you do and the partnership that we have. It's really cool.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right. Thanks. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
All right. That was Megan Wilson and Jennifer Burr coming in talking about Missouri Baptist University. And all the great partnerships that MAC has with universities around is just fantastic. Allowing students to get the first 2 years of their education at a reduced price, of course, with MAC being very affordable, even using A-plus funds through the state, can pretty much go to for free, and then transferring on seamlessly to a great partner like Missouri Baptist. Just really appreciate their sponsorship today. Their sponsorship for 12 hours is $500, which actually equals $2,000 of enhancement grant money. So we're very, very happy about that. So we're going to stop the streaming here in a second. And our next guest is Chris Morrison from State Farm. And he's got a guest with him he's going to introduce as well. But we're going to start off. There we are. Now we're live. We're going to start off talking to Chris Morrison at State Farm.
Yeah.
And so how are you, Chris?
Doing well. I've been looking forward to this for, a month. I mean, it's a big deal to be
Yeah.
on the radio, But excited. Good time of year. We got a lot going on. I feel like things are starting to get back to normal at MAC. We got some maybe basketball in the next month or two. So
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Fingers crossed. What's going well, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
cool.
I brought a guest today. I know she'll be back with you later today, but the Festival of Trees kicked off last night, as you're well aware. And I'm trying to get more people to bid because I think my wife's bid on 3 trees already, and we already have 7 up at our house. So we're maxed out on the trees, so I need to get some more people bidding on this thing. So, Joanna, if you could help let people know where to bid so we can keep some of those trees out of the Morrison home.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for inviting me on today. So Casa of the Parkland, court-appointed special advocates. This is our first year doing Festival of Trees. It's at Long Memorial Hall, that's in Farmington City Hall, and it is just breathtaking in there. There are 31 trees that are anywhere between 6.5 to 7.5 feet. And then we've got some tabletop trees as well, so a total of 35. And you can bid on almost all of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 really special trees. There's a raffle tree, a gift card raffle tree with over $500 worth of gift cards. Then we have a special Casa kids tree. So right now we're serving 18 children who are in foster care. And Lynn Roos, the GAL, one of the attorneys who represents the children in foster care, she made this amazing tree that has gifts for all of those children. So we're asking for donations, monetary donations of any kind to go towards Casa of the Parkland so we can continue advocating for these kids. But tonight after the parade is when people can come in and get a first look.
It was really impressive last night. We walked through there, and I mean, you don't even need the lights on in the room. It's so bright and just beautiful. It was really cool. And it's neat to see the creativity of a lot of those trees.
Absolutely.
Mineral Area College has a tree that I really like. I think it's good. A lot of cardinals on it. If Chris's wife hasn't bought that one yet, then I think, we were bidding for it too. But
Perfect. I'll let her know.
The bidding war. Yeah, she
Let her know.
back out on that one.
She's trying to get there's a ballet arts tree. It's pink.
It has 4 ballet tickets that go along with it.
Wow.
To the Nutcracker, so that's cool. And then who knows for her? I mean, it's,
I just learned last night that the Dr. Seuss, the Whoville tree, the Girl Scouts did that one. And they used their cookie money to purchase the ornaments for that. So there's so many special trees in there. And you can go to 32auctions.com /Casa Festival of Trees or Casa of the Parkland on our Facebook page.
That tree really caught my attention because it looks like a cartoon. I mean, it's.
Well, I didn't, we put our tree topper on one of our trees at home. It was too heavy and the tree kind of bent a little bit. And then I looked at that and I said, it happened to them too. And then she's like, no, that's actually by design. So
it's planned.
Yeah, I need to use that next time I bend the tree.
Yeah. There's a peacock one with real peacock feathers from the chamber. I mean, I could go on. They're amazing.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I encourage people to stop by and see it too because it's just great. It doesn't take a lot of your time.
No.
Just walk through it. It's a winter wonderland inside, and so it's great.
And I don't know if you guys have been here in the past, but one of our favorite things, we're transplants to Farmington too, is usually the winter wonderland has the train set up with Santa Claus, and we were really bummed when it didn't happen. We understand it, but the fact that the trees are in there to kind of bring that Christmas spirit back, it's just a neat. Our family loves going down multiple times a year and walking through there. So the fact that we have something to do this year, I think, is amidst everything going on, is awesome.
Yeah, it's really impressive. So, Joanna, do you want to give a brief summary of what CASA is, or do you want to wait till later?
I could.
Or both.
In the radio business, it's called a deep tease. So, I mean, if you want to tease it,
Yeah, I could just mention a little and then later go into detail. So we are a volunteer-based organization. Our community volunteers, they are appointed to a case that has a child or children. It's a one-on-one appointment of children who are in foster care because of abuse or neglect. And, for people who may not know about foster children, there's a lot of changes that happen. They're removed from their home. They could go to multiple schools, multiple foster homes. There's just a lot. And these volunteers go in and they stay with these children throughout their entire time in care. No matter what changes, they have a caring adult to count on.
Yeah, it can be I would guess really intimidating and scary for a child to go through, not only what they've been through, but then to be a part of the court system, and it's intimidating. And to have someone there for them is
that
very
CASA
special.
goes to court for them. They prepare court reports. They work with our amazing professionals, the attorneys, the caseworkers from Children's Division. They're an extra part of that team that's there just to advocate for those children.
Great. That's awesome. Well, we'll talk more about that.
Perfect.
I believe at 6 o'clock.
Yes.
I think you're coming back.
Yep.
I know you're both jealous that I have a McRib over here on the counter that you can smell. I know you're excited about that, as I am. So, what else do you want to talk about? Chris, how's the State Farm, how's the insurance business going? Does COVID change any of that? How's your year been?
It's been, for us, it's been a great year. COVID it's very interesting. People aren't driving as much. People are staying home. So in turn, what happens is there's less vehicle accidents, things like that. So when the shutdown happened, we saw a huge drop off. We have a dashboard. I see claims coming in every day, and it really went down. And in turn, State Farm returned, I think, $2 billion in COVID relief money through different ways. A lot of it in basically discounts on your bill. We just took a 10% rate decrease, in August. So trying to return that premium we're not using. Now, when people start driving again, it was around, I think, July or August, it was kind of interesting to see the spike, in vehicle accidents and different things happening. So, I think people have been home. So maybe they're taking the time. Most people, believe it or not, don't want to talk to me. If you're a client, you don't have a problem. And if you're not one, who wants to deal with insurance? So usually you have an excuse. You're really busy. I think this year people have had a little more free time, so they're looking at things. And for State Farm, we've been really competitive. It's been great. Everyone knows the tagline, like a good neighbor. So I've tried since I've been down here to get out in the community. Obviously, the insurance side is what pays the bills. And I think being a good neighbor, even through as your insurance agent, we try to do that, see what's important to each customer. Everyone's different. Everyone's going to shop for different reasons. So we want to make sure we're positioned to take care of you. So it's been a good year for us. We're ready to get back to normal. I'm ready to be face to face with people again in the office. We have folks coming in, but it's definitely dropped off. And I think it's easier to talk to people and just kind of get a feel of what's going on in their life, what needs they may have when you're sitting across from them versus on a phone call or a Zoom or whatever it may be. So,
okay.
Joe and Lisa in the office. Sydney works remotely for me, but they've been great. They've been really adaptable, which is, I guess, the big word of the year. You have to be able to adapt. So it's been a great year, and looking forward to 21.
Yeah, I think we all are. Hopefully, it can't get worse. So you are a big sponsor of the Rotary basketball shootout. I think I said it right. I don't know if that's the right exact word it's called. But on December 19th at Mineral Area College, Heather Garner did post on Facebook during this stream that she really wants someone else to steal her thunder and talk about Rotary.
Oh, sure.
Jerry did that before she came in, and then she came in, and then now you're here.
I'm here, yeah.
She
wants
wants
it
to
up.
encourage you to bring it on home and talk more.
Well,
about
I
it.
think the good news on that is you started with Jerry, and so it just gets better from there. From going. But
Jerry did break all of our equipment earlier too.
I'm not surprised. No, it's coming up, and that's our probably our biggest event of the year. As many people may know, we give out $10,000 in scholarship money every year, and that money comes from primarily this event. So. I think, like we've talked about, it's been a crazy year. If we can get a little bit of normalcy with some high school basketball games, come out, support the Rotary Club. The good thing about it, like many of the civic organizations, that money goes right back into the community. A lot of the kids go to MAC. I'm on the scholarship committee there for that, which is awesome. If they're not going to MAC after high school, they've been at MAC through the dual enrollment stuff. So. It's great, and it's amazing to see what these kids in our community are doing and where they're going. And you probably don't realize how many of these kids are going on to Ivy League schools and just top of the line academic places, and it's really neat. So come on out December. I think we have a full slate of games. I think
there's 6 games.
6 games. Typically it ends with a MAC game, so we'll maybe try to get a Rotary night or something when the season gets going for them. But it's an awesome event. It's I think my 8th year, my 8th shootout. I think it's Jerry's 63rd shootout, and he's been there for all of them. So he's the man.
Yeah.
But, so it's been it's great. It's been tough. I mean, even the Rotary clubs had to adapt. That club was based on meeting for lunch every day, face to face relationships, and we're doing some Zoom meetings with some folks that have probably never done Zoom meetings. So it's cool to see. But yeah.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for.
We're glad to have you in the Rotary.
Yeah.
The college, and
it's exciting.
It's been good.
Yeah, the Rotary meets every Monday at MAC, and so that's really
Rotary Hall of
Fame
that dining room.
That's right, the private dining room there, and we get food out of the cafeteria. Those that come in person, and there's a lot of people on Zoom watching as well. So it is it's fun. It's a good organization to be a part of. All right, well, before we move to the game portion of our interview, is there anything else either one of you would like to say?
I would just say thanks to MAC. Since you've been down here, you've been involved in the community. I think a lot of your administration, your coaches, they've always been involved in the community. And as a community college, I think it's important. You don't see that everywhere. So, you see the men's and women's basketball team out reading and doing things. I think that's awesome. And I think it's helped, kind of put MAC in the front of people's minds and as a viable option for them. So. Keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I have the same philosophy. Community college needs to be in the community and involved, and so we take that very seriously.
And I just want to say thank you to Chris Morrison and just State Farm. He's been so supportive of CASA throughout this entire year. So then thank you for inviting me to be here.
You got it.
Yeah. Glad you could make it. Yeah. All right, I'm going to spin this wheel back here.
Okay, all right.
We're going to see what you get. Not gonna
I've
spin it
been
very
spun a
hard.
wheel like that since college.
It takes a long time. I don't know what was on that wheel in college. All right, it is Family Feud. All right.
Okay.
So here's what's going to happen. We're going to play Family Feud. I haven't looked at it. Take that. I don't know what's on either side of it. So I have my scoreboard here. Me, you, and I'm going to keep score.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with Family Feud rules, you have to you read the top part, and then I got to tell you what the
Number
survey
one
says.
answer, yeah.
And for everyone I'm wrong, you get a strike. If you're right, you get the points for that. 3 strikes and you're out. So you'll do me until I get an X, and then we'll go back and forth. So
Perfect.
Whenever you're ready, either side of the card you want to do.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, Stephanie left, right?
I think she's in the lobby.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll say it quiet. All right, so we asked 100 married women, name a specific household chore that you've gone months without doing.
Wow. Household chore. Months? Cleaning the toilet.
Eh.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
We do that every day. in our
Yeah, every
house.
day, yeah.
All right, so now I'll ask you one. All right, so they're both about women. All right, name someone who empowers other women to reach their goals. Name someone who empowers other women to reach their goals. You can both participate.
Oh, I'm awful with stuff
These
like
are
this.
people, I guess.
It could be.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I feel like Oprah.
Yes.
Yes.
That's 40. That's
40.
the top
That's a big one.
answer.
Yeah,
That's a number one
good
answer,
I'm
right?
basically
Yeah.
out now. Okay, all right. So you keep going until you get a strike.
Oh, Joanna, you're up.
Oh my goodness, I'm awful at on the spot type of things, and I am the one who would know stuff. Oh goodness, Michelle Obama.
Michelle Obama, it was four people out of 100 said that. I don't know when this game was made, but all right, keep going.
Well, let's see here. How about their pastor or something along those lines?
Well, that's pretty vague.
So you need a specific one. I'm going to say
Well-
Rocky Good.
No, Rocky Good, not on there. All right, I'm going to give you an X on that. There's no pastor on
Okay,
there.
perfect.
You know,
Should've said
I would
priest.
need a judge, but there's no. Yeah, sorry, it's very specific. Rabbi, actually. All right, so
May I repeat the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. So ask 100 women, name a specific household chore that you've gone months without doing.
Vacuuming.
Oh no.
Oh, for
kidding
2,
me?
huh?
Uh-uh.
Man,
Might need to hit that McRib and then come back
I
to
think
us. Get
so.
some
I got 0. I mean,
Yeah, you
nothing's
do.
there. All right, go ahead. It's your turn.
So I'll go with a profession. So a teacher.
Yes, teacher is on
nailed
there.
it.
So you said pastor or someone like that. The answer for teacher was mentor or teacher. I didn't
Okay.
think pastor fit in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say no.
Okay. All right.
I wish you would have said yes.
You got there's 6 on there, so you got 3 more.
3 more.
Oh
And
man.
1 strike. So go ahead.
So we've had teacher or mentor, Michelle and Oprah. I saw her on the news this morning. I mean, I think she would, if I fell into that category, I would count her. I think Dolly Parton. I'm just going to
Oh,
say that
she's
because she's the
amazing.
best.
She is the best, but
She's not on there.
Not
Yeah,
on here.
That's
No.
okay. I just had to get that on the radio.
Right. We're big Dolly Parton fans. All right. So what chore? Man, I got only 1 strike left. Gosh, it can't be. I mean,
Yeah, I'm thinking something you don't do very often.
yeah, I know. Well, I'm just thinking household chores. Oh my gosh. Change the vent in the air conditioner heater thing.
I wish we could get that under one of those categories, but I think he's out.
Yeah.
All right. Tell me, what are
Yeah,
they?
so 7 was clean under the stove.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 6, clean out the furnace. Number 5, clean the oven. 4, clean out the garage. 3, dusting. 2, ironing. And number 1, washing windows.
Okay. All right.
That was a tough one.
Yeah,
You're here all day,
that
though.
was
You'll have
hard.
more chances.
That was really hard. So your others, so you had Oprah and Michelle Obama and a teacher. The others were Hillary Clinton, was 14. That was
okay.
number 2. Their mother.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
their mother empowers them.
Your
and
mom.
the last one was Mother Teresa.
Oh nice.
Mother Teresa.
Only 3 people said that one, but still.
Yeah.
All right. Now that was not fun at
Interesting.
all.
Yeah.
These games are supposed to be fun for me.
How have
All
you
right.
fared today? I mean, you've lost so far. Was that your first?
I have lost on
Okay.
Family Feud already
Okay.
1 time. I think Weems beat me on Family Feud. That's so sad.
He's been sitting at home watching TV for a
That's
couple
true.
weeks.
He
I mean,
doesn't
he's-
never misses an
yeah,
episode.
no,
You know. Yeah, but other than that, I think Heather Garner and I, she's been here twice, and we have tied. I think 'cause
She
won
must have
one
Fridays off or something. What's she doing?
Doesn't every day, really.
Yeah,
I think
every day's off.
when you're working from home, you do one. All right, so and she's on
She's already paid, right?
Yeah, we already got her money. She's in good shape. Okay, well, thanks for coming in. Really appreciate you both being here.
Thanks
and
for having us.
Yeah,
thanks
you.
for sponsoring this hour.
You got it.
And all
got
you
you
do-
Dr. Pepper here for the cooler. So
I need as many as I can have today. I appreciate that, and all your support for Mineral Area College, Chris. All you do, appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, so thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
Go
Good
ahead, end
weekend.
the stream. Have a good weekend. See you later.
Yeah.
All right, there you have it. Chris Morris and Joanna Watts coming in, talking about State Farm and Casa, and both great places and things, right?
neighbors.
Yeah, they're both great neighbors. That's right. So there we go. So thanks, guys, for coming in. Appreciate it.
easy enough. I'll give you this back here.
Face to this show, Heather Garner is back. And Heather is now here representing, she changed her clothes. And she's back to talk about something else. What are we talking about,
Well,
Heather Garner?
I'm here, and off screen is the lovely Danielle Basler, who I think you might know.
I'm familiar with her work,
You're
yes.
familiar with her work? Okay. And, you know, the first thing that we wanted to do was to congratulate Mineral Area College on their first place parade entry last night at the
Yes.
Park Hills Leadington Chamber of Commerce Hefner's Christmas Parade.
Yes, we were very proud of that. We're going for the sweep. We're in 4 parades.
You are. You're going to be competing with My Float, however, tonight. So
Yeah.
if you can top Darth Vader, you got it. But if
Darth
you can't,
Vader. What a surprise. I think it's the driving that does it, though. It's the driver of the float that really seals the deal
You know,
for us.
maybe. My husband is an expert parade driver. So we'll see who's got the hard stops.
I really...
Who sends people flying off the...
Well, that's part of the fun.
It is.
Once you get past the judges, you do whatever you want, right? Isn't
That's
that the way it works?
right.
All right, so we're talking about, Park Hills Chamber. What else do you want to talk about besides this amazing float? We can keep talking about Mac and floats.
Well, I think we could continue to talk about the Mac float.
Yeah.
I think the main thing, though, is that the Park Hills Leadington Chamber Parade, if that's the only one we win, we know that's the best one in the parkland. So we are here representing the Park Hills Leadington Chamber.
That's
So
right.
That is,
That's
we're going to
right.
give them some props. So
It is one of my
if
favorite parades.
If it turns out that that's the only one, we're happy to have won that, and want to just give some props to the other, the second and third place winners. So second place was R&R Propane, and Bryant Restoration picked up third.
Okay.
Way to step up, Reggie. Good girl. I'm
Are there
impressed.
pictures of these floats for those of us that couldn't make it to the parade? Are there pictures out there somewhere?
On the Facebook page, there are pictures on the Park Hills Leadington Chamber of Commerce. That's a mouthful. Their Facebook page, there are pictures from last night's parade on the
Okay,
page.
good deal. Good deal.
And it looked like it was a very good parade. I couldn't make it. We had Christmas program, school Christmas program, so I couldn't make it. And they always have the best candy at the Park Hills Parade.
Really?
Really.
Why?
I don't know, but that's where I get the chocolate.
Okay.
Tonight I'll get lots of candy canes, but I'm all about the chocolate.
Candy canes. What kind of candy did Mac give out?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
An assortment.
Listen, I'm convinced that if you want to win, it's all about the candy. So you might want to up your game.
Well, we won. I mean, what?
Well, that's true.
Obviously, it worked.
for
Yeah.
for that one.
Okay, so you're giving me a little insight here on the competition. I see. You're going to come guns a-blazing with candy. Not literal
Lightsabers,
guns a-blazing.
lightsabers, swishing. That's
Oh my
what we'll be
gosh.
doing.
Okay. And I'm sure full costumes and everything, of
Oh,
course,
absolutely.
has to be. Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, besides the parade, what else is happening at Park Hills Leadington Chamber?
Oh, lots of good things. Our scholarship fund is always really hopping, and I'm gonna let Danielle talk about that one.
Yeah, you should turn that over to Danielle.
I did real quick. Danielle's the chair of that committee.
So yeah, I do happen to be the chair of that committee, and our scholarship was established in 2015. It's for Central High School students, and we want to keep them. We want to give them opportunities to continue their education in the Parkland. So we give out 4 scholarships, $500 each, to a Central student, and those scholarships are good for Mineral Area College. Or they can also use them at Missouri Baptist University or Central Methodist University, the locations here in Park Hills. So it's a great opportunity. We love to help support Central students and give them opportunities for higher education in our community.
And when they're looking at the applications, they're looking for students that are active in their community. They've got to have a good GPA, obviously, and I'm looking at the notes that Tammy is our wonderful executive director, who she would be killing it if she was here today, but she's busy taking care of parade and and she gets a
She's
nice...
been on the stream a
Has
little
she?
bit, yeah.
Oh, good. So she's listening, and she'll tell me later. Oh, why'd you say that? Okay. So anyway, these are her notes. Applicant must have a high school GPA of 3.0, must complete the FAFSA. Applicant must submit an official application along with a 300 to 500 word essay explaining their education and career goals. Now, I remember when I was in school, 300 words seemed like it was a lot.
Seemed like a lot.
It's not.
No.
It shouldn't be scary. Kids can apply. It's no struggle, no stress. ACT score if applicable. And there is a live interview from time to time if we have a lot of applicants and really need to drill down to find the best one.
Okay.
So but it's nothing scary. It's all good.
It kind of sounded scary the way you said it, though.
Well, live interviews are...
It's a good experience. We actually do an interview regardless of the number of applicants, and it's a great experience. We think a good life experience to go through that process, and we don't bite. We try to be as supportive as possible in those interviews.
You know, that's one thing that I really want kids to know is that the adults that seem super intimidating really aren't. We're big softies. We just want to see them go on and do good things and be good people and all that.
We want to see success.
Yeah.
So if you have any tiebreakers, is there any kind of strength challenges or wrestling or anything like that happens? Pie eating contest?
Not yet, but that is an idea. Next year, if we need a tiebreaker, that might have to be what it is.
Yeah. Talent show.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. But anyway, I think the key is that we're looking for kids that they're active in their community. They're going to go on and do great things for the community.
Cool. All right. Well, I know if they choose to go to Mineral Area College, they will be able to do that.
Hey,
I can't speak for those other schools.
You know what? I'm a MAC grad, and look how high I've climbed.
Look at you now.
On the radio twice in one day.
With wardrobe changes.
With a wardrobe change. No malfunctions yet.
Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, we want to stay on the radio, and we're live streaming, so the FCC is always always watching.
I won't be back for a third time unless something goes horribly wrong.
I thought you said you were going to come back.
No, I'll be setting up an award-winning parade float at 5 o'clock.
Second place.
Are you helping
that's
out
good.
on
That's
Max?
noble.
Are we adding to Mac's float tonight?
Yeah, that's nice of you to help Mac out that float.
I do what I can for the college.
Yeah. That's fine. All right. Well, thanks for coming in. Appreciate your time. And we have game time, as you got to play earlier. You didn't do very well at your game.
You didn't either.
It's true. I was right. I said it wasn't true. I was right.
So we pick one that it's better if we have two heads.
That's right.
All right. So I think we should play the same game.
Okay.
Especially because I have Danielle here. She's a Mac employee, so she, may know some of these people. I need one too, but so just a reminder for anybody who wasn't watching or listening earlier, these are Mac. At least a big one. That's like a paragraph.
I know. I'm pulling out a smaller
Mac
one.
employees were asked to give facts about themselves, and so Heather and Danielle will tell me a fact that's on that paper. They could be making something up, or they could be telling the actual fact. It is true. What's on the paper is true. I have to determine whether what they're telling me is true or false, and they do the same thing for me. This is way too long. I can't read this much. All right. So you want to go first? Let me go first. Well, let me read it first. That's what people want to watch the radio for.
They want to watch you read. They want to watch
me
you read.
Listen to me read. Oh, man.
See, I like the one I had earlier. There were just 4 bullet points, and I just picked one.
Oh, there were 4 bullet points.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
So that was the most interesting one.
I don't remember. Where did
That
it
was
go?
Scotty's.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to it.
It was the most one I thought. It was the one I thought might trip you up the most.
Okay. But I was right.
You
Yeah,
shut the
what's-
door.
Some people on their cell phone.
Some
He's just
people.
walking by.
Jeez.
All right. Okay. You want me to go first? You go first.
You go first this time.
Okay.
Age
This is a
before
long
beauty.
one. I'm not going to read it all. So just because what I say doesn't sound as long as what you see, doesn't mean it's not what it is. All right. Because it's a lot of stuff. All right. So this person had asked their parents for a horse, a pony, if you will, and their grandparents instead. Maybe I don't want to give this away, but the grandparents at the time got them an old retired diving horse. Do you remember the diving horses? I haven't heard that in a long time. There was a movie
about
Yeah,
that.
I remember the movie.
I never watched it because I thought the horse was gonna die a horrible death, and I don't like those
I
movies.
know. I was nervous. Anyway,
Yeah.
that's the gist. What do you think? I mean, you can see it's pretty long.
I don't know. What do you think?
Are we just guessing true or false?
Yes.
You're just guessing whether I am lying to you or not,
Yeah.
which you should be good at, Tammy. We have meetings all the time.
I don't know. It sounds awkward enough to be true, but
Yeah,
that's
I
where
think I'll go with true.
Yeah.
It is false.
Oh.
I will read you. Let me read you the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Read the whole thing. It might make
It
more
says,
sense.
remember asking your parents for a quarter so you could ride the horse or rocket ship or race car in front of the grocery store or your local mall. Well, those mechanical rides started in my great-grandfather's machine shop. He was granted the patent of the mechanical hobby horse in 1932. During the Depression, he built this mechanical horse for his children's Christmas present. Seeing the hours of fun that they experienced, he found a way to cast aluminum pieces into the horse body and add the coin collector. He took this coin-operated mechanical horse to the National Association of Amusement Parks convention in 1932. He won the award for the year's best new equipment. Do you want to guess which employee that is? Bonus points if you guess the employee.
Oh, I have no idea.
I guess you're looking at me to guess one.
Well, yeah,
Looking right at
I don't
you.
know who all the employees could be that put something in there.
Kevin Thurman.
No. Can you imagine Kevin riding on one of those mechanical horses?
They'd be a little bigger if that was it.
Oh.
If he was their
I'm glad
model.
he's not in here. We got to get a picture of that. No, it was Allison Sheets.
I almost said Allison. She's gonna be so mad at me because I think I knew that.
Allison is Career Services Director. She was just here. I thought about giving you a hint on that, but I figured it'd be too obvious.
I think I knew that. That's awful.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
You're
I'm in
unfriended now.
so much trouble.
All right.
We've broken up.
What is yours? Lay it on me.
Well, see, I didn't realize that we could completely, totally
say
fabricate
whatever you
every
want.
single word on there.
Well, now you know.
Now I know. Okay. All right.
You have an Ewok on your shirt. I just want everybody to know that your float is a Star Wars theme, and you're wearing.
I got to get in the mindset because I've got to put costume on.
You're one of the biggest
everything.
Star Wars fans I have ever known. Yeah. Someday we'll talk about my feelings about that, but we're not going to do it right now.
Let me guess. You like to live long and prosper.
We're not getting into it right now. Man, this.
She hit the nail on the
This
head.
could take up the next 20 hours of this conversation. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. 13 years ago, I met my wife as we both attended a 4-year college in Sedalia, Missouri. I probably just blew that one, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
We want a new one.
I'm going to say not true. Wait, at least tell the rest of it and who it is.
20 years ago, I met my wife as we both attended a 2-year college in Sedalia, Missouri. It was Dan Martin, head coach. Son of a gun.
That's not interesting.
redo?
Why do you even submit that? That's not
Right? Redo.
I mean, I worked for that 2-year college. I mean, it was a good school, but that's not an interesting factoid about yourself, I don't think. Dan.
Grief.
Oh, man, another long one.
Just a little.
Summarize. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, we'll summarize it.
All right.
Before I started classes at Mineral Area College, I used to tie steel rebar into bridge beams at Egyptian concrete. Before that, I worked in a mushroom processing plant, and the department I worked on cleaned the mushrooms and put them in the freezer.
Mushroom processing plant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say true.
It is false.
Dang it.
Before I started classes at Mineral Area College, I used to tie steel rebar into bridge beams at Egyptian concrete. I loved it, even though it was only for 6 months. I also used to work at Boomsmas in Bonne Terre. It was an egg processing plant. The department I worked in cleaned the eggs, candled them over a bright light, and cracked open the eggs and pumped them into tanks to be shipped out in tanker trucks. There's really such a thing as a green egg. However, only the clear part turns green. Sometimes the eggs were neon green. I love helping people, and this is the best job and place to work. Who said it?
Well, that could be. Everybody thinks Mac's the best place to work, so I don't know.
Robin Stegall, administrative assistant.
Robin, yeah. Okay, now see, that was an interesting fact.
Right?
Dan Martin.
Who brought him here?
I don't know. We'll fix that. Dan Martin is our soccer coach. We've been saying what everybody else does. Dan is new soccer coach of Mineral Area College. We'll get to play soccer eventually someday.
I'm excited about that.
It is. It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait. I'm not a huge soccer guy, but...
I wasn't either till my son decided he liked to play soccer. Yeah. Now I'm learning soccer terms. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like hockey.
Yeah.
Offsides.
Pitch.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What is that?
Why call it a pitch?
Right? That makes no sense.
Doesn't
it's not
make sense.
baseball.
It's true. It's definitely not baseball. All right. Well, thank you for coming in and spending some time with me and indulging in our game. There's still a lot left.
Oh, there's still plenty in.
Okay.
There. Well, yeah.
That's probably my favorite game that I have because we get to know people.
Yeah.
And the world gets to know the great people that work at Mac.
They're humans, just like everybody else.
That's true.
They're
That's
good
very
people.
deep. That's very deep. People who need people are the luckiest people in the world. All right, thank you for coming in. Get out, and you're not coming back though. You're saying
I'm not coming back at 5 o'clock.
Okay, all right.
Ooh.
But I need to know results of this parade, instantly.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Trust me, when I win, I will let you know.
So if the longer it takes for you to get with me, I know we won. Right?
Maybe.
Okay. All right, we're gonna end this stream. 13 people watching right now. 13.
Boom.
Riveted.
I think we've won so far today.
Glued to their monitors. It's on some other tab that I'm not even looking at.
Tammy's over there going, oh God, not
why
again.
did I
Damage
send
control
her?
next week.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in.
Thanks. And I just snorted.
All right. So we're going to go live here in a second, streaming again. We have a guest in the studio. We'll wait for this to go live. Live radio, people. All right, there we are. And there's Scotty. So good afternoon, Scotty. It's afternoon now.
Yes.
So I'm with Scotty Atkins, the Missouri area, Mineral Area. Okay, Mineral Area Council on the Arts.
There you go.
Ugh,
MCOA, if you want to say MCOA. We're trying to get people to be familiar with that because it's so much easier to say.
Right.
But yeah, Mineral Area Council on the Arts.
Okay. So tell us about that. What is that?
So it is a nonprofit organization that started 30 years ago. It started as, before that, it was an advisory committee on the campus. And then it just became autonomous and became a nonprofit organization in September of 1990. So we're pretty excited about that we're 30 years old, and we were so looking forward to doing things to really celebrate that with a bang this fall. But, we didn't get to do that. So we do have some things planned for the spring that we will hopefully get to do. Mineral Area Council on the Arts, our mission is just to support cultural events, quality arts events, fine arts events in the area. We support local artists, but we also bring artists to the community, things that we might not always get an opportunity to have right here. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of people who come to our events that may not get to go to Branson or may not get to go to St. Louis for whatever reason, and whether it's financial or it's their health or whatever it might be. And so we like to bring those things here because we want quality arts right here, just like you would get in a big city. I heard you talking with Candy earlier, the Farmington Chamber, and we have a city just an hour away, but not everybody gets that opportunity. And so that's partly what we do, is bring some of those quality artsy and cultural events to our area and at an affordable cost. That's important to us.
Well, give a couple of examples of some things that have come in the past.
So last year we had the Southern Rock band that came from Branson, a tribute band, and their name was Bad Moon Risin', Creedence Clearwater Revival. They have since shut their doors. Unfortunately, we were hoping to have them back to do a different show. But that was that was my first event. I've only been in this position just over a year, and that was my first event. So that was a great way to get my feet wet. But Glenn Miller Orchestra comes this May. We have Liverpool Legends booked from Branson, and we're excited about that. We've had to change the date on that a few times. So, we just so appreciate the community working with us in how we've had to be flexible like everybody else. Right. But we are trying to provide a great season in the spring. Hopefully we'll get to do that, and people will still be interested in maybe getting a season ticket. So one of the best events that people still talk about that was done while Danielle Basler was the director was we had a group of monks come, Tibetan monks, and they came to the campus and spent several days on the campus and did sand art, and it was absolutely amazing. And there again, a culture none of us, very few of us, would get to experience and watch what they do and hear their prayers and see what they do artistically and how that affects them in their daily life. So things like that. We also, what we have coming up very soon, in a week or so, you will be seeing information about our banner contest. They just took down the banners in the city of Farmington and also in the Arcadia Valley. We added the Arcadia Valley this year. That happened during the quarantine, and we did all the judging online and everything. It was quite interesting, but we pulled it off, and we have banners in Farmington, and we will have banners again in Arcadia Valley. And then we are adding 2 more towns.
Oh, yeah?
It's growing, and we are going to have banners everywhere. But the great thing about the banners is it's our K through 12 students' artwork from the surrounding area. The Arcadia Valley banners are from students from the Arcadia Valley School. I mean, it's their thing, It is sponsored by First State Community Bank in Ironton. And then we will be adding Potosi this year.
Okay.
And First State Community Bank in Potosi will be sponsoring that. I'm just waiting to hear from them how many banners they can sponsor. And that will, again, we hope to be working with Potosi School District and getting their students' artwork for that Potosi group. And then we're adding Bismarck this year, and Unico Bank in Bismarck is sponsoring that one. And again, I'm just waiting to hear how many banners they can do. And so as soon as I have those final numbers from Bismarck and Potosi, we'll get the entry forms sent out to everyone and work with those particular school districts. But then Farmington is still open to anyone else. If you're in those school districts, you'll compete in your town in Arcadia Valley, Bismarck, and Potosi. But Farmington is open to anyone else. So Farmington will still have 100 banners again this year. So the forms will be going out in about a week. And then the actual competition happens in January. The end of January will be when those entry forms will be due. And then the task of the judging will begin in February. And we'll have banners hopefully hung for sure by April.
Yeah.
And throughout the summer and the tourist season and all of that. So that's one of the main things that we do as the Arts Council, Mineral Area Council on the Arts. And we hope to have our K through 12 art show that happens in the field house on the Mac campus also. We are beginning to plan. We didn't get to have it last year, and that was such a bummer. We were so gearing up for it, and just was heartbroken because that has been a very long-standing tradition in this area as well, and that's open to K through 12 students all over the region. And so I've sent out a save the date to all of our art instructors, and they'll be getting more information in the next couple of months. But that's another big thing that Mineral Area Council on the Arts does. Not just bringing concerts to the region and events to the region, but we like to support our local artists as well.
Right. Well, I really hope that event gets to happen It's sad all the things we had to cancel last spring.
Yes.
And still not back to complete normal, now. So I'm hoping those kind of things can still take place. I think that's really neat. I think those banners are cool when kids get to, you can go around and try to find, if your banner's up, you get to go try to find it and see that. I think that's a neat experience for kids of the area.
Yes, and we do post a map online, and it's available in the towns. So if they just don't happen up on their banner, which the ones in Arcadia Valley were pretty spread out. It took me a little bit to find them and then create the map because I'm like, okay, I'm missing one. And so I had to drive around quite a bit just to find them, but we got there. Yeah. So we publish a map to help in that case as well.
That's great.
So another thing we have coming up, in January, we just added this. Like I said, we've had to be flexible and revamp our schedule a little bit, but I wanted to get the word out. January 23rd, we are co-sponsoring an event with the city of Farmington, and it will be at the Centene Center. And this will be we always do a family fun show. It's been music theater show of some sort for the last few years, but that group comes from New York, and they have not been able to travel. And so we've had to replace them with a different family fun event this year. So what we have booked for January 23rd at the Centene Center is an award-winning juggler comedian from Kansas City.
Okay.
His name is Brian Wendling. Kind of hard to say. When he performs at the Kansas City Renaissance Fair, they call him just Bob the Juggler. So I don't know if we'll call him that. Okay. It's a little easier to say, but he has won the Best Stage Act at the Kansas City Renaissance Fair for several years. He has also been named in the top 5 in the International Jugglers Association competition. Wow. He is very entertaining. We'll share some videos on YouTube or on our Facebook page as we get a little bit closer, and it's going to be just $5 across the board. No adult fee, children's fee. It's just going to be $5, and we are going to cap it at 300 tickets for social distancing purposes. Okay. Mineral Area Council on the Arts has worked to become a Missouri Arts Safe certified presenter. And so it's very important that the public knows that, and it's very important that we abide by that. We have gone through the Missouri Arts Council to get that certification, and so it's important to us that people are safe, that they feel comfortable coming. Right. But part of that is we will not sell as many tickets because we want to provide for social distancing. It will be general admission. We're not going to assign seats, so you can sit where you feel comfortable sitting. Yeah. But the Centene Center holds over twice that amount. So 300 tickets, it will be safe. And those tickets will go on sale at the Civic Center on December 11th. So a week from today, those tickets will go on sale at the Civic Center.
And that's January 23rd.
January 23rd at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, bring the family. Spend a Saturday afternoon just having a great time watching the juggler. He's, like I said, he's a great comedian. It'll be interesting how he will be able to interact with the audience because it will be different than what he typically is able to do without, being close to an audience member, calling volunteers up on stage. I don't know exactly what he'll be able to do because it's important to him as well. We want to keep him safe as well.
Of course.
But he's just hilarious, and it'll still be a feast for the eyes and have a lot of laughter.
All right. Well, I wanted to also congratulate you on the first place finish of the MAC float last night in the Park Hills Ledington Chamber.
Well,
parade.
I'm pretty excited about that.
You
I
were
didn't do all the work.
brainchild behind it, though. This was your vision that we all tried to get together. So
yeah, I didn't do all the work. I just put in a lot of hours, right. But I am excited that we took a little credit for that.
Well, there's 3 more parades we're going to be in.
Yes,
so
we will be there tonight with the
going for
same float, so everybody will get a chance to see it if they didn't see it last night.
Yeah.
So
it is really nice. It is impressive. I only got to work on it really one night fully. I kind of popped in those other nights, but it's just great to see people come together and work on that kind of thing and represent MAC in the community, but be a part of the community events as you
Absolutely.
move forward. And then it's never bad to win, right? I mean, We're always okay with winning.
Well, we try to do quality work.
Right.
Just try to do
Yeah,
quality.
we can't help it that it's just awesome. We can't help it. It's great. All right. Well, anything else you want to talk about today?
Well, just like I just kind of briefly ran over, we do have a full season basically planned for the spring. So our website, www.mineralareaarts.org, or our Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, we're out there. And you can purchase a season ticket online. It'll go through Eventbrite. But you can purchase a season ticket for $50 that will cover 5 events.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Liverpool Legends is one of those events. So you could go somewhere else and pay $50 for that one event, but you're going to get 5. And so just want to make sure people think about that a little bit. So mineralareaarts.org or our Facebook page, Mineral Area Council on the Arts, you can find us and on the other social media as well and get that information.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming in, Scotty.
All right.
Great information as always.
Thanks.
All right. Keep up the good work. That was Scotty Atkins talking to us from the Mineral Area Council on the Arts. Why can't I say that? MCOA, doing a fantastic job for that organization, but also for Mineral Area College. She works every day and just does a fantastic job. She's always fun to be around, as you can probably tell. And, we're just really proud of her and happy to have her. So we're going to get back and play a little bit more music and then have some more guests come in.
I believe you can love someone forever. I believe if it's right, love will last a lifetime. If you say, I will stay every day right here by your side, loving every night.
We have Jean Weber from Save-A-Lot Stores, and she's brought her friend, Peggy Ropley. And so we're very excited to have both of you in the studio today. So, Jean, if you want to, and you're on Facebook now, and I think the most we've had is like 22 people watching at one time. So
okay.
There's one right now.
Hello from Save-A-Lot.
So you're a celebrity.
Yeah, you're famous now, worldwide, for sure.
Well, Save-A-Lot is really proud to be a sponsor and of MAC. We have for years, and we have several family members. We've had several employees that have attended MAC, graduated from MAC, gone on to do far better things than what, we are doing now. It's a real proud day to be representing and helping sponsor MAC. And the enhancement grant, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, you
that's
can't
a
get any better than
wonderful
that.
thing.
Right. I was telling somebody it seems too good to be true, and a lot of times when something sounds too good to be true, it is, but this isn't. This is the real deal.
No, it's the real deal.
And it really goes to support, a lot of student things on campus that help them be successful. So we do appreciate your sponsorship of this time and your support of Mineral Area College. So you are on the, you've been on the College Foundation.
For a while.
For a while.
Early 2000s, I guess. Yep. So
okay.
Came in when Terry Barnes was president.
That's been a while.
I was there whenever the quadrangle was put in. That's a proud moment. I mean, that quadrangle that has
it's beautiful.
Serviced a lot of pictures for sure,
right.
and photographs and everything there too. But I mean, just everything that you can do in the quadrangle is really special. But no, we've been on a long time. We've Foundation has supported many of the mannequins for the health career department, and on a personal note, I mean, my daughter went there, and she's now a teacher at North County. My son-in-law attended MAC, and they went on through CMU then and got their bachelor's. But he works at Ameren. He played baseball for the early 2001 2002 season. My son went through the EMT program and the fire 1 and 2 when it was there.
Yeah.
And then my granddaughter last year well, she didn't graduate. It was like she was like the summer end of it.
Right.
But went in. She's now a junior at SEMO. So it's
It's a legacy. You know, the legacy.
I mean, I love the college being there, and I love the community support, and I love the support that MAC gives the community. You've been you played a very enthusiastic role since you've been here, and I appreciate that.
Well, I like to be busy. You know, I like to be active, and I think it's very important that for a community college to be involved in the community. I mean, it's the word community is very important. So, you know, yeah, any chance we get to be involved and show, you know, we appreciate people showing MAC support, but also showing the community support as well, you know, means a lot.
I have to say something about the red suit, though, you wore at trivia night.
Yeah? What's that?
Because, well, no, when I saw the red suit, I knew it was going to be a great night. you were a great MC.
Well, thanks.
So, yeah, that was a great night.
We're going to see if that red suit still fits the next trivia night.
Well, let's see. I see cookies and candy.
Yeah,
and
you brought me
all
some
kinds
snacks.
of stuff. Yeah.
I find that it's weird. I thought this was just a problem at our last house, but we have closets that shrink clothes. It's weird. Winter coats. It's strange. It's where I thought it was at our house problem, but it happens here too. So we'll get that looked into. But yeah, that was a fun night. That raised a ton of money for students.
Yes, it did. Yes.
Probably the biggest trivia night I've ever seen anywhere. Really, I mean, that was very impressive. So
well, I've always had this thought that if you attended a college, that you should continue to support that college. And so today I brought you a $25 challenge.
Okay.
For any previous student at MAC. And so my granddaughter pitched in, and my daughter, my son-in-law, and my son. So there's your challenge, $25.
$25 challenge.
For the enhancement grant.
Right, and that's
so
$100.
What does that bring in?
That's $100 each.
Okay, and then the enhancement grant makes it.
Yep, it's 75 to 25. So that's a nice donation. So okay, challenge extended. Any students out there, $25 is all you got to give. You can go
all
on
you have to give.
mineralarea.edu website, and you can go on there and click on Alumni Foundation, and then there's an enhancement grant link. You can donate through that, or well, that's how you donate. So you can come by campus if you want to, but you can do it online.
Absolutely.
Or you can mail it in. Peggy's telling me yes.
Yeah, mail it in. So.
Yeah, lots of ways to do it. We will make sure we get that money. If you want to give it, we'll figure out a way to get it to us. But all right, so challenge out there.
Absolutely. I do want to say also, Save a Lot is also giving away some gift cards through the stores each Saturday of the month. So if you come in and shop, fill out the name, put it in the basket. We have two $25 gift cards at the end of each week on Saturday that we're giving out.
Okay. So, and you also are going to do a giveaway today then as well, or with the donations today?
Yes. So Save a Lot is giving a $10 gift card for the first 10 $25 donors to the enhancement.
Okay.
And I guess they would just call the college, talk to Terry or one of them there, and then I'll have the gift cards at MAC. And then they can pick them up, or Terry can mail them out.
Yeah, for that donation, you're going to need to call or do the website, because mailing, obviously, you wouldn't be the first ones to get in. So you can reach Terry LaChance. It's 573-518-2114. And Terry is standing by, ready to take that donation, or get online and do it. She can track it through there. So that's really great. Really appreciate that support. You get a $10 gift card from Save a Lot.
Yes.
So that's really cool. Thank you for doing that.
You are welcome. We appreciate all you do.
So go ahead. You're Peggy?
Well, I've learned one thing today. I'm shopping at Save a Lot on the wrong day.
Well, no. So when you go, you get a little tag at the end of your
the drawing
receipt.
is on Saturday.
The drawing is on Saturday.
I thought I had to shop on Saturday.
Anytime.
Okay, listeners, you can shop any day of the week. The drawing is just on Saturday.
Right. Yes.
Perfect. The other thing I'd like to throw out about Save a Lot is they have very good bratwursts. Having worked at the golf tournament for several years for the foundation, every year people say, oh, these are some of the best bratwursts or the best bratwursts I've ever had. Where did you get them? And we were always pleased to say that they were a donation from the Save a Lot stores here locally. And so get out there when it's the grilling time.
We like doing that. And they are they're made inside the store.
In-house.
Yeah, in-house.
That's great. I bet a lot of people don't know that. But they're made right there. Of course, yeah. They should.
I think I don't know that very many places. I know you do, and then the Farmington Meat Market used to, and I don't know how many. I mean, the the meat industry has become so prepackaged. We don't have opportunities anymore. So get out there and get those Save-A-Lot bratwurst when it's grilling time.
Yeah.
I would like to echo what Jean said about Mineral Area College being such a family tradition. As I sit in the seat, it's been probably 10 years since I've sat in the seat. It's kind of fun. It's interesting to see Dr. Gilgour on the other side of the, and let me tell you, folks, he looks professional over there.
Oh,
the
yeah.
headset's on. He's got his hands going on both sides,
You're
one on the
doing a great
computer,
job.
one on
I'm
the
pretending
thing.
to do all that kinds of
He
things.
looks really good. It doesn't
Very
look like a
impressive.
Saturday Night Live skit or anything. It looks
Not
really,
yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's later in the day.
That's right.
But Mineral Area, having worked at the college for so many years and working with our alumni, I learned how MAC is such a family tradition and have heard so many success stories. And, you know, we've got alum who have worked for Pfizer. We have people at the Pentagon. We have people all over the United States and even abroad who have attended Mineral Area College. And people say, well, I'm not, you know, I just am not really doing that much. But the fact is, you went to MAC, you met your spouse there, and you have a wonderful life. You were a role model for your children, and they decided to come to MAC. And even though the kids maybe wanted to go to a 4-year school and move away, and mom and dad said, no, you're going to MAC because it's the most economical way for us to finance your education. And I think kids built bonds at MAC that will be lifetime friends in some cases.
Right.
So I think that's exciting for, in addition to the academics. And barring COVID, MAC has tremendous extracurricular activities. And, you know, quickly you think about sports, but there are so many clubs and honors programs and upward bound programs, things that help kids prepare themselves for the next stage of their life. And just because you live at home doesn't mean you don't mature into a young adult. Just coming to MAC, you have all kinds of new experiences. So yay for Mineral Area College and all community colleges, not only in Missouri, but throughout the United States that do that for families. It truly is a gift. And then I think you can talk to most business people, and Gina's one, to show the value of having a community college locally. I know when Dr. Cohen was here, he showed and demonstrated how quickly community colleges can respond to community needs as opposed to a 4-year university. The layers of administration and decision making is much smaller, so we can respond. And I think our administration then and now is very ingrained in our community, so I think that's critically important.
Yeah, I think so. I also think what you said, you know, about the stuff that they can do on campus and be involved in. There's a stigma, you know, about community colleges that you don't get a real college experience. You know, you can't live on campus. There's no sports. I mean, it's like, what are you talking about? I mean, we have all that stuff at MAC, and there are, I'm sure, some community colleges where maybe that's true, but really the majority of them have that all the same experience you can get at a 4-year university, much more affordably, though.
Well, and I spoke with one of our students who graduated recently. We did a story for the Alumni Magazine that we didn't get to do, but she said what she saw as a short, for people who complain, for students who complained about there wasn't anything to do at a community college, is because they didn't care to look hard enough and they didn't want to be involved enough. So that's a life lesson. that right there is a life lesson. So, and the other thing, the other bonus of Mineral Area College in our community is education for adults. You know, I don't know how many, when CMU first came on campus and we had that partnership, how many women I talked to who never had the opportunity to go to college because they were married, they raised their kids, and now suddenly they're working, but wow, now I can go to, basically drive to Park Hills and get my degree after work, or now we can do it online. So that's another advantage I think that MAC offers.
Yeah, I agree.
And I just wanted to flip over to the foundation for a minute. Jean, I don't know, Dr. Gilgour, if you knew this, but Jean's dad was on our foundation board. I'm guessing mid-'80s to about 2000. Then you came a couple of years after, I think, when Dr. Barnes was here, like 2002-ish. Don't hold me on those numbers.
I think so. It's been a while, but I'm very fortunate to have been involved.
But to me, it demonstrates that what a great Hawkins family has been. That, you know, Don was so good to the foundation, and he brought the Mineral Area College message to the Bonne Terre area that he represented, and like Gene is continuing, was very giving financially with his time. I don't know how many bond issues he went out and talked about and projects. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just see that in your kids too. I saw it in Addie, her kindness and so forth when I met her and talked to her.
Thank you.
So.
Just a lot of support. I mean, the whole family being involved at some level.
Yeah. But I have also today enjoyed your games.
Oh, yeah?
And I want to tell you that the one question about the household chores that the females may
Yeah,
not
the one I
do,
totally missed all of them. Yeah.
I knew all of them. I was driving and going.
My wife got here right after that. And I really should have waited on that.
That was fun.
Are we getting a little competition going here on who got what right?
Yeah, we're going to play a game in a second. I'm probably lose that one too. So we'll see. Well, before we get to that though, you want to talk about Save a Lot? How many locations you have? Where are you located?
We have 4, Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Potosi, and Farmington. We have great employees. We have great prices. It's kind of a fun experience. You go in and you bag your own groceries, and you know, doesn't cost maybe as much as other places. And so I brought you the bag of goodies so that you can see it's not just Save a Lot brand items we have in the store. Right. We have a variety. They're called in and outs. So some weeks you have them and you think, oh gosh, I've got to go back and get that. Nah, it might be gone because, you know, that's just how Save a Lot operates. But Save a Lot's very, very proud to be part of this whole Lead Belt community.
Good. Well, and the bratwurst. Are the bratwurst always there? Is that a year-round thing, or is that more of a summertime thing? Okay.
Yes.
That's one thing I wanted to say is there has been more than one occasion when I have gone to the meat market and said, you know, I see this, but I was wondering if you had that, and if they didn't have it, they could get it, you know, would try to get it for me, or
just
had a
call
kind
them
of
and
meat
they'll
that
make
I
it.
wanted. So I bet they could make some bratwurst if you wanted to
Absolutely.
grill this weekend.
Yes.
I always want to grill, anytime, yeah.
So
I'll be a little tired tomorrow, but maybe Sunday.
I think I'm going to set my alarm for about 3 this morning just to see how
I'll need to
it's
set
going.
one too, just in case I pass out here.
how are you doing the countdown to? I mean, do we have 5 more hours to go, 3 more hours?
Well, it's till 7 a.m. tomorrow.
So
And is your sidekick going to be
But I
with
mean,
you the whole time?
He's going to quit on me. He wants to go to sleep or something.
I guess we could call in.
Pull the float in the for the
We could.
did.
I'm learning how to use the phone system. That is one thing I haven't had experience with yet, so possibly. But
So, and that was another thing I heard, that you took for first place with the MAC float last
That's
night
right.
with the parade in Park Hills. Tonight you're in Farmington. And now, is that float going to be in Bonne Terre
It's the
on
same
Monday?
one, yeah. It'll be there Monday.
All right. Looking forward to it.
yeah, we're going for a sweep. We're trying to first place in all parades. So 3 more to go.
So the pressure's on to anyone
Yeah.
else that has floats out
Yeah,
there.
Kevin's our driver, and so as long as he keeps it, you know,
That's right.
straight line,
Break easy.
break easy.
Don't lose
Judges
anybody.
look harshly on that. They really look for that driving technique.
Clint Price, our manager at Bonne Terre, has informed me that he, as well as some of his employees, are going to be in the parade this
All
year.
right.
So,
Awesome.
yeah, so we're
Okay.
excited about
He's
that.
fantastic, by the way. He does a good job.
He's a great guy. I mean, all of our managers are great. I can't say enough good
Mm-hmm.
things about our managers and employees. They're really special.
All right. Well, thank you for coming in and sponsoring this time on the radio. I'm going to spin the game wheel so we see what kind of game you get to play. Peggy?
I just wanted to remind them about the donation challenge.
Yes, please.
Anyone who attended Mineral Area College, we sure would like to see a $25, not $1,000. I was gonna say,
we would like
to see a
that too, yeah.
$25,000, but I say a $25 match to the enhancement grant, because for every $25 you give, the college has the potential to earn $100 on that. And there are so many projects, and not to belabor, everybody's in hard times, but the college financial situation is just as dire as anyone else's in our area or in the nation. So think about that contribution. Then don't forget, the first 10 get a $10 gift card to Save a Lot.
That's
Absolutely.
right. And Terry is ready to go, so you can call.
Is that a caller now?
What?
I heard the phone ring.
No.
I thought, was that
No,
a
no.
caller?
I don't know how to answer it, so I hope.
That was the $25,000 gift.
That was the
you
one.
didn't
I
know how to
know.
answer.
Well, I guess I won't give. But Terry is standing by 573-518-2114 to call to give a donation, or mineralarea.edu. Click on Alumni Foundation at the top and go to Enhancement Grant. All right, I'm going to give this wheel a spin.
All right.
Are you
we're
nervous?
ready. No, I'm not nervous.
No, never nervous. He's never nervous. Let's see what you get.
I heard Scott this morning. He didn't do very well.
That is Would You Rather. We haven't played that one yet.
Oh,
Kevin, there's a
boy.
box behind me. Could you get, or no way, it's down here.
Oh, there it is.
This is like, would you rather, wrap a snake around your neck or
Right,
eat a frog or
All right.
something?
So I'm going to ask you, these were submitted by MAC employees,
Okay.
and I have not reviewed them before I'm reading them. So
Now, are you answering the question?
I'm
Or
going
the
to
question's
ask you. I'll
Okay.
give my answer too,
Okay.
but we'll. All right. So this is a good one. This is from Andrew Clausen, our math instructor, and he asks, "What superpower combination would you rather have? Super speed and super weak, or super strength and super slow?" So strong and slow, or fast and weak?
Strong and slow.
Strong and slow.
Yes.
Okay. Like a turtle. Are they strong? Slow and steady wins the race. Is that? Peggy, what do you think?
I think strong and slow.
Strong and slow.
It might be our age.
Well, no.
I think that's a good. I think strong and slow.
I just think.
What would you have said?
I think I'd say that. I mean,
Okay.
that's the first time seeing it, but if you're super strong, but it takes you longer to do something, you still
get the job
You still get it done, right? But if you're super weak, doesn't matter how fast you go. I don't know.
Well, and think about, and again, this is, life lessons have taught us things, and maybe it has something to do with age, but, think about so many different angles. Of course, projects getting done.
Mm-hmm.
What about your health at this time with COVID going on? The strength is important.
Right.
And I think about perseverance. I think strength is consumed in that, so.
And sometimes, we can all just slow down, not rush so much. That's good, right?
You can slow down, but not until 7 o'clock tomorrow
Not
morning.
until 7 o'clock. Well, I just have to sit here. I have to move very fast, I guess.
Okay.
This is an example of being slow and weak at skills of doing a radio broadcast.
I really hope this whole COVID thing clears up, though, so we could do another trivia night.
Yeah, and we're planning on it. That's our plan right now. So
Perfect.
we'll see. But looking forward to it, hopefully.
And I guess one other thing is I would like to thank the radio station for allowing Mineral Area College to do this.
Absolutely.
It's really a great opportunity for the college to spread its message, and I think exciting to learn new things about the college that you just don't hear every day.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Well, whenever my wife said, you should get out of the house for 24 hours straight sometime. And she felt like a radio show would be a good way to do that. And so I talked to, I was here actually one morning doing an interview with Fred and the Dawkins group, and they thought that was a fantastic idea and offered up the studio, at no charge, and just it's just been great. We have a great relationship with Dawkins, all the stations they have here, and they're great supporters of Max. So we really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And I did notice your wife didn't need to have you gone the full 24 hours because I passed her on the way in. She came by to say hi and bring you the McRibs.
She can't do without me. I mean, she's got to see me, But she was bringing me McRibs. It's true.
Well, was it strong and steady?
She's she is definitely strong and steady. I won't say slow, but she's a great woman. Any woman that brings me McRibs is a good woman, right? I mean, I think.
Okay.
On that note.
Did you want to say something else at the end of that?
No, I probably should have stopped talking, I think.
Let's pull another question.
All right. Well, thank you both for coming in.
Thank
really
you for letting us
appreciate it.
visit with you.
Thank you so much for your support, for the both of you, years of support for Mineral Area College. continued supports. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Thank
And
you.
I'll just set the alarm to call in about 3 or 4, just to see if you figured
No, he
out the
doesn't know
phone
how to
yet.
work the phone.
I don't know where the phone, but I'll
No,
hear it ringing,
can't
I
do
think,
that.
if that's
But he
the right one.
could. He might be practicing at that time.
Wake me up.
Okay, have a
All right.
great
Thank you
time.
all.
Okay, bye-bye.
Another service provided by the Dawkins Broadcast Group of Missouri.
All right, here we are once again. I am Dr. Joe Gilgour, Mineral Area College President, part of the MAC 24-hour radio takeover of K-Hits 94.3. We once again have a guest in our midst. It's one of our sponsors for this hour, Central Methodist University. We're happy to welcome Jeff Williams, Site Coordinator for CMU on the MAC campus.
It is great to be here with you this afternoon.
Well, good to have you. I'm glad you could make it here. MAC and CMU have a long history of partnership together.
True.
I mean, we just celebrated 30 years last year,
right,
while we could still get together as a group. So that's the longest in the state, if I'm right.
Right, you're correct. CMU was really, as I recall, maybe the second in the nation to develop such a partnership with a community college. Way back in 1989, that partnership was developed.
1989.
Right. Where were you in 1989, Joe?
I was 10. So
Woo, there you go. There you go. Okay.
I think, was that third grade? I don't know.
Something
Fifth
like
grade?
that.
Something, I don't know. Okay, yeah, all right. I'm guessing you were not 10.
I was not 10. I was a high school teacher.
Okay.
In 1989 at Festus High School.
All right.
I taught there and coached a couple of sports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it seems long ago, and it seems like yesterday
Yet
at
not.
the same time. Right? Yeah.
I agree.
But yeah, it's a really great partnership, and we were talking about this earlier, how students can come to MAC and go through CMU, associates, bachelor's, masters, and never leave the community.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just a really neat, I feel like that's like the best kept secret, unfortunately. I feel like more people need to know about that.
I agree with you. And I've been with CMU. This is like the middle of my 11th year, or almost that anyway. And it is just one of the best kept secrets. When I first started working for CMU, 11 years ago, roughly, I didn't really know that much about it because I wasn't from this community to start with. Right. And it amazed me as I began to do a little more community outreach as a part of my role there, just the people who didn't know that partnership existed. So that's always been one of my big things since I've been there, to just try and create more awareness that we're there and what folks can accomplish. And through our partnership with you, I mean, basically we also have a site in Perryville as well. At your site in Perryville,
right.
We have an office there, and that probably wouldn't exist if this relationship didn't exist as well. And, we've gained a lot of students in that area as a result. But I agree with you. A student can come to us. They go through you as the traditional route, and they come to us and often can be finished with us in less than 2 years if they've taken everything they can, at MAC before they come.
Right.
And depending on if they're interested in a graduate degree in one of the areas that we have going, they can just do everything right there.
Well, everywhere you go around here, you run into a MAC graduate, somebody that went to MAC, knows somebody that went to MAC, whatever. It's becoming the same thing with CMU. It seems like you hear a lot of that. I mean, our next guest is our athletic director at MAC, and Jim Gerwitz.
Sure.
He went to CMU. And my wife was in here earlier. She went to CMU, and we were just talking about other people. It's just like that. It's everywhere, but still, more people need to know about this great array. It's really innovative, the partnership that we have.
I think so. And I agree with you, and I find myself, that's kind of a habit I've developed, that I'll ask folks where they've graduated from. And in this area, and even south and north of here as well, you can't walk in a school district that there aren't a large number of people who are graduates, and the same thing in banks and, many other businesses as well. And probably the other one that, folks forget about too is healthcare. Our RN to BSN program, obviously a lot of students who come out of your RN program, go through us to get their bachelor's degree. So again, even in healthcare in the area, CMU is kind of everywhere.
It is. It really is.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just amazing how it's taken off, because, it's based out of Fayette, Missouri.
Correct.
And then Well, if you go to any community college in the state, basically, almost all of them, I think.
We have a presence on every community college.
Yeah.
Now, the largest presence is here at Middle area, but we have some kind of presence on the campus of really every community college.
It's just. I mean, I don't know. It's just very interesting to me how that partnership works out. And it just seems innovative. I'm a guy who tries to, we work on our leadership team. We try to think of new ways to do things, innovative ways to approach things. And I'm really impressed with that one. Like that one sticks with me as an example of something that I'm sure somebody at the time said, this won't work. This will never work. And look at what happened. It's a fantastic program.
Well, it was just chiming in with what you've said already, it was extremely innovative for 1989. That, no one else in the state or the region was doing anything similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, I think there's a time which, now 1989 and now it's a lot different because, back then people didn't have the internet at their fingertips. They didn't realize they could go really anywhere in the world, really go to college online. And so, you had that ability back then to be able to still get to go to a 4-year college, after Mac and stay right here. I think that's really cool.
I agree. And the partnership really is so close between the two entities. I spent time yesterday with Roger McMillan, and he and I were talking about a couple of different programs, but, there's some degrees that CMU offers. They were an outgrowth of things that Mac expressed an interest in, like, for example, our computer networking degree. Well, it's because a number of years ago, Roger came to me and what can we do for our networking graduates? Can we develop something, so a bachelor's degree program that they maybe can go into? Same thing with our, really developed our health sciences degree as a route for your radiology folks and, some other allied health type thing. So, but now those are out there to the larger area as well. It used to be some of those degrees only existed on this campus.
Well, I think that's just another part of the innovation, that it's adaptable. It keeps responding to the needs of both parties and the students as they come in. I think that's really neat. So you do have scholarship opportunities available through CMU?
Yes. Two main ones that we have, and we haven't always had them. They're fairly recent. One is I'm going to tell it two different ways. Now, if someone would graduate from Mac and they still have the desire to continue that true college experience and they want to go away to school, we'll offer a scholarship to our main campus to any of your graduates who have a GPA of at least 2.75, an associate's degree or an applied science degree from Mac.
Okay.
So that's to our main campus. Locally, we offer several $1,000s in scholarships each fall to new transfer students who are coming in, and there's an application process for that.
Okay. And how is the if you can't get a scholarship or don't have a scholarship, whatever, how's the tuition compared to other places?
I think it's amazing since I've been there, and again, I had this conversation just the other day too. When I started at CMU, 11 or so years ago, I think our tuition per credit hour was right around $200. Well, now it's $260. It hasn't really gone up a great deal for a decade.
Right.
They really try pretty hard to make it competitive. So $260 a credit hour. I always tell folks, if you shop around, you don't find anybody else.
That's right.
Really who competes with that.
Yeah.
Some might be close, but not many.
So you can. It's very affordable to go through the Mac CMU pathway.
Right, right. And that same financial aid that's available to students at Mac, Pell, student loans, that kind of stuff. It's easy transition, works the same way with us.
Right. So you can use your A+ at Mac if you're a fresh out of high school student.
Correct.
And then transfer seamlessly into CMU and keep going.
And we actually do get now, because of the partnerships that Mac has with area schools and dual credit, we get a handful of students right out of high school because they've already graduated from you.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We do seem to have a large, some schools are different than others, but you have students who can get their entire associate's degree before graduating high school.
Right.
They actually graduate from both on the same day in a lot of cases.
We had a young lady a couple of years ago. She graduated from us with a degree in accounting just a few days after she turned 20. It was just amazing.
Wow. I know, it's incredible. I get to go to those high school graduations and read off the names of those that get their associate's degree. And
Sure.
It's just so impressive to see that. I graduated high school, but there's no way I could have handled doing that at the same time.
Oh, sure,
And the
sure.
GPA, and I had friends getting dual credit at the time, but nothing like what these
Nothing
students
like
are doing
that.
now. I mean, it's
Right, right.
amazing.
And even if they don't have the associate's degree yet and they've completed that 42-hour block, before they get out of high school, I mean, that's just amazing to me
Yeah,
as well.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's impressive. I mean, students are accomplishing so much more earlier than they ever have.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
And these students, I'd give a little bio about them, and they are, they're high GPA students. They're doing college classes and high school classes, and they're involved in everything. Like they're in theater and sports and band and everything. And I don't know how
That's
to do
usually
it.
the case with
I don't
that
know how
kind
to
of
do it.
stuff, right?
So it's very impressive. So I was going to ask you about CMU and MAC students going at the same time.
Right. And when I visit classrooms on your campus, I always try to share that because, a lot of times students it happens in two ways. They'll come to me, maybe they're even already your graduate, and they come to me and I'll always point out to them that, hey, here's some things you still could have taken at Mineral Area College, and you can save money if you still do that.
Yeah.
And I'd be willing to bet a whole lot of other institutions don't encourage their students
Probably
to
not,
do that. And then so they can dual enroll, as long as they're full time between the two of us, or they're at least enrolled in, if they're our student, at least enrolled in one CMU class, their financial aid flows through us and that type of thing. Or the reverse is sometimes true. A student is close to graduating with you and maybe they don't need a full load, of a semester at MAC. So oftentimes in their last semester at MAC, they'll pick up a few of our classes, and then the reverse is true. Their aid flows through MAC while they're taking, a couple of ours to get started on their bachelor's degree.
Sure. Yeah, and so students have, that sounds like a student that maybe doesn't know about that very much could get confused.
Oh, yeah,
By going
yeah.
back and forth. So you can help them with all that. You're the guy to talk to, right?
Oh, sure. And I encourage students, at least I try to, when they start at MAC, if they know that we're the route they're going to go, and some of them know that already, come visit with us because I can streamline that for them and really point out to them, hey, here's everything that you can take at Mineral Area College that transfers directly into this program that you're going into. Take all the guesswork out of it.
Right. Yeah, I think simple is best.
Oh, yes.
Showing a
Yes,
clear
yes.
path, I think that seems to help the students the most. They can just see how they can get to their goal.
Right.
All right, great. Well, anything else you want to discuss about CMU and MAC?
You probably hit the bulk of all those things, I believe, the typical things I always talk about. It's a pleasure to be out there. Again, I've been there on that campus for over a decade now, and I've really enjoyed it.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate the partnership. We appreciate your sponsorship of this time. We've got to get Rita Golstead back on campus sometime. Last time she was here, it was a party.
Right.
And so if every time she's here we have a party, that's good, right? We can do that. But always great to work with CMU. Anybody. I mean, everybody that comes down from Fayette is there's fun people and really nice.
And Rita, who is our provost, she's a true innovator and a great leader too. Many of the things that CMU reaches out statewide, even nationwide, our involvement in, she's the push behind a lot of those things.
Yeah, she does a fantastic job. I'm fortunate to know her for several years, and she's great. I mean,
Oh yeah,
can't say
I
enough
agree.
about her.
The one other thing I probably could mention is all the graduate degrees that we offer.
Okay.
We do a master's of education that someone can take 5 or 6 different routes with that. A kind of a generic master's of ed in curriculum instruction. We do one with an emphasis in mathematics, one in political science, one in English, athletic admin, and then COVID kind of put the next one on the ropes this past fall, but we're looking at next fall, so it'll be a master's in ed administration, the principalship. Again, with a basically same tuition price that I mentioned earlier. You don't find that for graduate tuition.
That's true.
Very often. And then we do the master's in clinical counseling. as well, which is a nationally accredited program. And then we do a master's degree in nursing. It's nurse leadership. And then a strict master's degree, that's 36 hours of mathematics.
Whoa.
Not sure, but we've had a few of those come through. I'm not sure who that's attractive to, but we do have some.
Not my style, but I don't judge people. you know.
Okay. But I just wanted to kind of throw those out there too, to
yeah.
remind people that they have those opportunities as well.
Definitely. My wife did the Master's of Clinical Counseling, and I mean, she just enjoyed that program so much and being a part of it. So it's good stuff.
And my wife's in the Master's of Ed with an English emphasis right now.
Right.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, lots of opportunities out there for people. Jeff Williams, site coordinator, Central Methodist University at MAC. So reach out today if you have any questions. Now, Jeff, we've been playing games with our guests.
All right.
And so we need to spin the game wheel for you to see what game you're going to play. You ready
Have at
for
it.
that? Okay. All right. We're not going to... I feel like I can't spin it too hard. It may never stop. I don't know. Name that. All right. Well, that's a movie quote that that's the one thing I can't do. We're going to try another one.
All right.
It's only on one of those pies, and of course it comes up. All right. Oh, name that tune. Okay. So I'm going to play you a song.
Oh, boy.
15 seconds of a song.
So, I'm kind of stuck in a certain genre and era with my musical knowledge.
All right. Well, let me make sure the monitor's up in here so you can hear okay. You can hear me talking through right now, I guess. So, all right. So I'm going to play just a few seconds of a song.
Okay.
You tell me what it is. All right.
It's the Monkees.
Okay.
Pleasant Valley Sunday.
Very good. Right away.
You hit the right time.
I hit the
frame.
genre, found it. Yeah.
I've seen the Monkees a couple of times.
Yeah.
Over the years.
How many Monkees are left now?
Only two.
Only two.
Yep.
Yeah. The show was on before I was born, but
sure, me too.
When I grew
around
up,
the time I was born,
I'd watch Nick at Night when it first came out in the '80s, and they would play Monkees.
Oh yeah,
at night.
yeah.
I loved that show.
My oldest daughter, she's 33, I guess, and she's a fan because she grew up. I kind of introduced her to all that kind of music, and so she was always a fan too. Yeah. I think that's the first concert I ever took her to. We went and saw the Monkees. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for winning the game then. I don't have any prize for you or anything, but
it's all right. It's my pleasure.
Appreciate you coming in and your sponsorship and your support, and let's keep that partnership going.
Yep.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot. We're going to have our next guest coming in right now that we're going live on Facebook, but I also want to say hello to my son, Grant. I think he was just picked up from school. So if my family's still listening to me, you'd think they'd get tired of listening to me in person, but now they listen to the radio. If they're still listening to me, hello, Grant. Hope you had a good day at school as you go get your sister. So, but our next guest right now is Bruce Williams from US Tool. Bruce, thanks for coming in. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing great. How are you doing, Joe? You're how many hours into 24 hours of radio disc jockeying?
I don't know. 8, something like that?
By the way, I'm actually physically in the studio, sitting across from you,
That's
6
true.
feet away with plexiglass between us for
That's
safety,
true.
of course.
That's true.
And you look like a regular DJ. You look like you know what you're doing.
Faking it till I make it, man.
Really? Have you ever been a DJ before?
I have not.
Really?
No.
Well, did you learn this all this morning?
Kind of. I came in yesterday and got about a 10-minute lesson.
Okay.
And then some more this morning, and we've had some technical difficulties that may or may not have been my fault, but
well, I'm
back
sure they
on
were
track
your
now.
fault.
Well, yeah.
They didn't have any technical problems until you got here, right?
The studio was running fine before I came in here.
Okay.
So I don't know.
But really, you've got buttons all over the place.
I have a lot of buttons.
2, 3. I see 4 laptops.
Yeah.
Computer screens, knobs, and buttons everywhere.
Yeah.
So
I'm only allowed to touch like 4 knobs, I think.
Okay,
So.
I got you.
Yeah.
And a cool microphone suspended down in front of you.
Hey, nothing but the best, man. Faking it till I make it.
Well,
so.
good, cool.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. You're with US Tool.
Yes.
And for those that don't know, what does US Tool do?
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, we've been here for 63 years, I think it has been.
Wow.
My father started the business in Deloge 64 years ago, And we actually recondition cutting tools mostly for the aerospace industry. And we also supply manufacturing supplies to the industries that manufacture fighter jets and commercial airliners and all kinds of different kind of products. And we have a group of fantastic employees here, about 500 employees in this county. And they are great employees, fantastic team, very knowledgeable, very skilled. And I'm very, very proud of them for what they do. They really serve our customers very well.
Awesome. That's great. So how have things been going, with the this last year?
Well, it's been a tough year. COVID, of course, has had a big impact on the commercial aircraft industry. Boeing has curtailed their production. Spirit, who's a big customer of ours, has reduced their output. So that's had a big impact. Unfortunately, we had to have some layoffs about 8 months ago now, when the COVID thing started. In fact, there was another event that happened. We'll talk about this a little later, about the 737 MAX. That had an impact on us too. Mm-hmm. That's the first layoffs we've had for many years, probably 15 years. And it was very, very upsetting to me. But we're coming back now. Things are restoring. Our customers are getting back on their feet and so on, and we're doing fine. Good. And we're going to be okay and make it through this. A lot of companies, as you know, are struggling through this COVID situation. And fortunately, we're an essential business because we help manufacture fighter jets and airliners and so on. So we worked through this, and the team was incredible. Even back when it still is, but it was really scary to come into work for fear of COVID and everything. The team kept coming in. Everybody came in. They worked hard. We put together, we put plexiglass between everybody, and we social distance, stay 6 feet apart. We sterilize everything all the time and really make sure that we keep everything really protected and so on. We've got Rocky and just do a fantastic job of keeping the protocols safe and everything. He's worked with the Department of Health here, Health Department, and so anyway, we're coming back. Things are looking good. We're still obviously concerned about protecting everybody and making sure everybody stays healthy.
Yeah, I never saw, of course, the Deloge operation, but just touring your facility that I've had the pleasure of doing, I think twice now. It's impressive. I mean, it's huge and it's clean, and I mean, it's really I don't know. It's really impressive to see. It's not something when you think about industrial parks. Some conversation you and I've had offline about, that people think these are dirty jobs and it's a dirty shop and all this, and you get to see it's really not the case.
No, it's not. And it's brightly lighted. The floors are painted and beautiful. And they're blue floors and gray floors, and the machinery is clean, and we've got filtered air, and we're air conditioned. One of the things we love in the summertime is, most factories are not air conditioned, but we are air conditioned in most of our facility, and it really makes it a pleasant working environment. It really does.
Yeah, when it comes to morale of employees, I find that heating and air make a huge difference.
They make a big difference. There are a few days when I go around and say, wouldn't you like to have an outside job today? Because it's about 5 days out of the year that it's beautiful and the temperature's right. But boy, in the summertime when it's 100 degrees outside, it is wonderful to walk into our building and have it about 72 degrees, and you're comfortable, and the air is circulating, and it's great. And obviously in the wintertime, it's heated and all that sort of thing, so it's very comfortable.
Well, it definitely is. It's really neat to see. I like I said, I enjoy walking through there. I've had not only a couple of tours, but then we have meetings there that we have to walk through it to get to the meeting, and I just love it. I think it's great to see that kind of thing, and we're hoping to model, some buildings on campus, some industrial tech buildings after your design and how that works out, just to give students those real experience when they come on campus to do workforce development, technical training, whatever it is. They get that experience as if they're in the workplace.
Yes.
I think maybe you had said that, sometimes you get employees that have never had that experience. They walk in, they're overwhelmed by what they see. It's a big facility. It's a lot of machinery, and it's a little overwhelming for them. But if we can train them in that way, then it's a little more easier to transition.
Well, one of the things you really do great at Mineral Area College, you all do a fantastic job of bringing us employees that have great training, have the studying that they do, the classes and so on they take are fantastic. You know, they come in well prepared and all that. And one of the things you do a good job of is getting people prepared for what's it like to be in the workplace. Because it is, you know, when you go into a new facility, a new company, and you're starting out, it's overwhelming. You've got this big open room, and there's noise around, you know, and not a lot of noise, but there's hubbub and busyness and machines going and all that kind of stuff. So MAC does a fantastic job of preparing people, and I know you have a lot of students every year that graduate, and they're great students and become great employees for employers all throughout the whole county.
Oh, well, thank you for saying that. And I think that what we hear from employers is they need the employee trained in the skill, of course, but then some tell us at least half of that is just they need people who understand the work and not the work, but like showing up on time and those I think they call them soft skills a lot of times, you know, and you know, that's something that's very important, that you got people who can often do the work, but sometimes maybe aren't motivated or you know, to be as involved in that. So that's something we really work on, trying to get them prepared, you know, for the workforce more than just what the machine they're working on. We do that too, but it's nice to be able to see that.
Well, one of the things I've noticed over the years, you know, and you know, I don't know that we've talked about this before, but you know, many years ago it started becoming where you know, you'd go to Cub Scouts or something, you go to an event or something, and everybody won a trophy, okay? And so it almost, a lot of people have gotten in the habit of saying, it doesn't matter how well I perform, I'm going to get a trophy anyway. Well, it doesn't work that way in the workforce. It's competitive out there, and those who want to excel and do well and have a great career and move forward and advance in pay and in prestige and better jobs and all that kind of stuff, you kind of got to work at it. And you got to focus on it. You've got to take schooling. You have to study. And you have to excel. You have to work at it. So sometimes it's a little bit of a shock when somebody comes in maybe from high school or whatever, and they've not had that kind of they've kind of had a little bit of a you know, not quite as challenging. And they get into the workplace and they realize that, you know, I've got to kind of get on the ball. And we expect you to show up every day. Yeah. You know, and we expect you know, work and so on and so forth. And I think everybody that does that feels very fulfilled. They feel really good when they go home. I really think our employees, when they go home in the evening, they say, you know, I've done something. I've contributed. We've helped manufacture aircraft. We've helped defend our country. You know, fighter jets are used to defend our soldiers, and we're actually helping to manufacture fighter jets, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it really is. It's nice to have that. You know, that's something that we talk about a lot. It's nice to be able to leave and go home at the end of the day and feel like you've really done something important.
Yeah.
You know.
Really.
Yeah. Okay.
And you know, some people, if they don't dig in and work, they go home and they don't feel proud. I think our employees like to go home and sit at the dinner table and say to the kids and stuff and to their spouse, say, I've really felt good about today. I worked hard and I did some stuff that's important because, you know, we're helping to defend the country and all that. You lose sight of that a little bit when you're sitting there working on a machine and making part after part, but those parts are important.
Right. Yeah, and you can go home and, you know, see. I know that in my house, anytime a Mineral Area College commercial plays on the radio, you know, my kids are like, it's Mac, you know, and I'd bet in your situation, you've got employees that go home and they're watching the news or a TV show or something, there's a plane on there that you've had a hand in doing something. That the sense of pride, I would think, would be, I don't know, I think that'd be really cool.
It is, and I always tell employees, in fact, I'll tell you a story. We had a guy, I won't mention his name, but he worked for us for many, many, many years, and we went on. We take a group of about 40 employees up to Chicago to a tool show once a year, or it's actually every other year. And we were riding with this. I happened to be sitting beside this individual, and he was a great operator, did a fantastic job, and worked for us for years. And he said, he turned to me and he said, Bruce, he said, I'm scared to death. I've never been on a commercial airplane before. I'm really, really scared. And I said, John, don't worry. These airplanes were manufactured with cutting tools you resharpened. And believe it or not, he started gripping the handles there, and it didn't help him much. But and it reminded me of back during World War II, Lockheed's quality program. They had no quality program. They didn't inspect anybody's work. What they did was every day they finished two B-52, or not B-52, B-25 bombers on their production line. They finished those bombers, and they would fly them. The pilots would get in and fly them. But the pilots, before they took off, they went around and they collected 6 people at random, and they said, you're going to go flying on the first flight. So talk about a quality program. You never knew when you were going to be on that airplane, so you did a darn good job of making sure you did your job properly.
That's, maybe we should bring that back.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, you mentioned the 737, the MAX, it has been recertified. So talk about the impact that's going to have on what's going on.
As your listeners probably remember, about 2 years ago, Boeing, unfortunately, 2 Boeing 737 MAXs crashed, killing all occupants. It was a very, very sad event. And Boeing had made a few errors, and pretty significant errors, in one of the components of the aspects of the airplane. So they've spent 2 years working with the FAA and so on, and fixing the software and getting everything right, testing. They've done a magnificent job. That airplane has been gone through top to bottom. It's now been recertified for flight, and they're starting to fly with people in it now. They've done a phenomenal job of going through and checking everything, and they found only those 2 errors that they needed to fix. And so it's back in the air. Now, what impact did that have on U.S. Tool? It was a significant impact because in January, exactly a year ago, Boeing suspended production of that aircraft. And that had a big impact on us as far as our workload, because we make tooling, we resharpen tooling and supplies for a lot for that airplane. But it's back in production now. It's much lower production rate than it was before, but it's back into production, and over the next couple of years it's going to increase slowly and get back to where it was before. Mm-hmm. So we're very thrilled about that, and it's a very safe airplane. I would be very happy to fly on that any time of the day. It's probably the most scrutinized airplane that has ever flown, probably the safest one ever.
Yeah, so you had, you had COVID issues, crushing the nation, but then you were also dealing with other things that were not COVID related.
The 737 MAX, yes. Now, fortunately, about a little less than half of our business is defense, fighter jets, missiles, space. We actually are a supplier for SpaceX, and which we're really proud of. It's really kind of cool to have, to be supplying materials and supplies for rockets and stuff like that. In fact, when we were starting that program up, we've got a number of employees that work out there in Los Angeles and help build supply the materials and supplies that go into these rockets. Well, my son Brent, I think you've of course met Brent. He's the president of the company now, and he was out there helping to start up this program. And at one point in time, he jokingly said, "Come on, guys. Let's get these machines up and going." He said, "After all, this is not rocket science." He said, "Well, wait a minute. Actually, it is rocket science." A little bit, yeah. But it's really cool to. Brent took a group out there recently, and I've been out there a number of times and walked through the plant and seen the rockets, and it's really, really pretty cool. Another one quick story here. We supply also their facility down in Cape Canaveral. Used to be Cape Kennedy, was Cape Canaveral. Where they actually launch from. And we have things called vending machines that we actually vend our product out of, all right? And we fill those vending machines, and they're very, very elegant machines that, you go up and punch a code in, and it dispenses out a cutting tool or a pair of safety glasses or a braces or whatever. So we had one of those right by the launch site. We had 2 of them, actually. And the rocket, they had an accident in the rocket, and the rocket blew up and completely destroyed our vending machines. Yeah. So about 2 months later, a couple people from accounting walked in my office and said, "Bruce, we understand we're supposed to be writing off these 2 vending machines from SpaceX, and we don't know what to write down in the books for what happened to them, because we got to write them off and all that kind of stuff." And I said, "Well, you need to put down there that they were destroyed in a rocket explosion." They said, "Did you say destroyed in a rocket explosion?" And I said, "Absolutely." They said, "We can write that down in the books?" And I said, "Yes." They said, "This is the most fun we've ever had as an accountant in our history." So
You don't see that explanation very often.
No, you don't see
Yeah.
that. You don't see that very much. No, that's
We
for
should.
sure.
Well, I was going to say we should see it more. We probably shouldn't see it more. Nobody wants to have that as a reason why their stuff's torn up.
But SpaceX has done a phenomenal job. If you watch, they are actually they send satellites in the orbit every couple weeks, really, and they bring the first stage back down and have it land back on a landing platform.
Mm-hmm.
It's phenomenal.
It's crazy.
Just
Yeah.
Google that sometime.
Uh-huh.
You'll be shocked.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And maybe going to Mars or something sometime.
Actually, that's Elon Musk's goal is to go to Mars. Yeah, that's a ways away, I think.
So U.S. Tool could have a hand in going to Mars.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah,
I like it.
I'm hoping I can catch a ride.
Yeah,
Do you want to go?
Maybe, Depends on the time of year, I guess, or something.
Well, it won't be time of year. It'll probably be a 3-year trip.
Probably not a round trip, I'm guessing.
I don't know how they do
I
that.
don't know.
It's a good question.
I don't know. Don't ask my wife.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So how long have you been doing this?
I've been at the company for 47 years. It's just unbelievable. I started, I think it was 1973 or 74. I joined my father in the business, and I had been working for Anheuser-Busch in St. Louis, and I was an engineer there, and I always knew that I was going to come back and go into business with my father, and we worked together for a number of years, and eventually, unfortunately, my father passed away with cancer, and I purchased the business from the rest of my family, and been working at the business ever since then, and we have grown substantially. We're very, very proud of that, and very proud of the fact that my son Brent came into the business, and he has been there now about 12 years, and he is now president. I'm CEO, which is the same thing as being kicked upstairs out of the way, and but he's doing a great job of running the company. We started out as a regrinding company and just regrinding cutting tools, but about 1998, we opened up a new branch of it, which is providing the materials and supplies, the manufacturing supplies for aerospace manufacturers mostly. And that part of the business has taken off. It's just gone crazy. And it is now about 5 or 6, 8 times bigger than even the grinding division.
Wow.
So we have 130 locations throughout the country, and we have buyers that buy millions of dollars worth of supplies. We put them in these supplies in vending machines. As I talked about before, we own about 2,000 vending machines, and mechanics that are building fighter jets, for example, go over there and they punch buttons of what they need. The parts come out of the vending machine. They go over. They put together the fighter aircraft. They use our indirect supplies like abrasives, which is basically sandpaper, advanced sandpaper and stuff, cutting tools, micrometers, safety glasses, gloves, all those kinds of things to build the fighter aircraft.
Wow.
And they build, believe it or not, they build about 1 fighter jet a day in some of these facilities, like up in Palmdale. It's really pretty amazing.
Yeah. Wow. So, you said 47 years or so.
Yes.
So retirement soon, or?
I probably will never retire. I've got it made. I really do. I still work full time, but I travel a fair amount, pre-COVID anyway.
Right.
And today you can be anywhere and still work because most, especially now with COVID, all of our meetings, including the internal meetings, are all on WebEx or Zoom. Same thing.
Yeah.
And so I can be anywhere. So we have a number of our office people, particularly working at home. I wished everybody could work at home, but it's pretty hard to have some of our machinery in the garage, and but I enjoy it. I don't know that I'll ever actually officially retire. I'll probably just drift off into the sunset, and someday they'll find me sitting at my desk drooling so much that they'll probably say, "It's time for you to go home, Pops." So I love it, and I love working with a team. We've got great people at US Tool, and they make it fun.
Everybody I've met from US Tool is just really nice and supportive and very helpful.
Well, good.
Good. What? So you talked about off into the sunset. I guess you could fly off. So you actually fly.
I do.
Correct.
Yes.
And do I understand this right? That there's aerobatics.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always, I learned to fly when I was 16. Actually, I was 15. And my father said, I will pay for you to get your pilot's license. So I did. We didn't talk about the fact that I realized afterwards, after I got my pilot's license, that was it. So my flying career ended real quickly then. But anyway, I got my license on my birthday, my 16th birthday, which is the earliest you can actually get a pilot certificate. Then, of course, I couldn't afford to fly for many, many years after that, and raising family and all that. So a number of years, or probably about 20 years ago, I started getting back into flying again. I bought an entry-level aerobatic airplane and eventually purchased a Pitts aircraft. It's called a Pitts S2B, and I love it. And it was one of those things where somebody told me one day, says, Bruce, you're 60 years old. What are you going to do with the rest of your life? And you realize after a while, life doesn't go on forever, and that's not a morbid thought. It's like, hey, when you're 60, you've got probably 30 years, 40 years going, so you don't have an infinite amount of years, so you better get it done. If you have ever thought about doing something, get it done now.
Yeah.
So I realized that there's a fair number of people flying aerobatics pits at 60, a few at 70, but not so many at 80. So I better get on the stick. So I purchased the airplane, took lessons, and took me 25 hours to learn to land it. I love flying it. It's a red bi-wing airplane. Some of your listeners here might hear sometimes an airplane out there buzzing around and making funny noise and going like, "What is going on there?" The airplane's going around in circles. And that's probably, it might be. There's other people that do aerobatics, of course, but it might be me. I just really enjoy it. It's very relaxing and a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I always do it up at very high altitudes. Some people say, boy, aerobatics is dangerous. And the real truth is it's only dangerous if you're doing it, in my view, if you're doing it close to the ground. And that's what people do in air shows. They're close to the ground. One little mistake and you could kill yourself.
Right.
Where I'm up at a high enough altitude where should I make a mistake, which I don't, but if I ever did make a mistake, I'd have plenty of time to recover or jump out of the airplane. I wear a parachute. I would jump out and parachute down. So I really enjoy it. It's fun.
Okay. I'll be looking in the skies for you next time.
I've even got smoke in it. So if you watch, you'll see smoke coming out of the back and the whole works.
So you can do skywriting?
I've never tried that. I can't even spell when I'm on the ground, much less in the air. So
it's pretty embarrassing when you misspell up there.
That would be bad, yes, and that would probably happen. No doubt about that.
Well, we kind of got to know each other, through MAC and working on industry and education. There is a group called Industry and Education Partnership, basically that was really ran out of U.S. Tool. Talk a little bit about that and what that means.
Yeah, well, first of all, we kind of started it, but it's a self-sufficient group now, and I am totally pumped and excited about this. As you said, it's the Industry and Education Partnership, and it came about because a number of educators and industry, the industry here in the St. Francis County, started realizing that we needed to start communicating better because we're sitting there doing our industry stuff, and you're sitting here, education was doing its education, and we weren't communicating about what we needed. So you all were putting out fantastic students that had great learning and all that kind of stuff, but sometimes it wasn't focused on the things that were needed by industry, okay? Right. And so actually Tony Myers, the one, and Denny Baus at U.S. Tool are the ones that really put this together, and also Jamie Vincent, all three from U.S. Tool. And they kind of came up with this idea and said, we're going to put this together. And I was like, are you okay with that, Bruce? And I said, yeah, that'd be great. So they've gotten a number of the high schools together, Unitech, and of course MAC, to meet. Until COVID, it was on a monthly basis, I believe it was. And we talk about what do students need, what when they graduate, what education is needed, what's important to them, what makes them a great employee, what makes them successful, what improves their earnings, what improves their effectiveness for the company, and so it's been really neat because you all are altering and adjusting your programs and putting together things that really make a difference. And we see an improvement as students come out and join the workforce. They're more ready to go to work. They have a more practical background,
Right.
and so on. And I think it's also another. It's just helped tremendously. So I've been pretty impressed with the group, and it's
Yeah.
it's a self-supporting group now, and and I know. In the beginning, to get everybody to come, I had to buy breakfast for everybody. I don't think I have to do that
Not
anymore.
right now. There's good breakfast though, so I'm looking forward to those being back in person, so I
Yes.
can eat breakfast. Really.
Right.
Yeah, Tony has done a great job. Kind of kicking that off with the team and with Denny and Jamie, and then yeah, you're right. Now it just kind of runs itself, and it's a really great idea, and getting those different partners together and to discuss and hear what is needed. I think that's really important, because oftentimes you see those kind of places work in silos and they don't communicate with each other, and then students aren't going to the right places or not being trained in the right thing or whatever it is.
Yeah. And we have some fantastic resources in this community. MAC is fantastic, and the courses that you have that are available to the your students, things like machine tool technology and industrial maintenance, engineering technology. Electrical and electronics. I'm just reading a few of them here. Business management, connector and conductor, along with obviously you got criminal justice, digital media technology, all these things. These are courses that really give you something that you can walk out the door and use. A lot of times there's no question a college education is fantastic, and is great. A lot of times you come out though and you've got the English and you've got these things, and those are basics that you need, but then you've got to be trained to get into an actual job function. But the thing I like about the courses, and I don't know what you'd call them, I guess these would be the majors and careers and
Career technical education.
Career technical
education.
They're great because in my view they prepare you so you walk out the door and you're ready to sit down and start working, and it's fantastic. So those courses have been great. Unitech has done great, and I think I have not met him yet, but Jeff Cawley, is that correct?
Yeah.
He's taken over now
director.
as the new director, and it seems like you guys are working quite well together and kind of coordinating, and I know that I think you've got an agenda to possibly have a tech center. Is that something that would work together with Unitech and be the next level? That I'm totally excited about. And if you talked about that at all on the show today?
I haven't. I mean, that's a plan for our future that we're really excited about, is having that. I mean, we had on our schedule was really, we wanted to go in August and possibly ask for a no tax bond, a no tax increase bond from the public. And then when COVID hit and we weren't really certain about how August was going to look, we decided to go ahead and pull that and wait, take a little time on it. We are starting welding. We have a welding facility coming in the next year through the CDBG grant, and then we're
will that
hoping
be in
to
a
expand.
new building? Oh, cool.
And hoping that's kind of a cornerstone of this larger building that we will expand out into to do more
Now,
programs.
is that going to be like you drive into the campus and you drive about 500 feet or something? It'll be just to the right, kind of where the shooting range is now?
Not even that far in.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it's even closer to College Road.
Okay.
On the back side of that main entrance, and so we're excited about it. And there's lots of room there to expand. So hopefully, the next few years, we're able to do something that complements Unitech, and we can work together and give those students a path, through high school and then as adults after high school.
I think that's going to be fantastic, and I think your thinking is it's going to be kind of an open structure inside. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have, just as you have some, big meeting rooms and things. We have to have some classrooms,
Sure,
of course.
of course.
But our plan is for the majority of the place to be open and divided off into different sections as much as it can. There's some, if you got, just as it is in yours, when you have welding, things like this, they have to be somewhat divided off.
Sure.
But it's still really a part of the main floor plan. And so that's kind of the angle we're going for on it. We really want to give that real work experience feel to it when they walk in.
I like that idea because, you want a student to start moving toward what's it going to be like when I'm actually working. And work takes place usually in a big open room, a building, a big building. In fact, our biggest room is 140,000 square feet. okay, of open space, open, fresh air circulating around and brightly lighted and all that, but still an open space. So it's a little disconcerting sometimes when a student comes from a small classroom and they have a welder in a small room, and all of a sudden they're out in this wide open space, you know, with fork trucks driving around and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
But I'm very excited about that, and you think you're hopeful that'll move forward in the next year when the COVID thing kind of gets past us a little bit?
I think so. We really want to. I mean, it would be a no tax increase, so we had pretty confident that type of thing would pass. But it just didn't feel right in the time we were in. But we kind of taken a step back. I mean, as I've communicated with you, I'm impatient and I'd like to see all this happen right now. But it's okay to take your time and do it right. And so we're going to start with the welding facility and then expand beyond that as we go.
Well, the thing I really like about that, Joe, and I hope everybody out here who would have a chance to vote for this will vote for it, because here's the thing about this. The more education we can do in our community, the more kids, the more young people, and actually not only young people, but everybody, right. The more people you touch, the more people that Unitech touches, and brings them to advanced degrees or more advanced their degree and more work skills and so on, that gives more opportunity and more draw for companies to come to this community, which improves wages, which improves taxes, which improves the whole community. Yep. Look at how we've grown. I mean, you weren't here in the community 40 years ago. Right. When I first came here, there was only like 2 restaurants in the whole community. And look at that. Now there's fast food restaurants everywhere. There's shopping. You don't have to go to St. Louis anymore to go shopping. There's fantastic medical care. Of course, there's been that for a long time. And all this is through growth, and it's through the economic engine drives that. And it's really amazing what MAC does to help move us forward with all that and bring the richness to our community.
Well, we're really happy to be a part of it, and I think that's something that I noticed when I got here just a little over a year and a half ago, was how MAC's really connected to the community. The community's connected to MAC, and to see that cooperation and connection there, and hopefully we can strengthen it as we move forward.
Oh, I know you will. Yeah, it's fantastic. You have how many students now?
Oh gosh, about 3,000 students. Okay, roughly.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
Now, COVID, has that had a big impact on you? I know funding has been very difficult.
COVID impacted state funding quite a bit. They were projecting some pretty big shortfalls in state taxes because of COVID, because things being shut down. Turns out the state did a little better than they thought they would. We did see some withholdings from the governor, and some of that he has released to us. So we're hoping to get the rest and maybe not have any more withholdings. But all the community colleges, almost all the college universities in Missouri are down enrollment. And a lot of it has to do with COVID, people feeling uncomfortable, just not sure if they're ready to go and be at a college campus again, and just wait until everything's actually safe. And, so that's something we're trying to address. And we've been really lucky. We were open all semester. We have masks required on the campus. And we've had people go through and distance the rooms, like have classrooms that have limited seating and spread the seating out. And but very few students have active cases of COVID at any given time.
Good.
So,
and they may not have even gotten them at college.
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing. There's no really evidence of that. And some students, I think right now we have 6 active students with COVID, but some of those students are online students that have never been to campus at all. Really? We just ask our students to tell us, and so they do. And some of them, have never even been on campus. Right. So, but I think that we're hoping to, get back in the swing of some sort of normalcy. May look a little different with spacing and masks, but I think we can continue. But enrollment has suffered a little bit, I think, because of that, but hopefully come back up.
Well, I'm as we all are, very excited about the vaccine. And the vaccine really, really shows promise. It's going to be a while, probably 6 months or something like that. But I think I heard, I think I read somebody told me they read in the paper that they're going to start immunizing in this area for healthcare workers in the next week or 2.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be exciting?
Yes.
I mean, think about this, Joe. I know you know this, and a lot of these individuals I'm talking about are graduates from your programs. But the nurses, the doctors, the healthcare workers, the first responders, everybody, they're out there exposed to this. I mean, they have to protect themselves, but they've done a phenomenal job. I mean, they get up every day, they go in, they take these risks. Obviously, they prepare for this, and they've been trained and so on. And I hope we've done a great job. I hope our country has done a good job of providing them with the PPE, the protective equipment they need, and all that. But they've done a phenomenal job. And for me, it's going to be so gratifying when they can get a vaccine that protects them,
Right.
so that they can go in and they can help other people, selfishly helping other people without fear of their own lives, or their own health.
Yeah. Yeah, really heroic of
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
they've done.
Yes.
And I think some people see it as, well, it's their job, and so you just do your job. But it's really more than that. I mean,
It
this
really
is.
is.
You have a lot of people in this country, in this world, that if they have a job that knew they're at risk by walking in the door, wouldn't stay in that job.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
leave or do something different or call in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And these first responders and healthcare professionals are still walking through the door, and they know the risk, they know what's involved, but they can be exposed multiple times a
Yes.
day. And, it's definitely a dangerous time, but yeah, we owe them a lot of gratitude and appreciation for what they're doing.
Well, I am very proud of our employees at US Tool because they kept coming in. They did not hesitate.
Right.
Of course, we had protective measures. They followed the rules. They stayed 6 feet apart. If they got closer where they had to, they wore masks. We had plexiglass, all those things. But even a step above that is a nurse or a doctor or something having to be right there with somebody that's a known COVID patient.
Yep.
And it seems like, they're doing a very good job now of treating the COVID. The deaths seem to be better, but it's still risky. It's something that some people have a very difficult time with.
Yeah.
And it's something that I think most people would like to avoid taking the chance to find out whether they're going to be somebody that has a tough time or not.
Yeah, it seems like, how many of us have, we could say, well, I may have been exposed one time at this event or whatever, when we've got people going to work every day and facing that exposure on a constant basis. So
You're exactly right.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And we really do appreciate them.
I thought it was interesting. I saw, this is 2 months ago or something, but Congress was thinking about not going back to work because of COVID. And I was sitting there thinking, are you kidding me? Our employees, US Tool employees come in every day and they've got just as much risk as Congress does. And the doctors are going in, the nurses are going in, the truck drivers, the ambulance drivers, the school bus drivers, all this stuff. They're coming in there and Congress can't come in and sit at a desk, But they did. They finally did. But I was thinking, I'm going to have to write to my congressman about that one,
Yeah, well, it's great. That's true. And you're right. People are sacrificing so much. Those that are at great risk, and those, people doing that good work that you talked about, the U.S. Tool employees working hard for defense of our nation, things like this, school teachers going to school every day and teaching, and bus drivers and all kinds of things. Yeah, it's, we don't all have the luxury of just not going to work like, some do in those areas. And so
you're exactly right.
It's just great to see. You hate it that people have to be in risk, but it's great to see that, I guess American drive,
Yes.
to do the job, do it well, and get it done.
Yeah. Well, we've been very fortunate. We've had we've had a number of cases of COVID, and everybody except one individual, and we lost an employee. This was just last week, and that was very, very sad. And it was because of COVID. And we're all very, very taken back by that, and it really brings to reality the fact that this thing is serious.
Yeah.
It can be serious. The other few people that have had it, we've had probably 10 cases or something, have gotten through it fairly easily. I don't want to say easily. It's easy to say when you're not the one that's sick.
Right.
Some of them, said it was as bad of flu or bad a virus I've ever had. But others said, they went through it and really it wasn't a big deal. So I think that's the mystery about this virus is that you probably are going to be okay and get through it all right, but it can turn bad on you and really affect you. And so we really are missing this individual. And she was a great employee, had a fantastic personality, and was really always upbeat, and at least that's the way I saw her, and she was great. We're going to miss her. We've still got several family members at work at US Tool, so our hearts go out to the whole family.
Right. I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, you're right. You have. I mean, I know people who have had it and had zero symptoms, and I know people that have died from it, and people that have had it and were really sick and have recovered. And it's just the wide range of how it affects each person. And it's just I think that's what makes it the scariest about it. Is it's a little unpredictable.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking at it this way now. We're probably 3 to 6 months away from being able to get a vaccine, and so. I think people are going to have to think of it this way. Some people think the vaccine might be risky. Don't think that that's the case, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah. So you got to kind of evaluate that. What's the bigger risk, getting COVID or taking the virus? And I think to some younger people, it might be saying, hey, I'll take my risk with it. Yeah. To older individuals and people like in nursing homes and stuff like that, probably the vaccine, it would seem like, I don't know, I'm not a physician or anything like that. So there's going to be a lot of difficult decisions that each person's got to make on an individual basis to decide how they're going to handle that. Right. But my thinking at this point is there certainly is an option open now where you can say, if I can keep from getting it until I get the vaccine, there's that opportunity, and that time is fairly limited at this point, 4 to 6 months or less.
Right. Okay. Well, we got in a negative or dark topic there at the end.
We did. I don't know why. Let's get on to something more fun.
So in a little bit of time we got left, anything else you want to...
How did we get from aerobatics to COVID?
Risk-taking? I don't know what it was, but anyway.
Okay, that could be.
We'll bring it on home. What do you want to close with? Something positive?
I'll tell you what. I'll close with something positive that will wrap up this thing. This is an amazing country. We have gone through one of the toughest things with this whole COVID thing, everything, and the country's in pretty good shape. I think it is. I mean, there's things that are problems. There's election issues. There's this and there's that. There's political issues and all that. Right. But it's still the greatest country in the world, and I'm really proud that and excited about the fact we've gotten through this time, and most. People are doing okay. I certainly wish Congress would pass some relief and some extended unemployment benefits. A lot of people out there really, really need that. But I saw today that the unemployment statistics are down. They're about 7% now, and that's much better than it was before. So things are getting better, and it's got a ways to go. And for those individuals that are laid off, it doesn't help, but we've got a great country, and I hope that we continue to heal and get back to normal and get this thing put behind us. So yes, sir. Anyway, I just want to end by saying this. Thank you for having me on here. It was really fun, and I'm very impressed. You look great back there. And you've done you're going to be here for 24 hours. I can't imagine that. I think you said you're going to go to a basketball game afterwards.
My daughter has basketball tournament on Saturday afternoon. So.
Oh my gosh, Joe! I don't know how you're going to do that. 24 hours straight talking.
Yeah.
How often are you going to have guests in the hot seat here?
I've had about a guest every hour, at least one, sometimes two, and so that goes really until about 8 o'clock tonight, and then I've got some open time where I'll play more music and maybe do a little talking, but I'll still be here. So yeah, it's been a pretty full day.
Well, it's really neat that you're doing this, and I'll tell you, I wanted to contribute to this because, in fact, I probably should have said to you, I will pay X to come to your show, and I'll pay 2X to not have to come to the show and talk. But it's a very worthwhile thing, and I want to tell you, I really appreciate what you and Mac has done for this community, what it's done for our businesses in this community, and really appreciate the fact that you are focused on developing people, developing your students to be better people, to be more employable, to increase their earnings, to increase their capability of contributing to society, because you do that all day long. And I hope you and the fantastic staff, you wouldn't call them staff, faculty, excuse me, the faculty at MAC recognize the fact of what you all do for this country and what you do for for this county in educating people here. You don't have to drive to St. Louis. You don't have to spend a fortune to go to school in Kansas City or whatever, or Columbia, or whatever. You can be right here and get a fantastic education, whether that's college or whether that's the technical classes, and you can enhance your ability to earn a great living and take care of your kids and send them to school and educate them when they grow up. So thank you for what you all do. You do a fantastic job there.
Well, I appreciate that. I thank you, and thank you for your support, sponsoring this hour. And you got a Mac sign out on the highway, behind US Tool for us.
That's right. Yep, we put that up. It looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Looks good. That's right. I love seeing those around. And so I just really appreciate that and all your involvement, the industry and education group, everything that US Tool does. Since day one, it seems like US Tool's been a part of that. And I think Tony Meyer was on the not the search team itself, but he was on a group of people that interviewed the presidential candidates. So that's where I first met him. And you guys just do really great work, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And you're welcome to come over to US Tool anytime and tour around our nice, clean, air-conditioned plant. And hope even more of your students come over and seek employment with us.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again for coming in. And I'm going to end the live stream, but we'll keep talking here for a little bit. But closer than that. Hey, everybody. It's me, Dr. Gilgour again. Welcome back to the Mac 24-hour radio takeover, K-Hits 94.3. Once again, I want to thank Dawkins Broadcast Group for making this possible, as well as our 24-hour sponsor, Hammock Advisory Group, 12-hour sponsor, Farmington Regional Chamber of Commerce, and other 12-hour sponsor, Missouri Baptist University. And now we have our hourly sponsor, which is from Cook Financial Security Solutions.
It can just be Cook Financial.
Cook Financial, okay. All right, well,
Keep
we
it
are
short.
Yeah, well, make it easy, yeah.
Exactly.
So we are streaming live on Facebook now, and we have Mark Cook here with us to talk about stuff. And so, how are you, Mark?
I'm doing well. And how are you holding up, Joe?
So far, so good.
So far, so good?
So far, so good.
That's good.
You brought me some jet fuel or something that I'm supposed to drink later, and
I did. It just said something about clarity of mind or something. I figured you might need that between 12 and 2.
I don't know if I would know that if I had it, though, clarity of mind. I'm not sure what that's like. But, yeah, it is just a little after 4 o'clock, and I'm going to be here until 7 in the morning. So
you got a few more hours.
And I'm feeling like right now I just basically feel like, I've been at work. It's a long day.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine what I'm going to feel like
Well, maybe it's just going to be like you're going to get in the zone, and you're just going to kind of just stay on one even pace.
That could be.
And just keep going.
That could be.
And then about 7 o'clock, you're just going to crash for a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm just going to curl up on the floor here. We turn everything off and sleep in the room. And then, I'll wake up. I'll go to a basketball tournament, I think that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I heard that you had a full day tomorrow, too.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter plays basketball, and we're excited about that. We love it that she plays. She loves playing. And I'm really excited to watch her play. It's going to be a struggle tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing. I might have to save some of those energy drinks for then.
Yeah. Hopefully somebody else brings you one as well.
I hope so.
Because one may not do it.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple. I came prepared for some of that.
Yeah.
I do have the Reverend Ron Beaton coming in at 2 in the morning.
The Reverend.
The Reverend. And so I don't know what he's hinted that he may have some surprises for me, so we'll see what that means. But
Ron seems like he's full of surprises sometimes.
He is. I said it earlier today, but he, we put out that time slots were available to book, and we had basically all of them open. You could take anything you wanted to. And he calls up on the first people and says, I want the 2 a.m. slot. It's like, okay, okay.
Well, yay. If that's the one he picks and one he wants. I'm surprised he didn't pick like the 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Your last and final hour, so he could kind of hold you up and
prop me up.
Exactly, and come in and pray for you, and that you make it till the very end.
I hope he's praying for me now. I mean, just continually, actually, because I think I need it.
After this, I'll start praying for you around 9 o'clock tonight.
I appreciate that.
So
I appreciate that.
Prayer never hurts.
That's true. Can't hurt,
So,
right? I did have somebody brought me by some deer jerky, and I love that. So maybe some protein. know, help me go.
Protein's good. I heard you talk about a McRib. So
I did have a McRib, which is probably why I'm still sitting upright now. I mean, those are magical.
It's a gift from God itself.
Right.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And I'm not opposed to having another one, really.
Well, I think I brought you one in a can.
That's
can form.
liquid
you know?
McRib.
Yeah, liquid McRib.
McRib's not really something. There's probably, now I know I always knew you don't eat one while you're driving.
They're a little messy.
And now I know you probably shouldn't eat one while you're trying to do a radio show either.
Yeah.
Because it was all over the place when I had it earlier. But
Yeah, from what I remember, I haven't had them in a very long time, but they're quite saucy.
they are. If they're done right, they're done right, they are.
They're smothered.
They should be. And so, you need to get one when you leave here. You should get one.
Well, I'll think about it. No, it's probably been 15 years since I had a McRib.
Man.
I know.
Why do you got to
Torture myself like that? I'm trying to hold out for 20 years.
Why deprive yourself of this goodness?
Yeah. I'll just take your word for it at the ball, but
okay. Well, I get the Reverend eat one once a year, and this is his second year, so I get him to eat once a year.
Yeah. Well, I heard about the last one, and I'm sure he really enjoyed it.
I think he did.
Yeah. It might be a hint of sarcasm there.
Maybe. Yeah. He tries. I don't know if he tries to hold back on it or not, but it's there.
He'll probably get 2 this year.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
every year, the third year will get 3. Fourth year 4.
That's a great idea.
He'll introduce the whole family to him.
Really, I mean, every kid should have one. I mean, it's, you want to grow up, strong bones and healthy teeth. You drink milk. You want to grow up with, I don't know.
Mental clarity.
Mental clarity. There you go. Eat more McRibs.
Yes.
You will
I
definitely
think we
be
just
thinking
solved
things.
that.
I think so.
Yeah, and it's a sandwich.
It is
Definitely.
a sandwich. A McRib sandwich.
Yes.
That's true.
It's even in the title.
That's right. You can't call it a sandwich if it's not a sandwich.
Right. It has to say sandwich.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
Yeah. But you said something about sports and athletics. It's one of the things I want to do here. I've got a few kids, and they're all active.
Okay.
Very active. And, here lately we just wrapped up the Farmington Knights football season.
Right.
And I've got a junior son that played on the team. He had a very good season. The team had a very good season.
Yeah, it did.
I hope you caught a game or two. I know I did. And I just really want to kind of give some props to the Farmington football program in general, down to the coaches, the players. There was a lot of practices, a lot of sweat that went into this season. I can tell you my son came home and was sore many a nights, especially after the games. So, it's kind of funny. They're 17. I remember being 17. It was a long time ago.
A couple of years.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that. So, and I remember being sore, but that was a long time ago. But yeah, whenever I know they come home and they just walk in the door and they're just like, I'm tired, I want to go to bed.
Yeah.
It's just they eat and just, it's been a long night. They played hard, had a good game. So I really want to congratulate Farmington Knights for basically the season they had, all the effort they got put into it, and as far as they went, you know. And playing Jackson, I mean that's tough. They played them twice this year, so and that was by far their toughest game.
Mm-hmm.
So both of them. So and with that, we've got wrestling season starting. So we don't get a break in our family.
Right.
We go straight from football right into wrestling, and then we'll pretty much go right into track after that. So it's it's pretty much nonstop. That's kind of the way things are, and stack in Thanksgiving and Christmas and everything else. We don't get what you call a lot of downtime.
Right.
But wrestling, the season actually starts tonight. They've got their first meet, and both my boys are wrestling. One of them, Blake, that's all he does is wrestle.
Yeah.
He's a 2-time state qualifier the last 2 years, so he's going for the 3rd year in a row. Hopefully everything goes well.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be good. But they're both doing it this year. They're kicking off at Nick's this year, just like every year, and then they go down to Neosho. So I'm not going to go for the drive all the way down to Neosho, but most of their meets will actually be here in Farmington, I understand, this year, due to COVID and some things going on and some rules at other schools, and it just kind of pans out that it's going to work, that they'll have a lot of more home meets.
Yeah.
So that'll be good.
What kind of precautions do they say wrestling has to have for COVID?
Well, evidently some districts are requiring masks to be worn
while they wrestle.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously, mask while you're not wrestling and everything, but once you get on the mat, at least in Farmington, my understanding is they won't have to wear the mask. But yeah, some schools and some districts are requiring them to wear a mat even when they're wrestling, which I did not wrestle when I was young, but I think that'd be hard to do.
I would think so. Any sport with a
Yeah.
mask, I would think would be difficult.
Yeah, and any sport, especially wrestling. I mean,
Uh-huh.
it seems like their headgear gets ripped off
Yeah.
at times, so that mask isn't going to stay on long.
It's true.
So
I would think so.
yeah.
Okay.
So, but I just want to basically wish the wrestling team good luck this weekend.
Yeah, and it's been such a trying year with high school sports and athletics, and really for the football team to have the season they did
Yeah.
during this kind of year. There were some teams that couldn't play at all, because of things, and so really, it's really neat to see that some persisted and were able to get through it.
Yeah, I think Farmington, they just had one snag. They had
Mhm.
one team cancel, and they were able to find a replacement team within hours of finding out. So they were very fortunate and blessed to get a full season. There were some teams that they're towards the end, they only had 3 games in the whole year. So
Yeah.
it was definitely a lot of challenges this year.
Right.
So
It's a tough balance between all the stuff going on with COVID, but you only get to do this experience once, and
Right.
You work so. You said your son come home and he's just drenched and tired, and they work so hard for it, and it's nice when it can work out and they can actually get to be a part of it, under the circumstances, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, and even last year, we had a senior last year, and she missed out on quite a bit towards the end. Graduation ceremonies and the typical, all the typical senior activities just kind of all changed. Many of them canceled.
Yeah.
So and that's a once in a lifetime experience.
Mhm.
So, and it's really hard to you can't get it back, but it's
Right.
hard to even kind of duplicate it or try and do it later. Like some people were trying to talk about. It's kind of when the time comes, just like we're all supposed to go to Disney, because she was, supposed to perform down there,
Mhm.
and that got canceled. So, and she'd looked forward to that since she was in middle school.
Yeah.
So
It's just not the same thing to reschedule or do a different time sometimes. Sometimes it works out well, and other times it just doesn't. You miss the moment.
yeah, we plan on going down there next year, but it's not gonna be the same. She's not gonna be performing.
Right.
So, or maybe she will. Maybe she'll take her. She'll just start performing in the middle of Disney by herself.
Yeah. I bet people do that. I would guess.
Yeah. It's Disney. It's magical.
It's magical. Anything
Exactly.
goes. It's the happiest place in the world.
That's what they tell me. I've never been.
I have,
So,
and it's true.
Yeah.
I would go there
Okay.
and live there. I would live there.
In the Magical Kingdom, or which place?
I'd probably go Magic Kingdom. I think that's
Okay.
probably my of all the parks, that's probably where I would end up.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just I'm a big fan of Walt Disney, the man, and I guess I drank the Kool-Aid a long time ago, and you just can't convince me otherwise. You tell me that Walt Disney's bad, I'll be like, no, it's not. Can't be.
Well, you're not the only one. I mean, I think Disney has done all right.
Yeah,
they've convinced a few million people that.
A few people have got on board.
Yes,
with that. Yeah,
they have.
Well, let's talk a little about Cook Financial, and what do you do?
What I do is pretty much it's the insurance and financial industry. I am an independent broker for both. To kind of take you back, kind of what I do, though, I guess back up a little bit. And kind of why I'm here and supporting Mac is my degree is in psychology of all things. And I went to SEMO, but Mac, they supported me. I went to Mac during the summers when I came back, used them basically as a filler, because Mac is a great community college. Everybody has a purpose. And this year especially, I know just like our daughter, who was supposed to go away to college, she's going to Mac right now. And I know several of her friends are doing the same thing.
Right.
Just because, there was really they didn't see a reason to go sit in a dorm on the computer.
Yeah.
So, but Mac served a very good purpose for me. It was there. I was able to basically take a few classes during the summer to kind of basically get through my undergrad a little bit quicker. And then my, master's program, I actually did that over at CMU in clinical psychology. All to kind of fast forward, what do I do now? I definitely don't work in the social service industry. I did that for 14 years, where basically I would talk to people, interview them, basically help them work through issues, problems, whichever it may be. I worked with drug and alcohol clients. I worked with a lot of abused children and families. And basically what I do now is I'm an insurance and financial advisor, and I take that same philosophy that I basically, because all I'm doing is interviewing people and helping them in a different aspect of their life.
Right.
Especially this year, a lot of people, they're having some hardships. They're having to restructure things.
Right.
They're having to make some really tough decisions. Because everybody in life thinks that, when you're young, you got this little graph, I'm here. When I retire, it's going to be nice and smooth. This is the way it's going to work. Well, life doesn't work like that. And this year has proven that.
Right.
So what I do is I help people plan for retirement. I help people basically figure out I redo their budgets. I'll work with them as far as, I'm not an advisor that basically just wants a set person. I like working with the younger crowd, actually. Those 25 to 35 that are really kind of in that niche where they're starting to kind of get things flowing.
Yeah.
A lot of people, if they get married young, kind of integrating their lives together. Because we all know that basically when a man and woman marry, they all have the same habits as far as spending habits, as far as saving and everything like that. So I like to help those people basically kind of bring everything full circle.
Okay.
I do obviously traditional IRAs, 401s, simple SUPs. Those are all part of it. On the insurance side, I'm an independent broker, so I pretty much do everything except for health insurance. I do not do primary health, but I do auto, home. I do commercial policies, E&O, work comp, pretty much anything and everything. And what I do is I sit down, I talk to people, find out where they're at, what their goals are, where they'd like to be, and then sit down and work with them and figure out how to make it happen.
Right.
So,
okay. Has did the the COVID situation, did that change business for you? Did it increase?
It changed how I do business because I'm a pretty social person, and before COVID, I like to be out and about. I don't like to be in the office unless I really need to be in the office.
Right.
But I like to go out, meet my clients, meet new people, and kind of integrate that way. And it's changed that aspect up. Because even like this morning, I took around to some of my clients, I took them Christmas cards and stuff, but, I don't know now which clients or which people, or if they're not clients, how they're going to be receptive to that.
Right.
Some of them, you have to buzz into a door now, and they ask you why you're there, and, some of them like, just worry about people say, just slide the card under the door. That's kind of not the interaction that basically I like to have with people. It's changed things up like that. As far as office, it's pretty much we've went to just appointment only in the office. So, but kind of what's different is every single one of my clients, they have my cell phone number. And that's not something that everybody does. It's like my clients kind of become an extension of my family in a way. They all have my phone number. I had one of my clients about 3 weeks ago. He called me Saturday afternoon. He's like, hey, have you been to that new restaurant downtown? He's like, me and my wife, we're going to get a date night tonight. I just want to know if you've been there, what you think of it. And we just talked for 15 minutes on the phone about different restaurants and where he wanted to take his wife. And it's that's the type of interaction. It's like he also calls a lot about basically, business, but he feels comfortable enough to basically call me just about recommendation of where to eat locally downtown.
Right.
So, and that's a good feeling.
Yeah.
It's I before I went independent, I did work for a mainstream company, and it was all about, quotas, and you have to basically sell so many of these policies, so many of that policies, and that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
It's really about basically sitting down and just helping somebody and using the knowledge that I have to basically help them get where they want to be. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So, from that dynamic, it's what I've always done.
Yeah.
Even in my past career, that's basically what I do. I sit down, find out where people are at, what they're going through, and help them work through it. So
find solutions for people.
Yes, solutions. It's in the title.
It's in the title.
It's just like a sandwich. A sandwich isn't a sandwich unless it says a sandwich.
That's right.
It's not a solution unless it says.
Unless it
right?
says solution. That's
right. That's why I put it in there.
Of course. Yeah. How else would people know, right?
Well,
just by looking at the sign. Yeah.
Well, they could do that too.
That's true.
Yeah,
I guess.
So,
okay.
But that in a nutshell, that's what I do.
Okay.
And I like to be very active. That's another thing too. We also do an annual charity golf tournament for the Super Sam Foundation. That's something that didn't happen this year, just because we usually do it earlier, and it was in that point in time where golf courses were like, well, we're not really sure if we're going to do anything yet.
Yeah.
And so it didn't happen. So that'll be pushed back. We'll do another one next year. And then, I've done parents as teachers. This year I actually did something that I haven't done in 20 years. I actually got on the sub list for the schools.
Wow, there you go.
Got back in the classroom.
Yeah.
Just on a limited basis. It's one of those things where I worked with kids for so long that, and it was challenging kids. One of my jobs, I worked at the children's home as administrator. So, I kind of miss that one-on-one interaction, especially those challenging children.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of people that have the temperament and the patience and the understanding to really kind of sit down there and kind of work with them. I kind of missed that a little bit. So I figured I'm appointment only, so I'll tweak my schedule a little bit.
Sure.
And, do a day or two throughout the week at the schools. And it's been an interesting year in the school too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely, you can tell COVID has affected the schools dramatically, as you're well aware, even on the college level.
Right.
So, I can only imagine. I mean, you're not sports. Are you guys really doing many sports out there?
We are not right now. We're just cross country, and that just finished.
Okay.
Where we won our second national championship, and then everything kicks off really. January 22nd, around that time.
Okay.
With volleyball and basketball, and then it's off the races. Every sport packed into 3.5 months.
3.5 months.
Yeah.
So you'll be extremely busy then.
It's going to be a fun spring, I think.
Yeah. Very full spring.
Yeah, that's right.
So
It'll probably go by pretty fast, I would think, with so many things going on, maybe.
I would think, and that's what you're doing right now, is you're prepping for that period of time right now by being up for 24 hours, then going to a sporting event, because that's what it's going to feel like all spring long for you.
Yes, most likely.
So
yeah, getting ready for that. What you're saying is about. We've had several guests today kind of said that where the thing they do isn't about a job. It's about helping people, and I think that's really great. That's something that's really important. People need, especially right now.
Yeah, well, and definitely this year has had more challenges than most years for most people, and it's not. Tesla had a song a long time ago. It's not what you got, it's what you give. It's what you get, not what you got, or something like that. I can't remember the lyrics. It's been 20 plus years, but that kind of resonates. It's like, it's more of what you give to others, and then that should be reciprocated in some way. Obviously, I mean, if everybody base would adopt that philosophy a little bit and give, and be there for people when they need to be, and step up and do things, then that would be ideal. Unfortunately, the world's not ideal.
That would be ideal. It's true.
But definitely helping people out is something I've done ever since I graduated college.
Yeah.
So I've been in a field that basically where I help people just try and do the right thing.
Well, that's great. And so you still listen to Tesla? Is that?
I haven't listened to them. It's probably been 10 to 15 years since I really listened to them. I mean, my main go-to is AC/DC.
Okay.
I mean, that's anybody that's known me since high school. They very well know that. Anybody that knows Jordan Stone out there, he's the one of the coaches out at the high school, one of the track coaches. He was my college roommate for a little while. We always kind of had this little debate going because he's a huge Kiss fan, and I was a huge AC/DC fan.
Okay.
And I mean, I just never understood why he liked Kiss so much. But he probably thought the same thing. But he did tell me the other day when I talked to him that the new AC/DC song or AC/DC album Power Up is actually really good. So maybe he's kind of crossing over.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Well, I can probably play you a little AC/DC when we're done here.
Okay. Well, that would be good. I appreciate that.
I haven't had any
everybody
AC/DC
listening
yet
will
today.
appreciate it.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Yeah. Nothing's better than getting a fresh McRib and cranking up some AC/DC. Life is better at that moment.
Yeah, and what do you wash it down with, Joe?
Well, usually a Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Okay.
McDonald's Dr. Pepper, to me, only tastes good if you're eating McDonald's food with it, which I have no problem doing. That's great, of course. But, people bring me Dr. Peppers from McDonald's and say, here's Dr. Pepper. And it's like, it's good, but it's not, something's missing.
Where's the extra?
Yeah. Did you not put salt in this? Because I need some salt. And so, would you get some fries with it? A Big Mac, McRib, something like this, then it really hits the spot.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna take your word on that one. So,
hey, come back here at 2 a.m. with the Reverend. We'll have McRibs.
Okay. So I'm gonna have to get the McRibs before 2 a.m. because McDonald's isn't open that late.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
I don't think they're open 24 hours anymore, are they?
Man, COVID just ruins everything.
Yeah.
COVID already put the McRib like 2 months
I'm
late.
sorry. Do you need a moment of silence, Joe?
Well, after you, I'm probably gonna turn the lights off, and cry a little bit when the streaming goes off. It'll be better, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm all cried out, really, from a lot of things, but yeah. So everything else going okay in your life? Family doing good?
Family's doing very well.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things we did experience. We did have some issues with COVID.
Yeah.
It did hit our house just like it did many others a little over a month ago. So we got to experience that, and we quarantined, and it was funny. The Hadley, she's 9. She had a fever for about 2 days, and then she was back to normal. Just sprung back, just being a typical 9-year-old for the most part. So, and then Kelly and Kennedy, they kind of had like flu-like symptoms. So it lasted, a week or so. But we didn't, thankfully we didn't get hit too hard as far as being severely ill or severely, affected.
Right.
So, and I know a lot of people, that's not the case.
It hits everybody different.
It does.
It's weird. I mean, I was telling Bruce from US Tool earlier, I know people who have tested positive and never had any symptoms. I know people who tested negative, positive, negative, whatever, and had horrible symptoms. And I've known people that have died, and it's like, I mean, that's the mystery of this thing and how it really impacts people differently. And, we would have thought, I mean, back in March, we first started talking about this. I was one of those people where, I didn't know enough about it, but it was like, I'm sure by the time it gets to here, to St. Francis County, it's not going to be that big.
They'll have it figured out.
They'll have it figured out. I mean, it's going to take forever to get here. And then it was like, oh, well, there's a case. Oh, then there's a case. And then it's like, oh, there's thousands of cases and people dying. And I think it's, to say we underestimated, some of us anyway, underestimated, I think is an understatement. But, it's still there, and it's been a crazy year. And we were talking about substitute teachers earlier today too, and how they're so desperate for them because people are gone all the time.
Yeah, I can attest that I do get phone calls every day. I think I got 4 phone calls yesterday. And the way they do it, they have an app you can basically get on and sign up for any times at work, or you get a call, sometimes 4, every day,
right.
Or they can actually call you direct. I even have one school that I just gave them my information, and if they really need somebody, they'll just shoot me a message or just call me direct from the school.
And how many times have you subbed?
I've subbed about a dozen.
Yeah.
In about 12 days. So
like the same instructor, or did you get multiple?
No, I like to mix it up a little bit. Yeah. I've been at the kindergarten center. I've been at middle school. Mm-hmm. I've been at Lincoln. Been at the high school.
Yeah.
So, I think those are the 4 schools that I've been at.
That keep them on their toes. Students don't know what to expect.
Yeah. Well, it's the kindergarten. There's kids that basically weren't. I didn't even sub. I just saw them like in the cafeteria or whatever, and the next time I come back, they'll like wave and say, "Hey, Mr. Cook."
Yeah.
I didn't even teach them. They just. I may have had like a minute interaction with them in the lunchroom or open their milk farm or something like that, but they'll remember me a week later and know my name.
Well, and now that you've done this, there's Mark Cook from Cook Financial Security.
Exactly.
Solutions.
I'm gonna be recognized all over the place.
Probably.
Yeah.
I hope you have an agent because you're not gonna be able to handle those calls.
Well, I'm thinking, do I need a bodyguard?
You might.
Becoming famous like this instantly.
That's true. Yeah. Don't let it go to your head.
Well, okay, I won't.
Okay.
I think it'll be okay.
You took that advice pretty quick.
Yeah. Hey, you're a doctor.
I am a doctor. It's true.
You're a doctor and you're a DJ right now.
That's a doctor DJ. Yeah. That's true.
Are you like Dr. Fever off WKRP in Cincinnati?
I wish. I played the WKRP theme song just earlier.
Yeah. I missed that show.
Yeah.
I like every Thanksgiving they at least do the turkey.
The turkey,
bit.
yeah. I swear turkeys could fly. Yeah. Yeah, that's good stuff. We're not doing any turkey drops on this show.
That's good.
I mean, I can't sanction.
As an insurance professional, I cannot be a part of that. Too much risk involved in that.
Yes. So we can have all kinds of McRibs, but no turkey drops. That's
okay.
I
duly noted.
I draw the line at that.
Yeah.
We're trying to run a respectable family show here.
Yeah.
I guess.
So, and those turkeys were live turkeys, weren't they?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. It would have been even funnier if they were frozen turkeys.
Yeah, like little bombs dropping from,
Exactly.
from the sky. Right. All right. Well, you got plans for the holidays? Speaking of turkeys.
Well, we had Thanksgiving's already passed. We always have
Right.
turkey for Thanksgiving. Christmas, typically have the ham.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we'll do both for Christmas. But the holidays even were a little bit different. Thanksgiving was it was just kind of the immediate family, just our family. We usually have some extended family come over. That kind of didn't happen this year. We just kept it small. We still got a 21-pound turkey, though. So, I mean,
Good-sized turkey.
Yeah, you can't go small. Well, we have a few people in our family. I mean, there's just our family is 7. So,
Okay.
it reminds me, a guy I used to work with, he was, first time he was going to cook for his family for Thanksgiving, and he was stressed about it. And he was talking to me about it a little bit. And I said, how many people are you cooking for? He's like, I think I have 6 people coming over. So it'll be 7 of us total. He just looked at me. He's like, you cook for that many people every night, don't you? I was like, yeah, I do. So, yeah, so that kind of calmed him down a little bit when he realized, yeah, okay, Mark does it every night for 7 people. So somehow I managed to get it done.
All right. Well, I didn't get a turkey for Thanksgiving.
You didn't?
I cook a dynamite turkey. I mean, it is so good. But because we weren't really spending time with a lot of family this year, we decided not to go with the turkey. We went ham. We went ham.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you went Cornish hen.
No. Ham's nice. I mean, ham's good, but I do miss the turkey. I feel like I really put my heart in that one.
Well,
Not literally.
you can always mix it up. You can have turkey for Christmas.
That's true.
Or you can have turkey
just for turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Because it's Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
You can do that. So now, but we usually have ham is on Christmas, and we'll probably try and I think we're gonna try and get the whole gang together a little bit and bring in some extended family, and it's just really the dynamics have just been. It's just hard to figure out.
Right.
What's really right now, what's not.
Yeah.
What should you do? There's just so many different changes going on, and every place handles it differently. Just like whenever I went around this morning, I mean, just the 3 businesses I went to, the clients, I mean, they were all different. One of them I barely got in the door.
Yeah.
The other one, they said, hey, come on, there's a partition, just kind of like we are, and talk for 45 minutes. Then the other one, we just, same thing. We kind of just chatted for like 20, 30 minutes. They were on one side of, their desk, and so it's all just different.
Okay.
As far as how people are handling it, what to know, what you don't know what to do.
Yeah.
What's right or wrong, depending on who you're talking to.
Truth.
So.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well, anything else you want to add before we wrap it up and crank up the AC/DC?
No, I say just go for it. I mean, you're going to surprise me at what song. I don't even know what song you're going to play.
That's true. We'll be surprised. All right. Well, I'm going to end the live stream that is on Facebook right now. They don't like it when you play music on Facebook. So
they have rules against that?
They do. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway. All right. So bye, Facebook. Welcome my next guest. Sponsoring this hour is Deloge Chamber of Commerce, Sherry Henderson. Sherry, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Joe. How are you? And thank you for the invite.
Well, you're welcome, and thanks for being here. I'm glad you could make it. What's going on in Deloge? You have a lot of things happening.
I haven't sit down since 7 this morning. Jingle Bell Run's first on the list. Tomorrow morning we'll kick off by signing in at 8 o'clock, and the run will start at 9 o'clock. We'll have a food truck there, and we'll have several best dressed, so everyone can dress up in their Jingle Bell attire.
Okay.
And it's a 5K or a 1 mile walk. Cape Road Runners, they will be timing, so it's official timing for those that are really serious. Or you can even walk the 5K. It's whatever works for everyone.
Okay. All right. And you're expecting a large crowd?
Yes, we are. This is the first time we have online registration. It's worked well. And we have well over 60 people already pre-registered for Deloge for a fun run. That's a big number.
Yeah.
And especially for a time when people are a little apt not to get out.
Right.
But we're going to social distance. We've got masks and we're just going to do it the safest way. We're following Cape Road Runner codes for health. And so we're just going to have fun.
Okay. Well, fun is great. That's what we want, right? We need more fun, I think, in this time that's going on. You also just finished up the small business bingo.
We did.
So tell us about that and how it went.
Very successful. Close to 200 participated, and we had several different winners of different directions. If someone went to all 25 stores, and we had them different locations, and we also had local vendors set up at my office and at Lincoln Street Event Center, so we could support some of our local vendors as well as our local shops. I'm looking down. Tina Cater won $100. She went. There were several that went to all 25 stores. Emily Grimminger, she won $50. She had several diagonals. And Gayla Sherbanow won $25. And I was most excited about, and that was to visit 5 stores. Lillian Wurst, she was, I'm going to guess 12 or 13, and she was a winner as well of a $25 check. And she loved it. She was so excited when she came in. And she was headed out to Christmas shop.
Yeah. Awesome.
So it was a great event. It was a way that all chambers, we support our members. They could put their name on the bingo card, first come, first serve, no charge, but our priority is to push business, to promote foot traffic their way.
Okay. That's great. And hopefully they took some of that money and spent it back in the community, the money they won on those things, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. They obviously care about small businesses and shopping local, so I'm sure that's probably what happened.
Exactly.
All right. Well, moving on. What you have? I go to these a lot of times. I try to go to Deloge lunches a lot. I don't get to all of them, of course, but you've had luncheon. It's Jennifer Beard at Mineral Area Crisis Intervention Team. The luncheon.
Yes, and her son, who was a policeman, was with her, and just eye-opening to a crisis intervention center is sending out someone from the social service area that will go and try to kind of diffuse what's going on. And often police are with them, and they have to decide, is this a healthcare situation or is it something the police need to resolve?
Right.
And it's something that they're working together on, and it was such an interesting luncheon. But I am so excited, and you could probably help me out with the next one with Rich Flotron.
Yeah.
So it will be, I'm going to say just offhand, maybe it's the first Tuesday in December, in January, so maybe January 5th.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
But Rich is going to come and talk to us something about how to diffuse, if we're really talking, a situation that may escalate to anger. And he has been on our schedule since September, and that was when we stopped having open luncheons. And he really needs to have face-to-face contact, so we will always social distance and safe luncheons. But I think it's a program that everybody will enjoy and learn from. Because with tension high right now, and he's a master at this, and I believe on the 14th, he defends his dissertation and will become Dr. Flotron.
That's right. That's coming up, and he's really good. I've seen his presentation, and it's very good. I'm not sure I'll be able to make that one, but I want to be there to support him if I can.
Yes.
But he does a fantastic job.
Well, I look so forward to him being there.
All right, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
All right, we're back. We had to take a little moment on. We're having some technical difficulties. We started the day with technical difficulties, and so we went a long while, and now it's starting again. So we got people working on it, though. Much more capable people than me, of course.
Well, we'll go with the flow. I'm relaxed with this, and you are too. We've been on air together, so we just kind of go with the flow.
That's right. Just go right along with it. So yeah, Rich does a fantastic job, and he in his training in law enforcement and security, he knows what he's doing about diffusing situations, and he's just a pleasant guy to talk to. So he just kind of knows about that stuff. I think it's going to be a great presentation.
Well, and he's very flexible. I've enjoyed getting to know him, and look forward to seeing his presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we were coupled with United Way this last week. I wanted to remind everybody to sign up to go to United Way website and sign up to ring bells. At first, they were not going to have bell ringers, and they are.
Mm-hmm.
And I always like to ring bells on my birthday, so that's coming up soon, next week.
All right.
So I'll get on there and sign up, and it's a great charity. It stays locally, and it's something I hope everyone, all the viewers and listeners, support.
Great. Yeah, that sounds awesome. So I see Earth Mother is on our list, and I'm assuming it's the same Earth Mother that was here earlier today.
Oh, so you
She
had a
stopped
chance
in.
to talk to
I
Mary
did.
Lee.
I did. We talked to Mary Lee earlier today. So what's that about? She's having an open house.
She is having, yes. I listed a couple things because when I'm on the radio, it is a priority not to only talk about Deloach Chamber,
Mm-hmm.
but for us to talk about our businesses. And today, right now, happening until 8 o'clock, Mary Lee and her staff, they're having open house. You could have cider and just enjoy her products. I know I shop there frequently and love the supplements they provide, and the knowledge that Mary Lee has is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But and I love to listen. Every once in a while she's on the radio,
Yeah.
and she's a great storyteller, and so I love listening to her as well.
Yeah.
And to follow suit, to kind of give another hats off to one of our new members, 573 Fitness. On the 12th, we'll have their 12 days of Christmas workout.
Okay.
Starts, I believe, at 7, and it's modified to all levels, but I have participated in that many years, and it's amazing. It's lots of fun, and it's fun to watch if you want to just go and get some positive energy. 12 Days of Christmas, and they are on Lincoln Street and the corner of Lincoln Street and Olive, and hop in, and it'll be going on throughout the morning.
Yeah.
And watch that 12 Days of Christmas. And I think on the 12th is also Cedarhurst is having Santa Claus,
Mm-hmm.
and they're also having Miss Santa Claus, and your children can drop off letters to Santa. And just a fun event. Cedarhurst is new. They're one of our premier investors. They're just amazing people, and I put my name on the long list to live there. It is that nice.
Yeah. It looks nice. I've never been inside of it, but it looks impressive.
Well, you're a little too young to put your name on the long list.
It's not never too early though, Sherry. You never know.
But I'm telling you, it is like a 5-star hotel. So they're a member. Check it out. You can have private tours right now. But Cedarhurst of Farmington is absolutely great.
Okay.
And but those are 2 of our businesses we can support right offhand.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or actually 3.
So if you get a call to live at Cedarhurst, is Mike going with you, or is he on the list too? Or
Well, it depends. I robbed the cradle. I'm a year older than him, so
okay.
he'll have to just hold his own for a whole year. I'll be 62 December 9th, and we just, I say I'll run in the 5K, but I actually trot, and then I'll look back to my friends and say, I'll just kind of jog, if that's what you call it. But, right now with everything that's going on, we've talked about Earth Mother. I think taking control of our own health and being in physical condition can only up our immune system and our overall health.
Yeah.
And whatever we need to with this COVID that's going on,
Right.
we all have to stay positive, involve ourselves in positive activities, and and something I'm bringing to MAC on, what is it, December 9th. It'll be my birthday. I'm going to bring just before the next breath.
Uh-huh.
And it is it's a really great program I used to do with my 5th graders and with breakout sessions for organizations that would have conferences.
Mm-hmm.
And I look forward to leading MAC instructors that participate in this, and we'll do some Qigong breathing. And if, like I've always said, and it's offered through Deloche Chamber only to our members, and it's just one of my strengths, and so we're going to offer it up as something our members can take advantage of. But when you're sitting at your desk all day, there are trigger muscles that can cause sciatica, neck pain, and I go through a variety of steps. It takes, I call it a handful of minutes, because our presentation with MAC will only be 6 to 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you don't take care of yourself, no one else is going to. And so we kind of approach, it's a mindful moment, and I look so forward to sharing that with all of you. And I know the Daily Journal will be covering it.
Yeah.
And so maybe you'll go on screen, because you have the option of no screen or be on screen, because it will stream. It will be Zoom, so we'll be social distancing, but it is hits all trigger muscles and clears your mind, and we're going to enjoy a mindful moment that is offered by Deloche Chamber.
Okay. Well, I've heard people talking about it, so I think there's some interest on campus about it going. So hopefully a lot of people do.
I believe many of your employees I had as past students, so they are going to be very familiar with this, and it's something I'm excited about bringing to our members from Deloche Chamber.
Okay. Well, good. Well, thank you for doing that. That'll maybe help, some stressful times into the semester as people are getting grades in, getting everything done, and we've had a crazy year, of course, so
Oh, yes.
maybe that'll help.
Kindred Hospice, they were my second group. I worked with a group of teachers as well, and I had very positive feedback, but that's what we want to offer, to our members, something positive.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so that's going to be on Zoom.
Yes.
So speaking of Zoom, you have a trivia coming up on Zoom.
Yes. Now, Kelly Farkas will be, and Dakota Seaborn, they will be co-chair of that committee. And I know all of our trivia people, they are entrenched in knowledge. And I love it because they study this stuff year-round, but I didn't know this, there's trivia season.
Ah.
And right now, I know a good friend of mine, Kathy Wigger, and her group, they've been, Jack Poston, they've been doing trivia via Zoom Friday nights. And so Kelly and Dakota will be setting up this event, and I'm going to say everyone's on their honor. We can't Google the answers.
What else are you going to do?
We'll see.
Are there teams, or is it
We're
partners, or what?
We're going to take teams, and it will be Zoom as well, and everyone will be on their honor to not look at their phone. And I think it'll be a first time, but it's a way to engage our members and the community, because anyone is welcome to join a team. I'll be putting that information out. It will be in February, early March. I haven't been given the date yet, but Deloche Chamber is going to have Zoom trivia, and I look forward to it. I didn't realize so many. I think of Bart Mitchell and Eric Schoenhart. They are diehard trivia fans.
People. Yeah, there are people that prepare year-round. I mean, they like athletes,
Are you going to have your trivia this year?
That's our plan right now. We're trying to figure that out still, but that's the plan we're trying to do. So we'll see.
Well, my husband and I, we have figured out you surround yourself with really smart people.
That's what I do every day.
Yeah. That's the answer.
That's right.
And so we look forward to that too, and we look forward to defending our MAC championship.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, but we have to have Bart and his crew on with us.
It was a close one, but you did. You pulled it out
It
last
was
year.
because there was a tie, and they had to go back
Yeah.
to the tiebreaker, and so I can forget what team we need to give credit to, but there were two winners.
Yeah. Well, we'll hopefully you can have a chance to defend your crown, this year if we do it again.
Well, I love having the Smarties bucket with the balloon on our table. Hey, that's a lot of fun. And when I'm there, I'm the head cheerleader.
Uh-huh.
And I look around because at MAC, everyone brings their own food, and they did that at Deloge Chamber as well. And I thought, wow, do I pick the table with the best food, or do I go to my team? But that was so much fun.
Yeah, it was a really fun night. I'm glad everybody had a good time. It was big. It was huge. I mean, I've never seen one that big.
I'm anxious as far as Mineral Area College. I don't call you new anymore, but relatively you're new. Have you enjoyed? I love your Facebook post. We have something in common, and we love to share our post.
Uh-huh.
We have that in common. But what are some of the positives you have to say about MAC?
Oh man, it's just a great place to be and work, and the people are just so amazing. I've been here for 17 months, something like that, and yeah, you're right. I can't claim I'm new here anymore when I don't know something, but it's just been fantastic. It's just an atmosphere I've never known of having this family, at Mineral Area College, and the employees that care about the students so much, the student success. Just every day, I'm reminded of that. I see it all over campus. So that's really my biggest takeaway from being at Mineral Area College. It's just a fantastic place to be.
I could tell. It shows you beam with excitement, and it really does show. And Mac is very, very lucky to have you there.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like you said, you surround yourself with smart people. I got people that make me look really good because they are very smart, and they really know what they're doing. And so I believe strongly in that philosophy of surrounding yourself with people smarter than me. So which doesn't take much, but I'm really glad to have the team we do, and that makes a big difference.
Well, the same with Deloge Chamber. We have an excellent board of directors, and just offhand, I won't go through the list at this moment, but they're sharp, they're innovative, they are forward-thinking, and that's what makes, every once in a while I have someone say, Sherry, you taught for 31 years. What are you doing back in the workforce? And I said, I don't call this work. I call it a passion.
Right.
And there is a love for what I do, and to watch our board members and to serve like they do and to run their business, successful business. And I have noticed those businesses that are highly successful have learned to network.
Yeah.
And I watch this because I taught business for many, many years, but now I see it in action. And many of the board of directors were past students of mine. And if they're out there hand to hand, face to face, when we can, they're promoting their business in a positive way. And I like to give Chelsea and Reggie Abishon a hats off because they've learned the positive way to network, but to also to serve our community.
Right.
And that speaks so highly of them, as well as the rest of our board. And we have new board members coming on, but one thing I really, really like is they're innovative. They're going to bring a new energy to the board, but the members going off, they've already signed up for committees. I've already signed them up for committees.
Right.
And so they're not leaving. They're just stepping aside but still staying involved. I say I'm one of the luckiest around because I have the very best board of directors to work for.
Right. Yeah, it's just, it makes your job, it makes your day-to-day so much better when you have good people around you that you get to work with.
And how much they care about the community and the growth of business, bringing business our way, sending foot traffic through the doors of our business. Their commitment is truly in their heart.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of those events that you have going, some membership things, some ways to get involved?
Yes, so we will be, right now is a great time to join Deloge Chamber because our April 1st will be our new membership drive, but right now it's a very prorated. But things we like to do, and we've been working on this as a core group, how do we best serve our members? Why would someone want to be a chamber member? And speaking of Reggie and Chelsea earlier, providing opportunities for them to network and fun events that they could actually go. And Richard Black sent one of his employees, he's a CPA from Farmington, to one of our luncheons, and one of our board of directors took him around personally and introduced him during the luncheon. And the best way to advertise for your business is hand-to-hand, face-to-face. We can do all the technology we want, but I remember Mike one time coming home and saying, we're going to go here and invest. I've worked with him on the chamber, and he's been chamber president for a year, and I like what he has to say and what he does for the community, and that's the direction we went. We made the connection through, actually it was the Deloge Chamber of Commerce. That speaks highly of when you get out there and network, it's going to bring business your way. Yeah, networking on Zoom and is like that is okay, but it can't replace the face-to-face and those conversations and interactions we have. It cannot replace hand-to-hand
That's right.
talking, and most important, staying positive. And I know that's something our board focuses on, is staying very positive. And I notice with your employees, I talk to many of them. Lori Crump, I live down the street from her, and I will see them. Just many of your employees that work right in your office, they're happy, they're positive, and it's an environment that I could say hats off to you that you have created. I'm not sure in the past, I haven't worked as chamber director and worked with Max, so but just seeing firsthand the last year and a half, wow, they're positive employees that you are working with. They're really great people. I can't take credit for it. They're just amazing people. So I don't know what it was like before I got here, but it's since day one they've been just great to work with. Well, that makes your job a lot easier. It does. It really does. So did you want to talk about Premier Investors? I did. I would like to mention our Premier Investors, and I always do, and I will look so I won't miss anybody. But Deneen, she is with American Heritage Abstract, their new Premier Investors, Belgrade State Bank, CS Design, Cedarhurst of Farmington, Senior Living, City of Deloge, and we love the City of Deloge employees. They are so good to the chamber, and we work hand in hand to improve our community. But First State Community Bank, McDonald's of Deloge, I've met all of their owners, and I make it a point to get to them, and she is amazing. New Era Bank, Parkland Health Center, Unico Bank, and Walmart of Deloge. And probably everyone knows William right now. He's one of the kindest hearts. But our Premier Investors, and I like to think of what type of members we have, and it's twofold. You've got your big business. We've got Walmart, we've got McDonald's. We have some big business that we're really not going to push business their way. Right. And they are there to support the community and to support the chamber, so we can promote events. That's mostly what the bigger businesses do, and I always say thank you, because they're there to support the small businesses as well. And then on the other hand, we have then our small business. So we're working with both small business, large business, and thanking them all and trying to promote and talk highly of all of our business investors. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, what else do you want to talk about? I'm going to look down to see if we've missed anything. Let's see. When I go on radio, which I often do, I always take an outline so
Yeah.
we could kind of work with each other.
Right.
I try not to look down at it, but I like to be prepared.
Yeah.
Oh, we were going to talk about it. It said, be prepared to ask what your biggest pet peeve is. Was that
Well,
on your note?
It was. That's one of the potential games we were going to play. So let's do it then. You're prepared for it. All right.
Well, I will fix someone if it's wrong.
Okay.
The toilet row in the bathroom. Since toilet paper has been such a big deal this year, here's the deal. Does it go under or should it go over? What about for you?
Oh, you're gonna set me
Yeah.
up on this. Okay. I believe it should be over. I'm sorry. I
It's
can see
correct.
it. Oh, okay. I thought you
You
were disappointed.
are correct.
Of course
No.
I am. Yeah.
If I go in a business and that toilet paper is under, I'll fix it for him.
Yeah.
No, not really. I won't. But I guess we could say Google is always right, but I have seen directions back in the day. I'm showing my age here. Back in the day, there were directions for how to put the toilet paper on the row, and it goes over is officially the correct way.
It makes sense. You know.
It makes sense,
makes sense.
doesn't it?
It does.
Another one. I don't know. You can give me one of yours.
Go
I'll
ahead.
give you,
Go ahead.
Who takes their shoes off and puts them on opposite sides? That's something I fix too. If I take my shoes off, I want the left and the right being side by side.
Who does that?
And I go in some houses and I'll see some and they'll be kicked off and one will go one way and one will go the other, and I'll gently fix it for them.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay, share with me what are your pet peeves.
Well, earlier today, I told someone my pet peeve was people chewing with their mouth open. I can't. I struggle with mouth noises, and so, hearing people chew or whatever, that really gets to me. The toilet paper is one that I wouldn't call it a pet peeve. I just fix it, like you said.
I know, we fix it.
I just I feel like I know the way it's supposed to. My wife and I disagree on this all the time.
Oh, well,
And
we'll
so-
have to have a little talk.
You should, yes, please,
We'll have
please.
a conversation.
You have a talk with her.
Okay.
I'll leave that to you, sure. But no, I think that I get real annoyed by slow people, like in front of me. If I'm walking someplace or a car or something and it's slow, it's not like road rage, but I get a little.
Just like to honk the horn at them if they're
I just
looking at
like
their phone.
get out of the way.
Yes.
And you can walk as slow as you want, but people walk slow in the middle of the hall or something, like move over. I don't know. So
Or
I'd say
on the
that's
walking
probably.
track.
Yeah.
There'll be slow walkers on the fast walking lane.
Yeah, that's not good.
That is, I get that one. That's a real concern. We need to teach people.
We need to fix some people. Sure, that's true. All right. Well, I'm glad we got that out. I was hoping you'd bring something that was good, and I think you did.
Oh yes.
It's very
so
good.
we've got those 3 things to fix.
Yeah. And that if we can fix that in the world, then the world will be a better place.
Well, I also wildlife. Wasn't there a story of wildlife on Mac campus where there was? Were you here when
don't
there
know.
was a lion or
Oh.
tiger? No, lion.
I,
Yes.
I don't think I was here. I don't know.
Oh, you're going to have to find out.
Okay.
Yes, that did happen, and a picture went live on Facebook. It probably was about 3 years ago. It was
Wow.
beautiful. And since then, I've walked past that rock several times. And it's something you're going to have to research.
I will look into that,
And
yeah.
animal control was called, and it was taken care of.
Huh.
But that was a fun story about Mac.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen deer on campus.
Yes.
But they're everywhere. I mean, they seem to be all over the place. And we're kind of in the country. We're out in the, the edge of town, just off the highway. So there's a lot of
So
creatures
I
there, I
believe
guess.
the first time I met you was at Mac graduation.
Yes, we sat next to each other.
We
That's
did
right.
sit next to each other and got to know each other a little, and then we had a radio interview. Something fun. I guess I get to be the talk show host for a moment. What are some of the fun things you enjoy outside of Mineral Area College when you're not working? What do you do? We
Wow.
want to know.
Well, I would spend time with my family, of course,
Yes.
with my children, and my daughter plays a lot of sports, and so we get to go out and watch softball games. And tomorrow she has a basketball tournament, which I'm going to be awake for. But it's going to be a struggle, but I'll be there. So we like to just spend time together as a family. We play some board games. We've tried to play like Monopoly and things like that. That doesn't end well. I don't know of any Monopoly game ever that ended well.
I don't
but,
know if they end well either.
we try those things, but we just spend time together, and that's kind of what we do in our downtime. We really like to to go out and see things. I mean, my wife takes the kids all the time to Elephant Rocks and, Johnson Shut-ins and these type of places. She'll do it a lot of times while I'm at work.
Right.
But, if I can go on weekends or whatever, we do that occasionally. We've got a lot of property, so we just go outside and work around I'm not going to call it a farm necessarily, but the property, and, I just spending time with the family.
Well, that's a great one, and we do the same as well. And we like to scramble, which is hand over foot, climbing down cliffs or anything, and kayak, and lots of fun things. So, but it's nice to, with you being a community leader, it's nice to know some of the fun stuff. But I could tell that family is real important to you just by your Facebook posts and by your wife's Facebook post as well.
Yeah.
And that's good to know.
Yeah.
You know, it's a good trait for students at MAC. They could see that in you.
Well, thank you. Well, I do like I said, that's really how we spend our, during the shutdown in the spring when there really wasn't a lot to do. We spend a lot of times just being together at night in the house. We maybe find a TV show we can all watch together, or a card game or something. But just spending time together, that's what we like to do.
That's what it's about.
That's right.
And hopefully we'll get through this next bit of not being able to get out like we would like. Hopefully this happens sooner than later, and I think we just need to stay positive along the way, and that will carry us over.
Absolutely.
Until we can get out amongst friends again.
Could not agree more.
I know.
And when you get out, go shop local.
I know. Yes.
And spend some money in the region
and oh, that one, I gave you a letter earlier to read.
Yeah.
And it's just, I can kind of paraphrase it because I wondered, and I know our board members wonder. And I did receive, and I've received 3 or 4, but how some of our smaller businesses in Deloge, people didn't know when they were there until they did the shop small. And she noted in her note to the board of directors that it was 2 of her most profitable days of the year.
Yeah.
And now Lincoln Street Gifts and Quilts, I know she's my neighbor beside me, and I know people will start frequenting her store. It's got lovely items. They learn to quilt. She has a great quilting machine, and it's something fun for the community to know that it's there. And quilting is not a lost art. And there's a place right downtown Deloge, Lincoln Street, which I've had 5 ribbon cuttings for Deloge, Lincoln Street.
Things are happening on Lincoln Street.
It is. Yeah. It's hopping. And I have 3 more ribbon cuttings for Lincoln Street that will be happening. One will be 573. I call them Lincoln Street, but they're on the corner of Lincoln and Olive. But we have a salon. We've got a lot of different things that are just right around the corner. I call it the Loop. I think it's where the new lights are. It's coming up, I guess, going through Deloge Drive now, where they're going to extend the sidewalks and the lights, and then come up State Street, and then they've got the walking path that goes to Chestnut, and it's kind of a big loop around Deloge that they are really, City of Deloge has really upped their game, and it leads right to the park. And if you haven't visited Deloge Park, it's amazing. I have spotted, I love bird watching, our family does, pileated woodpeckers. And we have found 1 home in Deloge Park, but we have seen 3. And so we keep a big list of Missouri birds. And Charlie, my 7-year-old grandson, every time we spot one, or he and his mother spot one, we circle it. And but in Deloge Park, it's a nesting place for birds. And I know Farmington Inkler Park, they've got a bird sanctuary. All kinds of wonderful things to do outside, right here in our own backyard.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that's what maybe the positive things, because you have to look at the positives that the shutdown has brought about, is to find all the amazing things that are right here in our backyard.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot.
That's what we're doing.
That's right.
And so I've just made the best of a bad situation.
That's what you got to do. Can't let it get you down, you know.
Not at all.
That's right.
And just lots of positive conversations with friends over phones,
Mm-hmm.
and friend checkups. Like we call them friend checkups.
Yeah.
And but anyway, finding new ways to communicate and new things to do that are not close contact. It's not so hard if you open your eyes and look around,
Right.
because we've got a lot going on. I know Shepherd's Mountain
Mm-hmm.
in Arcadia Valley. I was there Tuesday,
Yeah.
and I toured that mountain, and they're going to have, they're working on it now, 5-county, kind of like Door County in Wisconsin. They're going to have a 5-county tourist group website. It's in the works now.
Yeah.
And they have Shepherd's Mountain. We got in a Humvee, about 8 of us, and I loved that. And we toured that mountain, and it's going to be off-road racing. And it's got some of the, it's going to be an A+. Those of you that are into off-road cycling, you are going to love it.
It's becoming a really big deal down here.
It
Yeah.
is becoming a big deal. They're going to be a showcase for the area once that mountain is a go. But and they do have tours that you can tour it right now. Right now it's just amazing.
Yeah.
So I like that because to strengthen all towns, Deloge, Farmington, Park Hills, Leadwood, Esther, all of them, everything around us has to become stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
It just makes us as a community just even more positive and stronger.
I agree. Well said. Well, thank you for coming in tonight, Sherry. Thank you for your sponsorship of this time. That money that goes towards this sponsorship is multiplied, as you know,
Yes.
3 to 1, and so it really helps us out tremendously. And I really appreciate you talking about positive energy. You're the most positive person I think I've ever met. So I thank you for your leadership, in the community in Deloge, and I get to work with Mike a lot, and you're just great people that are really fun to work with. So thanks for all you do for the community.
Well, thank you. And we have a passion, and our passion is local. It's in our hearts. And like I said, I've been here 61, almost 62 years, and absolutely love it. Someone asked me today, do you like the chamber? Do I like it? I love it. So thank you for inviting Deloge Chamber of Commerce, giving us the opportunity to talk to Monroe College to support your funds.
Thank you.
And it's a priority of ours.
Well, we appreciate it. And happy birthday next week if I don't see you before.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will be doing my official traditional handstand push-ups.
Okay.
And I try to do one for every year of my age. So it may take me all day this time.
Okay. But it'll be on Zoom. You'll do it on Zoom. Right?
I didn't do it on Zoom, but I did post it on Facebook. And that was a lot of fun. And, just lots of fun.
Okay.
Lots of fun around the Henderson house.
It's always, I think that's probably true. It's always fun at the Henderson house. All right. Well, thank you again for coming in. We really appreciate you.
Thank you. And Deloge Chamber of Commerce supports Monroe Area College, and we're here for you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to end the live stream. Next guest, brought to you by First State Community Bank, is our Joanna Watts with CASA, the court-appointed special advocates.
Yep.
And so welcome. We want to thank First State Community Bank for sponsoring this hour. And it's good to see you again. You were here this morning.
I was here this morning. Yes, it's great to be here. And again, thank you for First State Community Bank. It's great to have their support.
Sure. Well, let's, First State Community Bank, as well as Chris Morrison, who you're with earlier, both understand the importance of what you do and the organization you work with. So for those out there that may not know what CASA is or what CASA does, why don't you give an overview of that and what goes on there?
Absolutely. So CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. In a perfect world, there is no child who is removed from the home because of abuse and neglect. In a perfect world, we have parents who, are not impaired or have extreme poverty or, all of these other circumstances of why children have to be removed and go into the foster care system. And we're not in a perfect world. And here in the 24th Circuit, which it's 4 counties, so it's Washington, St. Francis, St. Genevieve, and Madison counties, we have over 500 children who are in the foster care system. Wow. And that's a lot. That's the daily average. And our attorneys, the caseworkers for Children's Division, there's so many different professionals that, and the judges, that are there, and they are doing and working as hard as they can. And they still need more help. And that's what CASA does. Mm-hmm. So we are a volunteer-based organization. And our CASAs, they are appointed one-on-one to a child or sibling group on a specific case. And they get to know the child. They get to know the family. They work with all of the different professionals for that child. They get to know them. Mm-hmm. And no matter what changes happen, if they change homes, if they change, any of the other medical professionals, if they change schools, they always have the same CASA. And research shows that children who have a CASA, they do better in school. They're more likely to not re-enter foster care, and a lot of other benefits to it as well. Mm-hmm. I started as a CASA volunteer in 2014 when I lived in Tennessee. I grew up as a foster family. We had children, who would come and go, and it was always fun. Oh, I got a new brother, I got a new sister. But as I became an adult, I really started to learn why children are in foster care. And when I first heard about CASA, it was hands down had to get involved. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't until I started the training that I really started to understand what is going on. Right. And what it is they need. So here in the Parkland, we have gotten together to make CASA of the Parkland so that we can have advocates here. It is so needed. We are the 7th highest circuit in the state out of 45 circuits, 7th highest for the number of children who are in care. And I don't think a lot of people know that. I don't think they understand the significance of what a program like this, first, why it's needed, and second, what we do, mm-hmm. and why we do it. So we're here to help these children in foster care in a very different way, a very unique way that no one else does. Right. So.
And how many advocates do you have?
So we just finished our 2nd training class. So we have just over 20 advocates. We just started in March. So to have 20 is phenomenal. Mm-hmm. We're serving only 18 children right now. We have some more cases coming, so that number will increase. But our goal, our vision, is that every child who is in care has a CASA.
Right. What kind of qualifications do you have to be an advocate?
So obviously a passion for helping this vulnerable population, over 21 years of age, able to pass a background check. We do interviews, we do reference checks, and then it is 30 hours of training. It's great training. I loved it when I became a volunteer, and now I'm able to train. And we cover a lot of different aspects, but one of the roles that CASA plays is we go to court. We are a voice for that child, mm-hmm. and we prepare court reports as well. So that's part of the training too, and it's something else that makes us a very unique organization.
Right. It's just, I think I said this earlier, but these children are put in such positions that they really need an advocate. They need somebody with them. To help along this process. Absolutely.
And I'm so happy that we're here. Now CASA is part of a national organization. So it's not just a local one. We serve only local children, but CASA started in 1977. And it's expanded to 49 out of the 50 states. Mm-hmm. We are the newest program in Missouri, and we're really excited about that.
Awesome. How many are in Missouri?
We are the 23rd program. Yep. Okay. Yep. Just started this year.
So you said you have 20 advocates, you have 18 children right now, and you want them all to have an advocate, which that math works out.
Right.
Ideally, if you could just pick a number of advocates you would like to have just to be safe, what would that number be?
500. I mean, one for, every child. Now, it is, sibling groups too. So, but again, the goal is for every child to have a CASA. And the way that it works is, I am only one person, and I am, I can only supervise a certain number of volunteers. And so the faster we grow, the faster our children are served, the faster they're able to get a CASA, but that's the end goal, is for all children that are in foster care in our community, they're able to have and benefit from a CASA.
Okay. Does can each CASA have more than one child? You said each child should have one CASA, but can you have multiple in that case?
Yeah. So right now, our CASAs are serving an average of 2 kids. So there's some who are serving 1 child. There's some that have 4 on their case. It just depends on the situation.
There's that you'd think there. I mean, I'm sure there's a kind of a max you'd want, because you want the child to get personal attention, and you have too many, and it's hard to
right.
to do that.
Yep. So it's one-on-one. Yeah. So one case appointment to 1 CASA, and that's the other thing that makes it really unique. We have wonderful guardian ad litems. They're the attorneys for the children, but there's only a couple of them, and they serve 100 children on their caseload, on top of a lot of other responsibilities, and they are fabulous, who have such a deep care and love and concern, who want to serve these children. And so CASA comes in, they are included as part of that team, and they're able to help give that one-on-one attention.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you would agree that we all wish organizations like CASA didn't need to be here.
Absolutely.
But they are. And so what can the community do? What can we do to help you?
Yeah, and there's a couple of things. So we're always looking for great volunteers. And being new-ish to the area, I've been here for about 4 years. One thing I've learned about this community is that they are such a giving, caring, serving community. I absolutely love it. And, we're always looking for volunteers. Sometimes if a couple wants to volunteer and go through the training together, we've had husband and wife volunteers. We've had sisters together be part of it. We're always looking for that. The second part, and it goes right into what's going on right now with Festival of Trees, is they can come and be a part of Festival of Trees and really support us in that way. So at Winter Wonderland right now, we have over 30 trees, and they're just beautifully done, that have been designed and decorated from members of our community. So organizations, schools, businesses have come together and just blown all of us away with what they've done at Long Haul. All the trees are in an auction right now. And I mean, the value of these trees are, up to $900. I mean, it's insane. Yeah. But when you come and you look at them, it makes sense. It makes sense. That's right. They're great. I know I mentioned earlier that there is a Girl Scout troop, Troop 3524. They use their cookie money for the decorations for the tree. And it's amazing. It's a Whoville tree. I mean, it's like right off a Dr. Seuss movie. It's just fabulous. But I could just go on about them. But we've got pictures up on Facebook. We've got them on the auction site, which is 32auctions.com/CASA Festival of Trees. Or you can go to our Facebook page, look at them that way. But you gotta take a look at these trees. Everybody needs to take a look. And it's really important to understand where that money is going. It's going straight to helping these children, straight to getting more advocates for these children, because we have a long way to go. We're only serving 18 children. We need to get up to 500. And the only way to do that is to continue to grow our program so that we can serve more children.
Right. And just because you don't currently serve 500 children doesn't mean there's not 500 children that need to be served. So
that's right. Yeah.
People can help out. And that's, I'm putting you on the spot, because I don't know if you know this, but you know how much the bidding is up to on these trees, like an overall number?
Oh, I think we are over, like, just what we've made so far.
Yeah. Just.
Last time I looked, we were either right at 4,000 or just over that. So, I mean, so we have the trees, but then we have what's called a giving tree. And Lynn Roos, she's one of the GALs, she just made this fabulous tree where she packed it full of gifts for all the kids that we're currently serving. Yeah. And people can choose to donate. If they're not wanting to purchase a tree or bid on a tree, they can give to CASA so that these children can get these gifts. We also have a raffle tree. We have gift cards, probably close to $500 worth of gift cards on this tree, and we're doing a raffle for that one. So $5 for a ticket or $5 for $20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, as I said earlier, I'm just going to go ahead and assume, Joanna, that we don't have the same listeners we did earlier when we talked. Because, well, maybe they're sticking around. I don't know. But we're going to say it again. I went through the Festival of Trees last night with my family. It is breathtaking. I mean, it's amazing.
It is.
And just to see the creativity and what goes on in these trees. You know, and I know that they all, you know, came in boxes, and you probably just stuffed those boxes in some sucker's basement, I'm guessing.
Yes, we did. Thank you, Joe, for letting us do that.
Yes, there's 30 tree boxes. So
there are.
Buy a tree so I can get rid of these boxes out of my basement.
It's so true.
But no, it is really impressive to see. And Mineral Area College has a tree. I know almost all the school districts around have trees.
Yes, they do, or multiple. Mm-hmm.
Or multiple, yeah. And there's you know, lots of just. I mean, they're all unique. They're all completely different. You think. There's some people out there, I would say, I may have been one of them, I don't know, that would say, you see one Christmas tree, you've seen them on. That's just not true. I mean, you've never seen anything like this. And so I encourage people to go downtown Farmington, check it out. What's the time frame for this event?
So we opened up the auction last night. It's all day today and all day tomorrow. So you definitely want to check it out now. I mean, we've got bids on a lot of the trees already. There's still some that, you know, come in and see them in person, and you'll see really the value of what you're getting. Because, again, there's a lot of work, a lot of detail, a lot of just everything. I mean, I want all of them, actually. People ask me all the time, what's my favorite? And there's no way to choose just one. They all have such different personalities.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, personalities.
Yes.
And there's some of those trees, this may sound stupid, but some of those trees, you feel like you could almost have a conversation with. Maybe I'm lonely.
Like the snowman?
Yeah. I mean, you feel like there's so much going on there. I got a lot of questions I could ask, you know, and I don't know, they're just very, very impressive. And it was fun walking through there last night. If you haven't, how late did you say tonight?
Till 8 o'clock tonight.
8 o'clock. So you have an hour and a half to get down there in Farmington and check this out. And then all day tomorrow. What's the time tomorrow?
So tomorrow from 2 to 6, okay. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yeah, come and look at them. And I mean, when you look at the trees, every corner you turn, there's another hidden treasure. Yeah. You know, it just, oh my goodness, they're just amazing.
Yeah, you can stare at the same tree for a long time and still not see everything on it. I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Go check it out. But the bidding ends at 6 tomorrow.
7. We decided to extend it to 7.
Okay.
So you can see them in person until 6, and then until 7 you can keep on bidding.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and again, all the proceeds go, even though we're a national program, they all go to us here locally so that we can serve our children here locally.
Yeah. And that's really great. And I think people need to. And if you just want to give to CASA, you can do that as well. So to contact you, how would people reach you if they wanted to make a donation or a gift?
So they can go to casaoftheparkland.org. There is a donate section there. You know, my contact information is there as well. If I'm always able to answer questions, meet with people, and really just let them know the need of the organization here. It took several years to start this here. Julie Krupe, she's our board president. She has worked tirelessly for years to get this program here. She was also a CASA volunteer before. So both of us know the importance and the significance of what it is that CASAs do and the lives that they change for these children. It's an amazing organization. I am just beyond blessed to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, everything I hear says you're doing a fantastic job.
Well, I appreciate that.
I have an inside source.
You do.
On your performance,
It's true.
But no, you're doing great, and really appreciate your leadership on that. And this event that you're putting on is just It's impressive for the first real big event of the group, right? I mean, this is the real.
This is our everything we've done so far has been online. This is we just started in March, right in time for everything to shut down. Yeah. So everything has been, even meeting people and helping the community understand what CASA is has all been virtual until now. Now you really have a chance to come and see and talk to us face to face about what this is and that we're here to stay.
Okay. Well, so everybody out there that's listening, you get a great tree out of it, of course, if you go and buy a tree.
Beautiful.
But the money really goes to a much more important cause.
It does.
And if you don't want a tree, your money's still good. So just someone send that in. Or if you're interested in being an advocate, if you feel like that's something in your life that you can commit to, then stop by and talk to Joanna. Go to the website she mentioned.
Absolutely. And it's about 10 hours a month on average that people spend volunteering their time. And, I'm more than happy to talk to anybody who's interested about that.
How long is the training for that?
So it's a 30-hour training. It lasts for about 5 weeks.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you for coming in.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
So we played a game earlier.
We did.
I
didn't do very good.
What did we play?
Family Feud.
Family Feud.
So if we could not do that again.
Let's not spin the wheel. Let's play. Is there a cup right down there?
There is.
Okay. Take one of those pieces of paper and hand me one too.
Oh.
I have not seen these. And is there still any in there? Oh yeah. So this is our game, True Lies.
Oh goodness.
And so these pieces of paper were submitted by Mineral Area College employees.
Okay.
And they each contain a fact. This is true what's on there about themselves. It's something I asked for interesting things. And so everybody's been pretty interesting except for the soccer coach. He wasn't interesting at all. But the rest of them are pretty interesting.
Okay.
So you tell me what's on that sheet, but you can make something up completely.
Okay.
And I have to decide whether you are telling me the truth, the truth is what's on there,
or
you are lying. Okay, and you do the same.
I'm the worst liar ever.
You shouldn't tell me that before this game starts, because now I know. Unless that's part of your plan, lying about being a liar.
That's awful.
Okay, so now take a moment just to read it.
Okay.
And okay, this is interesting. All right. Okay.
So I have to guess which one is a lie, or I can just pick something.
No, they're all true.
They're all true. Okay.
You just pick something to tell me, but what you tell me could be you could say something that's not even on that sheet, because I have to determine whether you're telling me something that's actually on the sheet or you're making something up.
Okay.
All right. Do you want me to go first? Are you ready?
Okay. Yes, I can go first. Okay.
Go ahead.
I own over 200 collectible Barbies.
I'm trying to think of the way you said that. You said you can't lie, so I'm trying to. I don't know you well enough to. I don't know if you've ever lied to me or not. I'm going to say that is true.
For this person?
Yeah, whatever's on. Is it on there?
No, this isn't on here.
Oh.
It's true about me, though.
Oh, well.
See, I don't lie.
Yeah, you didn't lie. You did say I guess.
It says it on here.
What was it that you would have read?
Well, I would have read, I rode my bike from Chicago to Seattle. I do not look like I ride bikes. That's not my exercise of choice.
What is it? It's not downhill from Chicago to Seattle. That sounds awful. Who is the person who submitted that?
Brian. I can't pronounce the last word or the last name.
Brian Scheidt.
Scheidt. There you go.
What does he do for Mac?
So he teaches earth science and geology.
Yes.
I didn't want to butcher his last name.
That's okay.
So yeah, there's a lot of great things. So he was on The Price is Right during a spring break road trip in college. Collected lava from a lava flow. That's pretty awesome. Helped protect thousands of people's drinking water, and then ran and completed a 50-mile running race.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Way more impressive than my Barbie collection.
Any one of those things is greater than anything I've done.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right. Okay. So let's see if you can get this one. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Do I want to read this or do I want to make something up? Oh, they're both interesting. Okay. All right. Don't read through
it.
See through it. All right. So most people don't know that I am an avid hunter, but one time, while trying to shoot a goose, I shot a plane.
I'm gonna say
low-flying plane.
I'm gonna say that's about you and not about.
You think I shot a plane? There are 3 people watching on Facebook.
I think I would want to see that. Maybe that's what it is.
Okay, well, so you're saying it's not true.
I'm saying it is true.
That's what this thing says.
I'm saying that. No, I'm not saying that's what that says.
You think I really did that, and I was doing the Barbie trick that you did. Okay. Well, no, I did not do that, but it's not true either. This one is actually a very sweet one, though. It says, most don't know I'm a licensed pilot, and my 2 favorite things to do are spend time with my grandkids and go camping and hunting.
Oh, that's
so
great.
I just kind of picked pieces.
Right. No, very creative.
And that is Maggie Elliott in our accounts payable department.
Nice.
At Mac. So it's a chance to get to know some Mac people.
Absolutely, that's great.
Well, thanks for playing again.
You're welcome.
So you lost the game earlier, though. So.
No. We beat you.
Oh yeah, you beat me bad.
We did.
Man, I'm 0 for 2 on that. Okay. So you gotta come back in a few hours and play another game so I can at least salvage something. No?
Well, if I'm not sleeping.
Quit bragging.
I know how to rub that in your face a bit.
Yeah, right. All right. Did you want to introduce your friend? You brought somebody with you.
I did bring my husband with me.
Okay. Come on in, husband. Okay.
So this is my husband, Jacob
Hello.
Vinson.
How are you?
He's here. He's probably one of the most supportive people I've ever met. I'm in grad school right now, and with CASA, and we have a 6-year-old and a 17-year-old now, and he holds down the fort, and he's a fabulous person. I couldn't do it without him. None of it.
He looks like a fabulous
I'm going to
person.
take the credit. Actually.
Yeah, he's not arguing with you on that.
No.
Okay. All right. He also goes by Kevin, as we.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. And
You're
thanks
welcome.
again, First State Community Bank, for sponsoring
Yes,
this time.
absolutely.
I know that you've got, First State and State Farm have been big supporters. of
They
getting costs
really
off the
have.
ground.
Yeah.
And so really happy about that. If anybody out there does want to get involved, business or personal, go to the website.
Yes.
Talk to Joanna.
Yep. And you will also on the website be able to see all of our other amazing sponsors. We really have had an incredible amount of support. So we're really looking forward to the continued support with Festival of Trees.
Fantastic. All right. Go buy a tree.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for coming in. Have a good weekend. Nice to
Thank
meet
you.
you again.
Nice to meet you.
All right. And we're going to end to see my lovely bride. She did not pay for the time, but she paid a terrible price when she married me. And so she too wanted to come in and play a game with me on the air and on Facebook Live. So currently 0 viewers of Facebook Live. 1 viewer. If you're viewing, please comment because we need to know what's going on here. All right, so Steph wants to play a little family feud, and so I'm going to randomly draw 2 of them. There's yours. Can't reach through the plexiglass. There you go.
I'm glad there's plexiglass
There's
so we don't
to keep us,
exchange germs.
That's true. All right, 7 people now watching. Woo! Our best one was like 22 or something. Okay, so the way that you know how Family Feud works.
Right.
Not a real Family Feud. I mean, like the game. You've got so Logan's on and Ron Beaton.
Oh!
He says, "I've been waiting for this interview all day."
Oh. Tell Ron I'm tuning in at 2 a.m.
I don't have to tell him because he just heard you.
Hey, Ron, I'm tuning in at 2 a.m. I'm literally setting my alarm for 1:55 in the morning. I will stumble out to the couch and listen to my pastor at 2 a.m.
We're going to have a church service, 2 a.m.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's get this. And there's Sandra says hello. Hello, Sandra. There's 15 people watching. No pressure.
Oh, that's a lot
I know,
compared to this
right?
morning.
What?
I feel nervous.
Okay. All right, let's go. So Family Feud, you ask that, and if you say something that's not on the list, on my list, I said it on your list, you get a strike, and then it changes turns. So as long as you keep saying right things, still your turn.
Okay.
All right. If you get 3 strikes, you're done. All right, you're out.
Okay.
All right, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
You go first.
You want me to read to you first?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This one says, name an excuse for lateness that bosses get sick of hearing.
An excuse for lateness that my power went out. It's got to be on
Your
there.
power went out.
Yeah, so my alarm clock went off.
Okay. It is on there, but its alarm clock is on there, not power went out. It just says alarm clock.
Okay.
All right, but that is 8. 8 out of 100. Survey says 8 out of 100.
So eight people out of 100 gave that as a reason?
Said the alarm clock was the reason the boss is sick of hearing. All
So
right.
I'm in the top 8%. Is that how that works?
I don't think that's how it works.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Keep going.
I get to go again.
You go ahead.
Okay. Grant is suggesting my car broke down. Quit helping me cheat.
That's true. Quit helping her cheat. Since you've never had a job or a boss.
Or a car.
Or a car. Well, Grant is correct. Car broke down is 13.
But I am correct.
Survey says 13 out of 100.
All right.
All right, keep going. There's only 5 on this one.
All right. Hang on. Let me think. An excuse for being late. I had a sick kid at home. That's my excuse. It's a
Sick
real excuse.
That's a lame excuse. Not on the list, and that's an X for you. All right, so now it's my turn. Now you have 1 strike. We have 27 people on there.
Okay.
Lot of
Sir,
pressure. My mom's on there.
tell your mom,
Hi, Mom.
that I haven't had time to text her back.
She's probably wondering why you have time for this and not to text her.
My
back.
hands have been busy.
Uh-huh.
All right. We asked 100 parents, name a food that your kids prepare for themselves. Now,
What?
not our kids.
Oh, normal
They
kids.
don't, yeah, normal
Yeah,
kids.
It's a bit mean.
So it's a food that normal kids prepare for themselves.
Right. This is so easy.
Is this easy?
This is easier than, we should have switched cards.
Well, they're both easy. Then what difference does it make? I'm going to say cereal.
Yes.
Well, how many points is that?
32.
What? 32. I'm dominating you. All right. What else could it be? Macaroni and cheese.
Oh my gosh. 7. I should have gone with the other side of the card.
Hey, Grant. Chris Wisnowski's on Facebook watching right now.
Hi, Chris Vanas. However you say your name.
However you say your name, Chris.
Hi, Chris. However you say your name.
All right. Okay. What else? How many are on this one?
5.
5. A food?
A food that kids prepare for themselves.
Sandwich.
30.
It's easy
30?
because he has kids.
There's no way you can beat me now.
I know it's easy because you have kids, but it's hard for me to answer yours because I don't have a boss. So I don't give excuses for being late.
No. All right. Okay. So what else? I got 2 left. Grammy says hi to you too. All right.
Grammy Genevieve says hello.
Yeah, she probably can't hear you. What they make for themselves. Oh gosh.
You're not going to get these other 2.
I'm not?
No. You got cereal, sandwich, and mac and cheese.
I did.
You're not going to get these other 2. Oh, I need to think about why people are late while you're brainstorming.
But oatmeal, does that count as cereal? How about oatmeal?
Well, that's not on there.
Okay, so that's an X.
So
I'll
as
take
Jerry Weems said, nah. Did that sound the same?
it. Yes.
Okay.
You and Jerry have the same sound. Thanks, Jerry.
Okay. People are late because we already said
It's that their bosses are sick of hearing. It's not why they're late. It's the excuses their boss are sick of hearing. Maybe really why they're late too. But
their car broke down. Was that on there or not on there?
You said that one, yeah.
Oh, sick kid. Okay. But
Ew.
But I think Grant said my cat threw up, but I think that's on the right track because it could be a pet reason. Like my dog got loose.
Yeah.
Is that on there?
Is that your guess?
That's my official guess. I know.
You've been weemed.
You tell these listeners how often I'm late. to anything.
Well, you're not late, really.
To anything.
I mean, it's not like it's never happened. Children didn't help that. You were much better before kids.
I'm never late, ever. When was the last time I was late to anything?
Yeah, I know.
Right, you can't remember.
I can't remember. I have bad memory. All right, so it's my turn again. You sound never going to guess this.
Do you want me to give you a hint?
Yeah, give me a hint. 'Cause I'm going to beat you anyway, so you might as well give me a hint.
Don't give me the hint. Okay, here's your hint. It's something I hate. I don't hate. I don't like it that much, and you love it and could eat it almost every day.
Well, kids can't make their own McRibs, so it can't be it.
It's not the McRib.
It's not the McRib.
Blech.
It should be. We should be able to make those. Pizza.
Yes.
That's not something I would never get. How many points is that?
Oh, sorry, 9. You only have one left that's worth 8 points.
You gonna give me a hint?
No.
We're losing viewers. The number's going down. It was up to 29. Now it's at 20.
No, I'm not giving you a hint. You just get this last one. See if you can guess it. I admit defeat, but I want to know what.
Soup.
Oh, that's a good guess. No, eggs.
Okay. All right.
That means you guys need to learn how to make.
That's
eggs.
all my guesses, right? So you have to, with one X left, just finish it out. You got to get all of them.
I just said I admitted defeat.
Why'd you do that? You got more
I
guesses.
literally can't think of one reason people. What? Why can? Oh,
22.
Okay. Oh, that was a good one. She said Genevieve suggested I say I have a doctor's appointment. I had to go to the doctor.
That's not on there.
Oh. My mother-in-law called. That's what Grant said.
That's not on there.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, your other ones. The number one answer, 44, was traffic.
Oh, okay. You know what? I live in a rural area and always have. I don't even think about traffic. I don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, you're not one of the 44 people that would say
No, I'm
that.
not.
Number 31 is overslept.
How is that different than alarm clock?
I know it's two different things. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I'm not Steve Harvey.
I don't oversleep either, so I never would have thought about that.
That's true. All right, so good game.
Okay, good game.
I finally won one.
Turn on a song. People are tired of hearing us, I think.
Mom, choose a song.
I think traffic. So my mom told you to say traffic.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. See, she does go to work where she has to have a boss and stuff. So. All right.
My bosses are sitting behind me.
Okay, so we're gonna go back and stop streaming right now. Thanks, 20 people who are still on there. Thanks to the 29 who were on there at one time and got sick of this conversation and left. We'll see you all next time. What?
Nothing.
You're still streaming. You have something else you want to say?
Nope. Go ahead.
This is weird.
Creepy.
Right. And we're going live again on Facebook. Maybe. There we go. All right, so we're live again on Facebook. And I was saying that my wife, Stephanie, would like to play True Lies. And basically what that game is, we asked Mac employees to submit an interesting fact about themselves and that I have not seen. I have not seen these. My administrative assistant collected them and compiled them. And so we both draw one. And then we tell the other person what is on this slip of paper. Now, we can make something up and be completely lying, or we can read what's on the paper. The other person has to guess, has to decide whether you are telling the truth, that you're reading exactly what's on the paper, or you're lying. That's how the game works. You understand the rules?
I understand the rules.
Okay. Well, I know we're going to break some Facebook records here.
What's the record?
The record
for
was
your view
was
today?
29 with your game earlier, and then we probably broke a record for fastest decline in viewers too.
Nobody wants to hear
All
us
right,
play
so
Family
take
Feud.
one of those out of the cup and give me one.
Right here?
Yeah, just take one and give me one. All right.
You're so far. Do I take one too?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So you then, like I said, you read what's on there, and you tell me what it says, but you either read it as it is or you change it, make something up, and I got to decide whether you're lying or telling the truth.
Okay. While on vacation in Montego Bay, I met Sean Connery.
That's what the sentence
That's
ends.
what it says.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to say, I wish Facebook people would join in on this conversation, but we actually just lost 2 viewers when I said that, so maybe it's not a good idea. Okay, so I'm going to say that is true.
Because Sean Connery had an estate in Montego Bay.
So it's true? Is that really what it said?
No, I made that up.
Oh, okay.
But he really does. Would you like me to read what it really says?
Read what it really says.
Okay. This is Lisa Underwood, the assistant manager at the bookstore.
All right.
Super fan.
Super fan.
Super fan. On one of my vacations to Florida, I caught 2 Atlantic white-tipped sharks on a chartered night fishing excursion.
Ooh.
That's brave. Also, at the very top of my bucket list, oh my gosh, Lisa has my worst nightmare. At the top of my bucket list, I want to be in the water with a great white shark from inside a shark cage. If it got close enough to touch, that would even be better.
Ew. Why would you want to touch you?
No, she wants to pet it as it swims past her. Oh my gosh, that just gives me the shivers.
Wow.
Lisa, super fan.
Super fan.
Okay.
12 viewers now. Oh, 13. Keep
Is
it going.
Lisa logging in?
I don't see Lisa on there yet, no. Logan and Chris Wisnowski are commenting. Okay, all right. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Okay, I once ate worms as part of a Survivor audition tape.
It says that. That's true.
Why do you think that's true? Frankie says no. She says it's not true.
You didn't give enough details, she said.
Well, it's longer. I summarized. It's longer.
Oh, we can summarize?
You can say whatever you want.
I feel like that's true because I feel like there's somebody local that I met recently that tried out for Survivor.
And you think that's this person?
Well, it's ringing a bell.
Okay. So your final answer is it's true.
Yeah.
Okay, it is true. There's more to it, though.
Who said it? I want to know.
This is Lynn Wisdom, Associate Professor, Business Department. Lynn submitted several things, yes. Lynn is active in this game. Her actual statement says, I once ate worms as part of my Survivor audition tape. I also learned to ride a motorcycle in business attire for a scene in the video, along with an attempt at spearfishing and doing pull-ups from a tree branch. This was a long time ago. The video was on a VHS tape. Sadly, I never even heard from them. Ha ha.
Oh, she should re-audition.
Well, I think you should just hold out. They're still going through those tapes. Lynn,
you should re-audition. The Gilgours will cheer you on because it's one of the few shows that we watch together as a family.
So somebody
Survivor.
on one of you, there's only 8 people watching this. So one of you Mac people that are commenting, Logan or Chris, if you have Lynn Wisdom on or Lisa on Facebook, you should tag them in this so they can see that we used their thing. Logan says, "What's a VHS?" Yes, Logan.
What is it? The kids want to know what a VHS is.
It's a cassette tape. It's a big cassette tape. It goes in a VCR.
What's a VCR?
Video cassette recorder. No.
A VCR you put on your face. That's what's the 3D thing that you put on your face?
So I don't
The
know.
Oculus
Like,
thing?
yeah, that's what she thinks
Yeah.
is a VCR.
Mom, I don't know what happened when you were a kid, and you don't know what's happening when I'm a kid.
Hmm.
So it's
Touche.
That's not true. Yeah, it is true, isn't it?
Okay. All right. So are we done with that?
Let's do one more.
Okay.
You got to go through these tonight because I'm
I
the
do.
last person.
Well, and no, you're not my last person.
Who's coming in?
The good Reverend Ron Beaton.
Yeah, you guys are going to be busy chatting.
All right. Let's do another one then.
One more.
There's several in there. These employees worked hard on these.
They did.
We want the world to know who they are.
New.
I'll do one too.
Okay, the kids are going to do one.
Oh yeah, let's do one. Okay.
The kids are going to do one.
Here. Don't let me see them. We got to either come up with the lie or read it.
Wait, let me read it first.
Again, silence on the radio. really
Okay.
works.
Okay. Sorry. Well, you should talk. You're the DJ.
I know. Well, I thought
You
were
go
gonna-
first.
Oh, I'm going first? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this is a Mac specific. Okay. All right. I was inducted into the Mineral Area College Athletics Hall of Fame.
Yes, true. Somebody wrote that.
Okay. Well, no, somebody didn't. That's wrong. But it's close. It says, my picture is in the Bob Seacrest Fieldhouse, Mineral Area College campus, as well as my name on the wall, because Lana LeBrier won a conference championship as women's head basketball coach back in the day, and she is professor in the business education department. We're proud of you, Lana, either way. We're proud of you. Someday, maybe, in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's cool. All right. Here's
All right.
mine. Ready?
It looks really long. I can't see what it is, but it looks long.
The high school secretary where I subbed 20 years ago told students I was a hired assassin, and she showed my passport to them as proof because I had been to Russia, the Czech Republic, and Austria.
I think it's true.
Can you guess who that is? Let me read more.
Oh,
You got it
please.
right.
Oh, I got it right.
Let me read it. Let me read it. You'll know who this is.
Okay.
It begins with, I used to square dance. I teach, which is not me. I used to square dance. I teach English to children all over China live online every morning before I come to work at Mac. Then she talks about the high school secretary where I subbed 20 years ago told all students I was a hired assassin, and she showed my passport to them as proof because I had been to Russia, the Czech Republic, Austria, which is unusual for rural Arkansas. Students were really good in my classes, winky face. You got to know who that is.
I got to know who that is?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite people at Mac.
Well, I can't, I know that you have a lot of favorite people at Mac. I don't know how many are on Facebook right now.
Pam Watkins.
Pam Watkins.
Arts building.
Yes, see?
I knew it because I remember going to her and you and her.
That's
talking about
right.
China, and
All
She
right.
was saying, I teach China kids English.
She writes grants and does a lot of things for continuing education. Yep.
Chris Wisnowski says he has the last name of a Russian agent.
Maybe he and
Wisnowski.
Pam could. Chris does. I get it. All right, come here, Genevieve. Read yours. Or don't read yours. Maybe create
Susan
a
guessed it.
lie.
She said Pam Watkins. She knew that.
I'll need your help. Like,
All right.
need your
So
help.
this
Come
is
up with
all
a lie.
right. You have to make something up or read it. You say Leningrad?
Nothing.
Come up. You can.
You gotta
make
get
up-
close
you
to the
can
microphone.
Make up one, or you can read that. That's the rule. Hurry! People don't want to listen to
I
silence.
don't know. Grant, you go first. Grant, you go first. How about you guys think about it and I'll go.
This is a riveting radio and Facebook Live. We're at 12 viewers. Go ahead.
The card says, I met Reinald Ritchie.
Lionel Richie?
Yeah.
Or Rhinel? Rhinel
that's
is
what
like
it
a twin
says.
brother? You met Lionel Richie.
Well, not me. I didn't do it.
I say that's true.
What does it really say? Come here and read it.
You got to get back to the microphone.
It says, I worked as a barista in a coffee shop for 2.5 years during my undergrad.
This person worked as a barista in a coffee shop during undergrad. Ryan Harrington, library director.
Ryan Harrington.
You should tell Ryan that's kind of how we met, you and I.
How did you meet?
I worked,
Kind of. Yeah.
kind of. We first met, and then I worked at a coffee shop in college, and he'd come,
Hot chocolate. Orange juice.
orange juice and blueberry muffins off me. And I was a sucker and gave them to him. So
And then you got all this.
I got it. Come on.
Are you going to be giving Dad the answer? Or
No,
show?
you.
No.
Yeah, you read it.
You read it.
All right, so can I go?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Get close to
So-
the microphone.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it in summary. So after this 9-hour flight, this person and their 3 friends were watching 2 polar bears fight, and it was so impressive. But when they got home, no one believed it.
I say it's true.
It's false.
Read
So
it.
still
He
nobody
wasn't even
believes it.
looking at the paper while he read.
Well, yeah, I thought he like he was summarizing.
I already read it.
He's
I
had
already read it
time.
like 3 times.
All right, go ahead.
After a Baltimore Ravens game, then team went.
team owner art model walked past me to show the. You can read it.
Okay.
Art
Big
model.
words for a 12-year-old. 11-year-old, sorry.
Come on.
After a Baltimore Ravens game, then team owner Art Model walked past me to I know who this is. To show true team spirit, I yelled, "Go Browns!" and started barking at him. I did this while sober. It's the truth. Roy Henson.
Roy.
Yeah. At least he didn't yell, "Go horseradish." That's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. So, and Roy's not even. I don't even think he's on here. Roy, you don't even comment if you're watching this. There's 13 people on here. I don't know. Roy was pretty upset after he lost the presidency of the United States as a write-in candidate.
Oh.
So he's dealing with that. I mean, there's still lawsuits and things like that in place, but yeah. All right, Jennifer Sykes is number 14 on the streaming. So all right, I think we're done with this portion of the show.
Your family is leaving the studio.
My family is leaving me alone.
Peace and quiet.
Yeah. All right. So thanks everybody on Facebook for watching and going along with this. Chris just tagged Roy. Thank you, Chris, for doing that. And just as you tag him, we're going to end the live feed. So Roy, I hope you get to watch this.
Hi.
All right. Horseradish. Yeah. Okay. Mustaine. All right. Okay. I think you're really here.
A mirage.
Yeah. You look real. I don't want to touch you or anything though. So.
Rona.
Yeah, it's true. We got plexiglass separating.
Yeah,
us.
this is nice. Plenty of space. I love the setup here.
Yeah,
this is very good.
It's
I love the way you've got the Mac swag, the accoutrement.
We really made it our own.
Yeah,
this studio
did a fine job.
Hey, we have one person streaming.
One person? Is it the computer you're on?
No. Oh, no, it's not. No.
Well, that's amazing.
I don't know how to.
Who's
tell,
up?
I don't know how to tell it.
Who's up at this hour?
I have no idea how to tell who it is.
Let us know who you are.
And I've just done something that I. We really made it our own. Yeah. And now I'm playing it.
You did a fine job.
I don't. So I am watching it. Yeah.
One person streaming. One person? Is it the computer you're on?
No. See, this is weird now.
It's strange.
It is strange.
Are we on the air?
What the heck, man? I got there's football in there now.
There's football. Oh, that's good entertainment for 1:34.
Yeah.
In the morning.
There's got to be
Saturday.
It is Saturday, isn't it?
It is. Happy Saturday. You've made it to day 2. Yeah.
Yeah, day 2
way to go.
The longest day of all time.
So are we on the air at the moment?
I don't know. I don't think so. I'm gonna push.
I just need to know if I can say bad
we're
words.
We're on the air. We're on the air. I don't know if we're live on.
Oh.
I don't know. I just don't know. I can't see anything on there. So
No, you can't.
I'm just gonna guess we're not. We're not live.
We're not live.
We can't be live, right?
Surely not. Nothing here.
Well, I know I'm on the radio.
We're on the radio. Yeah. We're on Facebook Live.
You
Facebook Live. Thank you for making sure that we don't say anything inappropriate.
Yeah. He's like, no, really, you're on. I think we can get there. Hang on. I'm going to do some stuff. What are you doing? Who are you? Tell people who you are.
Who am I? Well, welcome, everyone. Welcome.
We're in that bag or in your car?
It's been in the bag in my refrigerator. I didn't want you to get salmonella poisoning or any other bacteria to start growing on the McRib, to taint the McRib. And so I put it in my refrigerator. So it's cold. Have you ever had a cold McRib?
I've never had a cold
McRib.
McRib.
Also, because I was thinking ahead, I knew McDonald's is closed because no one in this town is open at 1:36.
What crazy person would be up right now?
I have no idea. Only a fool would be awake at this hour. But I got you a Dr. Pepper, and I ordered it without ice so that it wouldn't melt and dilute your... Comes with a McDonald's straw, which has the larger, there's more surface area in your tongue is covered by the Dr. Pepper because of their large straws. So
that's true.
There's science behind why their sodas taste better.
That's a good point.
McDonald's.
Hey, I want you to know there's 3 people watching. Right
3
now.
people. Oh, somebody.
4 people.
Oh, man. So if the world didn't know, for all of those who are listening right now, we had a side wager, Dr. Gilgour and I, about this night, whether we would have 4 or more people. We did an over-under side bet. We never actually betted on anything. We got 5?
We got
5 people at 2?
I need if you're streaming on, and you need to make a comment or something. When I tried to look at who was streaming, it screwed everything up. So say hi.
So hi if you're here. Say hi if you're here.
Say hi if you're there. Here or there.
Here or there, wherever thou might be.
Oh, now we have 4, so I scared somebody away.
Scared somebody away.
Stephanie is going to join. She set her alarm, though. I don't know if she's...
that was really kind of her.
Oh, she sent me a text. You're on the air. I know that.
Well, yeah. Well, I'm glad she's listening.
The question wasn't whether we were on the air.
We knew we were on the air.
Yeah.
We just didn't know whether we were on Facebook Live.
Yeah, it was Facebook Live. There's 6 people, and Stephanie says Grant is listening too. So even though
that doesn't count as a view
because he doesn't have a Facebook account.
And really, it doesn't count till 2 o'clock. You have to wait till 2 o'clock. That was when that's my official time.
And Julia Dill. Hello, Julia.
Hi, Julia.
She's up late. She says top of the morning to you. I don't know if she's talking to me or you.
Could be either one.
But she said go Cards.
Go Cards. Go Cards.
You got a Mac.
I got a Mac. I got this from the Mineral Area College bookstore.
Yes.
Place to get it. There's a little McRib juice down on the corner of my...
That can't be a McRib juice. It's not the right color.
Well, it's some kind of grease.
Okay. All right. So what do I have to do to get this?
Okay, to get the McRib, which there's got to be a microwave here somewhere. What you have to do is answer this question: is the McRib a sandwich?
Oh well, I've already answered this question today.
Oh, have you? You've already had this discussion.
I had a guest.
I missed it.
You may be familiar with him. His name's Mark Cook.
Yes, I know Mark Cook.
And he established that it is indeed a sandwich.
He stole my thunder. He knew I was going to ask that question.
See, he's sneaky like that.
He is.
He didn't tell me you were going to ask that, but I mean, it's called the McRib sandwich.
You're right. So, ergo, that anything in a bun is a sandwich?
No.
Not anything in a bun is a sandwich?
I don't think so. Because I know where you're going.
Is it Dr. Gilgour? You are a doctor.
I am a doctor, it's true.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I think we need some Facebook.
Facebook.
We have
help us out.
4 people plus Grant. Stephanie, I'm sure, wants nothing to do with this conversation.
Stephanie cannot believe she got up to listen to this conversation.
That she's heard.
She is back to bed by now, I'm sure. But I have a very broad interpretation, as I've established.
Under what you're saying, you would say a hamburger is a sandwich.
A hamburger is a sandwich. A hot dog is a sandwich.
Yeah. Okay.
A taco is a Mexican sandwich. I have a very broad definition.
Mexican sandwich. Soft shell.
Either.
No.
Yes.
Crunchy. That's not bread.
How is one bread and one not?
One's corn.
And a corn tortilla is. Come now.
This is out of control. Stephanie
I have a pizza is just an open-faced sandwich. It's a bread underneath.
We didn't talk about that one before. I like that. Stephanie says if we want to keep viewers, we need to stop talking about McRibs.
We need to. Okay. Well, I think you've earned this one. You can have this McRib.
Yeah.
There's fries in there too.
Oh.
Those are probably a bit soggy.
Yeah. Yep. So a really cold McRib and really cold fries.
So early this morning or yesterday morning. At 7:15, I posted a picture of you on Facebook.
Yes.
And you looked full of mirth and merriment.
Yeah.
And I was just the vim and vigor in your face was electrifying, and I was eager to see how you would look at 1:30, 1:45, 2 o'clock at night. And you still got it.
Still got it.
You still got it.
Still got it. Yeah.
Do you feel good? Do you feel?
I do. I feel okay.
Yeah.
All right. I feel okay.
I really hope that somewhere between the hours of 10 o'clock and 5 in the morning, someone donates some money to Mac.
I really hope so too.
Because this, I mean, one, it's you get the 3-to-1 grant.
Yep.
exchange,
The match. Uh-huh.
The match,
Yeah.
and that's fantastic.
It is. It's tax deductible.
It's tax deductible.
Yeah.
I'll give you. I didn't bring any $2 bills, but I'd be glad to donate $2 bills, which would be 4 $2 bills.
Yeah, but then I only want them if I get to keep $2
You
bills.
can only get to keep them. I've got plenty.
I've got $2 bills in my wallet.
How did you get those $2 bills?
That I won from you.
You sure did.
And I keep them in my wallet because if I ever owe you money, it's getting paid back in $2 bills.
Right. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
That was so. How many people? Earlier, you were counting the number of guests you had on your show who had golfed with you.
Oh yeah. There were
So how many people? Now that day one is done,
Mhm.
how many people have you golfed with that
I interviewed?
Interviewed.
Well, Kevin Thurman was here most of the day.
Yes.
He ditched me, actually, later last night. But Kevin's been forced to
Yes.
play golf with me several times. You're here
Me,
now.
I'm here.
So
Mark
that's
Cook.
two. Mark, I don't know if I've
have you
actually
played with Mark? Maybe you haven't. Maybe I've played.
You've played with Mark, I think.
Combined, Jerry Weems.
Jerry Weems, yes. Chris Morrison. Dr. Sean Young.
Yes.
That's 5.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Scott Hammock. Hammock Advisory Group, our big sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
Scott. So that's 6.
So they got a day long sponsor.
There was a 24-hour sponsorship available and 2 12-hour sponsorships, and Hammock Advisory Group bought the 24-hour, which means we just talk about them nonstop.
As you should.
As I should. Yeah, I mean it's amazing. It's really great.
I didn't even really buy anything to be here.
That's
hey, if you're watching on Facebook Live, you can thank your friends. Is anyone watching?
There's 3 people watching.
3 people.
We're down to 3.
Thank you, Stephanie, Grant. I'm grateful for you. But it's because the Memorial United Methodist Church donated the equipment to do that, to stream live. So
that's true.
And you can always stream live. You can on Sunday mornings for those who are watching. If you want to watch us on Sunday morning, you can at 8 o'clock or 10:30 right now. Our worship services, pandemic schedule.
Memorial United
Methodist, yeah.
And sometimes it's me doing the streaming.
That's right. You do that for us.
You can tell it's me because there won't be some sound sometimes, or camera shakes a lot or something.
You're selling yourself short.
Which I've neglected in this whole thing, and I feel really bad about this. I have not thanked Derek Ward.
Oh, you
on
should.
The air. I'm positive.
He'll be glad to know you gave him that thank you at 1:45. Mark it down and
it's being recorded.
Yeah,
on
that's right.
On the Facebook Live, he can watch it later. So yeah, I do think Derek. He did set up all this stuff. He worked really hard to get all this equipment set up. I mean, I know people that are watching on the stream can't see the extent of the equipment that he has brought in here.
Yeah.
But there's cameras.
Yeah, there's a couple cameras. There's a switcher. There's a lot of stuff.
Lots of stuff. It's good. It's really cool.
Good stuff.
And we do appreciate the church loaning.
Oh, we were glad to do it. We love supporting Mac.
We appreciate it so much. We gave you the 2 a.m. slots.
Your generosity proceeds.
Yeah.
No, actually, I wanted this slot.
I know.
I personally requested this slot.
You did when all slots were open. Still, you said, "Give me the 2 a.m."
Yeah, I felt you'd need somebody.
Yeah,
you'd need a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah,
it's cold. It's been in the refrigerator. But you've got. What do you have?
I have a Bang.
I don't even know what a Bang is. Is it like Surge?
It's delicious.
Do you remember Surge?
I loved Surge.
Did you?
I guess I would still love it. I never fell out of love with Surge, but it's been a while. Right. So this is Bang. It's a Bang energy drink.
Yes.
It has 0 calories.
Yes.
0 sugar.
0 sugar, and just caffeine.
just a whole lot of caffeine and some chemicals. You know, it's good. It's good stuff.
Good for you.
I got another one if you want one. Well, you got.
I have my limits.
You need to be able to sleep.
Yeah, I have work to do.
Right. You have a job.
I have a job, but I'm glad that's working for you. Glad that's working for you.
Yeah, you know, it is so far. I've had a lot of Dr. Pepper. I've been drinking Dr. Pepper pretty much nonstop from, like 6 a.m. until
that is,
an hour ago.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
So did you have them from different locations, or were they in cans? Were they?
They were bottles.
All bottles.
I bought a 6-pack of these taller bottles. I mean, I don't know how many ounces there are, but I bought that and put that in my cooler. And then I've had a couple people have brought me basically the same type of bottle throughout the day. So I've had a few, gifts.
Do you prefer bottles, cans, fountain?
My preference right now is fountain from the Rhodes gas station on Maple Valley or Maple Drive or whatever it's called.
Can you get it through the drive-through? They've got the drive-through there, right?
I think so, but I'm really particular about how much ice I put in it, and
Right.
so I'd rather do it myself. But
I, too, am a lover of Dr. Pepper, as you know. My personal favorite is a fountain from Sonic. Just partly the ice is, such a pleasure to enjoy.
I got a text, Julie Sheets.
Oh, Julie's
says
up?
hello. She's
Julie. Hey,
she
Dean.
is or she was. I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't see the text come up. So
Dean Julie.
She was in here earlier. She stopped by.
Yeah, and Allison Sheets was here. She was
Allison was
on
here.
earlier. You had a lot of folks from Memorial United Methodist on today.
So golfers and Methodists. is what I
Golfers
had
and
today.
Methodists.
Really.
It's a good day.
It's
Those
a
are
good
my
day.
favorite people.
How can you go wrong?
With golfers and Methodists. And sometimes two in the same.
That's right.
2 in 1.
That's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to tell you, at Rhodes, when I get the fountain drink of Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
As it's filling up, you get the effervescence of Dr. Pepper, that fills the air. You don't get that anyplace else. It's just the only place. And so that's my favorite. Effervescence. That's right. I think I'm using that word correctly.
I think you are.
And so, it's really good. And there's really one size of Dr. Pepper that is not my favorite. And it's a smaller bottle. It's a bottle that's about the size of the cans, I guess.
Right.
I don't know. But, so if you come in my office and
Keeps you from drinking too
You've been
many,
in my
yeah.
office. So in my office, there is a bottle of Dr. Pepper that is deformed. It's more of a, it's round, but now it's more of a triangle.
Right.
It's kind of flattened on some sides. And it's very light colored. It's not Dr. Pepper colored anymore. And so I'm going to tell you the story. You didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. So in 2012.
Interest is piqued.
I know. In 2012, I was working at State Fair Community College. And I had 2 administrative assistants on the front line, the front desk, that reported to me. And so on Boss's Day, they got me the big bucket. It's like a metal bucket. I don't know what they're called. Just metal, whatever. And it was full of, it had shredded McDonald's bags was the...
Shredded McDonald's bags?
Yeah, McDonald's bags.
Like in a shredder? Like in a paper shredder?
No, they're like you put, filler in the...
Oh, right.
Like a basket, like a nest.
Yeah, okay.
And so it was shredded McDonald's bags, and they put a 12-pack of these small bottles in, and McDonald's gift cards, because it was McRib season.
Right.
And a bunch of Pop-Tarts. Because Pop-Tarts and Dr. Pepper, that goes really well
Two great
together.
tastes that taste great together.
They do. And you take a bite of the Pop-Tart, and then you drink Dr. Pepper, and you can feel it like, it's like a Pop Rocks kind of thing. In your mouth.
Really?
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so they gave me this. Well, I used the gift cards.
Right.
McRibs, of course. My admissions director was pregnant, and she came and ate all my Pop-Tarts. I had a couch in my office too. It was kind of a larger office. She would come in there because she was uncomfortable. And she'd come in and she's like, "Can I just sit on your couch?" And just kind of lay back. I was like, "Cool, that's fine. I'm gonna work on my computer." And so she would have a little snack while she did that. And little by little, I lost all my Pop-Tarts.
Lost all your
The Dr. Peppers, 2 things. One, it's just the size I don't really care for. And they were never cold because they were out.
Right, they were out.
So it was never ready to drink. Well, then I needed the bucket one day at home. We were hosting some people. I needed it for beverages. And so I took it home and I put all the Dr. Peppers up on the file cabinet where they were sitting on in the sun in 2012. And so, fast forward to when I moved here in 2019, I threw away all of them except for one. Well, they all kind of deformed now and they lost their color. So I kept one as the memory.
Just faded.
Yeah. So next time you're in my office.
That's fantastic.
Check that out. Yeah.
It's kind of sweet, though. It's does it make you a bit sentimental for the old days?
Well,
Or why? I mean, why else would you keep
I know,
the Dr.
it's
Pepper?
just one of those things. Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of, sometimes it makes me sentimental for a boss's day.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Now you're everybody's boss, and it's just hard to
I
be
don't get
personalized.
anything,
You
no.
don't get anything on Versus Day.
Yeah.
Everybody's
So,
boss.
but yeah, that was I really appreciated that. It's probably one of the best boss's day gifts I've ever had.
That's really, it was thoughtful. It was personal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't mind, my admissions director eating my Pop-Tarts. That's okay.
No, that's fine.
If I had snacks in my office, she found them. I mean, pregnant or not, she came in and she just ate my stuff all the time. Like a box of Cheez-Its, she'd just sniff it out and eat it.
Yeah. But that's good. It's good to have that kind of relationship, right? I don't know. I used to have glass bottled Cokes in the office. And just a little 8-ounce glass bottle Coke.
Yeah.
And somebody'd come into the pastor's office and having a hard day, and I'd say, "Let me get you a glass bottle Coke." And it really seemed to make
Makes
things
things better, yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
And the novelty of it, they thought they were getting something special of having the glass
And they
bottle.
were. It was special.
It was special.
Yeah.
The price tag was more than, I paid more for a glass bottle of Coke than I did like a 2-liter.
We have 5 people again.
5?
I miss the tall bottles of soda.
The tall bottles.
Hannah Stamp.
Hey, Hannah.
Hi, Hannah. She's asking, why are we live so late at night? This is early in the morning.
One, it's early, and you don't take over a radio station. You don't throw a radio station coup without, owning it.
Why are you on Facebook?
Why are you on?
So early
You
in
should
the
go to
morning?
bed, Hannah. What are you doing
No, we're
up?
kidding. We're kidding. We love it that you're there.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Hannah is a wonderful name. It is a Hebrew name that means grace.
Yes.
I know that because I've got a daughter named Hannah. Yeah.
Yes.
We were looking for good Hebrew words. My son's name is Isaac, which is Hebrew for laughter, because my wife laughed a lot during pregnancy. So we named him Isaac. And then the Hebrew word for vomit is ki, but we thought that would be inappropriate for Hannah, but that's what she was doing during the second pregnancy. It's 2:00 in the morning, so my wife's not listening.
No. My wife is listening.
Oh, Stephanie.
She'll tell your wife.
She will.
It's true.
So if you're not going to drink this Dr. Pepper,
Please have it.
I'm going to drink
Do
Dr.
it.
Pepper.
Do it.
I bought it.
The bangs are really good, but mixing them with Dr. Pepper,
Yeah, it's
my
not a
palate
yeah.
is
No, I
not
get that.
ready.
I get
But
that.
no, I was saying I miss the tall bottles when it wasn't a novelty. That's just the way soda came to you. And so growing up, my dad worked for Dr. Pepper, and so right.
He's
And
a
so-
legend.
I know. Well, anyway, so we would always he would bring them these big crates of like RC and Dr. Pepper and 7-Up. RC is really good.
I love RC. It's my favorite Coke.
There were times we would sit it on the porch outside of the deck in the back door, and it would get so cold, and these bottles would shatter sometimes. So that's the story. I didn't know that much other than that, but
yeah.
But I miss those. I miss the
Yeah.
bottles, and there were vending machines where you pulled the bottle out of the slot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mother tells stories of, I guess this was a thing. You'd recycle bottles. You'd turn them back in. To the plant. They'd clean them or something. And she talked about on multiple. Like it wasn't uncommon for someone to find like cigarette ashes down at the bottom of their soda. They'll finish the Coke, and then that'd be a thing.
Wow.
It's before our time.
Maybe cigarette ashes was just something they added to Coke back then.
Maybe it was like cocaine, Camels, whatever.
A little flavor for you.
Yeah, a little nicotine with your.
I don't know.
cola.
It was a weird time,
Yeah, as if they're not addictive enough. We need nicotine.
So it's still carbonated, I guess. You're still
No.
no.
I mean enough. There's enough to
It's not
Just
watered
has-
down, though.
It's not watered down.
Can't be watered down.
Not watered down. So I almost brought you a package of Depends.
I'm allowed to use the bathroom.
I wasn't sure how that worked. I didn't know were you just stuck in this chair? Like, did you have to press buttons? I guess a song plays, then you can go to the restroom. Do you want to play a song?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, I don't want to. We're just talking.
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm glad they let you use the
They
restroom.
do. There's a restroom just down the hall, and so you basically play a song that is long enough that I can go to the restroom and
American Bye Miss American Pie.
Well, it's like 10 feet down the hall, so it doesn't take me
It doesn't take it
very
that long.
You know?
Yeah, you'll get older someday.
We did have Tammy.
Hi, Tammy.
Hi, Tammy. She says she remembers those days of recycled bottles.
See,
I remember that they said like in Michigan you got
because
more
that's
money
still
or
a thing.
something.
You
Yeah.
get like a nickel. You pay a nickel more, and you get your nickel back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would be great. I think we should do that here.
Yeah.
Encourage more Earth responsibility.
Yeah.
Being conscious of things.
I think so.
I'd be more articulate about what I'm saying if it were a different time.
We have 6 people.
That's unreal.
And I think Julie Sheets is on there now. I think she was texting, but I think she needs to say something on.
Yeah, are you still there, Dean? I hope you are. I hope you are.
Maybe she doesn't want us to know that she's there.
Yeah. Yeah. I love the way you've got the graphics set up for all of this.
Yeah, that's
It's
your
really
boy.
nice.
That's Derek.
Yeah, that's really nice.
He did a great job with it.
He does great. So, he does all of our live streaming. He's got all that set up for us to live stream at the church. You know, we were not prepared for the pandemic when it hit and when things started closing.
What are you talking about? The rest of us were prepared.
Right. but we all had to get that way quickly, and I really would have been up a creek if Derek hadn't stepped up at the church and helped to make this possible, getting the cameras and the operating systems and. Yeah,
It's really helpful, and I find this at Mac too, when you have people who really know what they're doing.
Yeah, it is. It's much better. It's much better than the alternative.
Yeah, because I often don't. And so, like when it comes to technology, and I don't think I'm, ignorant when it comes to technology, but,
right.
I've got people, the videos that we put out,
which were fantastic.
I just.
Fantastic.
Thank you. And I mean, I guess I'm saying I didn't really have anything to do with it besides just being in it. But we'll have this idea and we'll start talking about it and we're filming and it gets done and they'll tell you, my guy Doug, who does all the filming, I'll say, Doug, I don't feel good I just don't feel like this is going to be any good. I don't feel like I did a good job. I don't feel like it's funny. I don't feel it's good. And he's like, just let me mess with it. Let me see what I can do, and it always turns out pretty well.
That's
He works
great.
his magic.
Well, you may think that I'm saying this because I'm tired and it's late at night and I sometimes get a little sentimental and sappy when it's late. But I just think you are doing personally a really fantastic job at the college. I think the videos that you put out and the way you've embraced social media, I think it's been creative, it's innovative, it's fun. You're building strong relationships with the community. I think you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. You make really difficult decisions, but you do it with grace and dignity. And I just think you're doing a really good job, Dr. Gilgour. And Mineral Area College is fortunate to have you at its helm, I think.
I appreciate
But what do
that
I
so
know?
much. I
Thank you.
appreciate
The $2 bill.
There you go.
That's good.
There you go.
Appreciate that.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I just, we like to have fun. And we got a great team. And I think that when you see me on something, there are so many people that are doing a lot of work. I am very fortunate to have a great team around me, a leadership team, but also really great people at MAC that we've been, a lot of them were interviewed today, of course. I mean, I have my dean of students is
on at
up
2
at 2
o'clock in the morning.
to watch. She's probably just making sure I don't say something wrong, that's great. Very perfect.
2 of her favorite guys here, her preacher and her boss.
Yeah, maybe that's it. She's really probably just here to watch you.
Well,
yeah, she sees enough of me every day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
It's kind of a.
Well, and so Mac. So this is, I'm new to the area. You and I moved into town on the same day.
Right.
Right? Like, we think. Like, within 24 hours of
close,
each.
yeah.
Well, the moving trucks were within 24 hours of each other. And actually, your wife, Stephanie, for those who are listening or whatever, Stephanie gave me a phone call. It was like my first day on the job. I didn't even know. Boxes are still all over my office. I don't even have my Duke poster put up yet. And she gives me a call, and she had some questions about the church, which were really great questions. And we chatted for a while, and I thought, I need to know these Gilgour people. They're gonna be good.
She doesn't
people
waste
to know.
any time. I mean, she's like new pastor.
New pastor. Let me
Phone's
drill
ringing.
him on his theology. Make sure he's not a heretic.
It's true. That was her concern.
Yeah. And she found out I was a heretic, and she came.
She was
anyway.
okay with it. She came to grips
so I was
with it.
wanting a little bit of a heretic here.
Just a little. Just
one person's heresies, another man's whatever the
something else.
Orthodoxy.
Something.
Gift, treasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's 6 people.
This
watching
blows
this.
my mind. Blows my mind. This is great. Have you?
Oh, Julie is watching because she just got home from a Christmas party.
Oh,
Julie
Christmas
Sheets.
party. My goodness.
It's 2 a.m.
My goodness. My goodness, Dean. Julie. Mac had a wonderful float.
Yes.
Tonight we went to the parade. Took my kids to the parade, and the float was fantastic. It was good. It was a good little parade.
Yeah. So we did have a great float. It's true.
It is.
It is a great float.
It is a great float, and it's going to continue to be. It's making its way to other parades.
There are 4 parades total. We've been in 2 now, and we're little. Our feathers are ruffled.
Oh, are they?
Yes, because
your
maybe it's just me.
proverbial
I don't know.
Kirby feathers.
Yeah. So last night, the Park Hills Leadington Chamber Christmas parade, our float won first place. The Mac float. It is an impressive float.
Yeah, it is.
People did a lot of great work on it.
Fine float.
Tonight, didn't even place in the
Oh.
Farmington Chamber thing. And so here's my theory.
Go on.
I wasn't there.
Yes.
Clearly, I was here. So I only have theories. But my theory is that when the judges came by, or I don't know if the judges walked around, or if
I don't know.
The float drives by a judge. I don't know how that works. But if the judges walked around, that the float was just there, maybe people weren't on it at the time, it wasn't lit up, maybe something. It just was like a trailer.
Could be.
And
Maybe
they were
Kirby
like,
wasn't
"This is
there.
right." Yeah, maybe
Kirby.
yeah.
Kirby makes it.
Kirby does. That's what I'm saying. There had to be something missing.
Yeah. Who did win?
I don't know if I can
so
say.
is it a first, second, or third? Is it
there's a best in show, and then there's first and second, is all I was told. I don't know if I can say.
I don't even know that there were 3 floats. You really might be.
I feel like
there weren't a lot.
Well,
I'm sorry. Well, my condolences, but I think you should hold your head high, because it was still a beautiful float.
Well, we are. It's not over. We are. We're challenging the votes.
Challenging the votes. I hear they're driving in votes from New
Voter
York
fraud.
right now, or whatever the latest conspiracy theory is.
There's all kinds of voter fraud. There's lawsuits that are going to be filed. We are.
Yes,
This isn't over.
affidavits.
This isn't over.
This isn't over.
Farmington.
I hate to. Now, of course, the float that won does have the Electoral College locked up, so you might.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see how that turns out.
We'll see.
Yeah. If that is the way it goes, I'll support it.
Whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, so we're 1-1. We won the first one last night.
Yeah.
We didn't get anything tonight.
Yeah. You win some, you lose some.
Tomorrow we're taking Bismarck by storm.
Oh, wow. Bismarck, yeah.
I'm hoping the float can make it to Bismarck. I mean, that driving on the highway with a float, sometimes they can't handle that. So I think we've got some precautions in place for it. Kevin Thurman is our driver.
Yeah.
And then Monday night, Bonne Terre.
Bonne Terre, the good earth.
Bonne Terre. That's right. So we're planning on a couple more first place victories.
Yeah, good. You got this.
I think
I
so.
believe in you. Bismarck. Bismarck has a new United Methodist pastor. Trying to recall her name. Are you one of the 6? She had
she's
energy.
training?
She was
There's 7.
full.
There's 7 now.
7. This is unreal. I really didn't think we'd have more than 3.
We didn't bet anything?
No, it was
just pride.
Just pride. Yeah, just pride. Normally, I wouldn't even admit to betting in fear that the bishop might be watching.
Oh, well, now there's 6. The bishop got off.
The bishop got off.
Yeah.
I'll be getting a phone call any minute. Oh. Yeah, no, the new pastor at Bismarck, and she's also at Caledonia, which I'm always jealous. One, there's some discrepancy as to who has the oldest congregation west of the Mississippi River.
Really?
I think theirs is the oldest continual congregation. Ours here in Farmington is, so it stopped during the Civil War for a spell, I think. And then, it stopped during the Civil War, and then it was also multiple congregations that split and then came back together. So I think we are actually the first established congregation, but not the most continuous congregation west of the Mississippi River. But Caledonia is the other United Methodist Church, but it's Protestant church west of the Mississippi. Yeah, I should be clear because there were Catholics here long before Protestants got here. But
okay,
and just some fun facts to know and share.
During the Civil War, so you couldn't.
I'm not sure. The church is split. Abraham Lincoln said something to the effect of, "If the Methodists can't stay together, what hope is there for the Union?"
You really say that?
They really said that.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really a thing.
Okay, but they couldn't stay together.
They did. That's what I'm saying. If they can't stay together, maybe I misspoke because, again, 2 a.m.
It is after 2 a.m.
Yeah, yeah.
So
there's a little Methodist history.
Less than 5 hours to go.
Yeah. Do you like Methodist trivia? Being a Methodist? Sure you do. It's the only trivia I know. Other than Nessun Dorma. And I was pumped. That is one of my absolute favorite pieces of music.
Kevin Thurman disagrees with you. He criticized all morning my music.
That's terrible.
Yes,
that's terrible.
I know.
Well, Kevin Thurman, he's tall.
He is tall.
So I'm not messing with him.
Big.
But he clearly does not have a good taste in music.
Right.
But yeah, no, Nessun Dorma is great. In fact, there's my favorite arrangement of that song is Guy and Kennett. So my hometown is Kennett, down in the Boot Heel of Missouri, for those who are tuning in and didn't know that. And a bastion of culture in the Boot Heel there. You got Sheryl Crow, and you've got David Nail, lots of wonderful musical artists. But we also have Lemmy Pulliam, who is won the most prestigious national opera competition and then placed second in the world. And he sings Nessun Dorma and it just blows you away. Just amazing.
Did it surprise you that I had that on my playlist?
Nothing surprises me on your playlist. So for those who don't know, I've never, if you're ever around Dr. Gilgour, there's always music playing.
It's true.
Always. And the other day I was at your house, and because you had conscripted me to help you cut wood, which was a blast.
You did great.
Yeah. Thank you very much. But the amazing thing was your playlist. It went from a piece of classical music to a piece of 1980s country to something modern to the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse music. I think that's a testament to somebody who understands the beauty of music. So cheers.
Yeah. If you could talk to Stephanie about that, then.
Yeah.
I want her to appreciate my music more.
Well, what does Stephanie like? What is she?
She's Dave Matthews Band. She loves Dave Matthews.
That's good. It's good stuff.
And I've got plenty of Dave Matthews on there.
Yeah.
She just doesn't like a lot of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So I almost had moments. It doesn't work because, it's radio, not just Facebook Live.
Yeah.
But did you ever watch the Late Show with Craig Ferguson? Back when Craig Ferguson was on it.
A little bit. I watched it when it was Craig Kilborn.
Yes.
Before that.
Before that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Craig Ferguson, I thought, was just a genius. I appreciated his creativity. I appreciated his innovative. I mean, he always wanted to do things different, but he would often leave his guests. He'd go, "Shall we end this interview with an awkward pause?" And they would awkwardly communicate with one another without using words. We could do that on. I really wanted to end our conversation today with an awkward pause, but it doesn't work well on radio because then people think
something's wrong.
Something's
Yeah,
wrong.
you can't hear
I'll change it to the boot or something.
So the boot. So here is my question for you. There's 4 people streaming.
Yeah.
On Facebook Live. Do you think there's more or less people listening?
On the radio?
On the radio or the app or the website, or combined even. How many people? There's no way to know this, but how many people do you think are listening that are not watching on Facebook?
12.
That many?
Well, it's a big area.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of truckers that are looking for Christmas music.
Where's that Christmas music?
Where I thought this was the Christmas station.
Well, I know my kids' radio is on, I think.
Yeah.
And they're asleep, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
the radio is still
playing. Radio is on. I don't know if that counts. I want to know who's listening.
Yeah. Genevieve is probably dreaming right now of her father and her pastor having conversations.
That's true. So my brother-in-law is on.
Your
Facebook.
brother-in-law?
It's a family affair. There's 4 people streaming, and 2 of them are my family.
Is he in Kansas City?
Who knows where he is?
Who knows?
He's riding the rails.
Yeah.
Kind of like a hobo.
Yeah. Yeah. Just kind of like a hobo.
Yeah.
You heard it here, folks.
He's got a bindle. You know what a bindle?
I don't.
You don't know what a bindle is?
Is that a hobo stick?
That's the stick with the little bag tied on the end of it.
Yeah.
You see it in cartoons.
Sure.
But that's called a bindle.
A bindle. You know what an aglet is?
I don't.
That's the plastic tip or metal tip at the end of a shoelace. Aglet.
Wow. Aglet. You hate when those come off.
Oh my!
Because it's all frayed.
And they're frayed.
Ugh.
Yeah, they don't make them like they used to either.
First world problems.
First world problems.
I don't know if my brother-in-law's name is Larry. I don't know if he's still listening or not because he hasn't commented on
Larry
what we are saying.
Well, I'm glad you've at least.
Stephanie's calling him a hobo though. That's nice. I love this. The sibling rivalry that goes on.
That's great.
So 4 people. So
4 people.
Oh, there he is.
And 12 on the radio because I know these things.
Yeah. So Stephanie and Larry having a conversation on our feed, not paying attention to what we're saying.
And why
Julie
should
Sheets,
they?
I'm sure, fell asleep.
She's
screen
out.
up.
She's out.
And that leaves one more. I don't know who you are.
Maybe my wife. Maybe she got
Casey?
up afterwards.
Casey,
after
are
all.
you there?
Are you there, Casey?
I don't think she's
No, she was out. She was out when I left. She was out hours before I left. We were watching, I think I can say this, SCHITT, the TV show.
Yeah.
I'm careful, Schitt's Creek.
Yeah.
That's our current
TV show.
The TV show,
yeah.
to be clear,
Uh-huh.
if the people are listening.
The FCC is
If the
probably
FCC is listening to us. That's our show right now, which is fantastic. Just fantastic pieces of comedy.
Yeah.
Excellent writing, I think.
I am a big Eugene Levy fan.
I am too. I sat next to him. Have I told you this?
I don't think so.
I was at a Broadway show. It was actually Martin Short, Marty, my
You
friend
and
Marty,
yeah.
me and Marty. Martin Short had a one-man show on Broadway for a while, and it was close to Thanksgiving back in 2006. And wouldn't you know it, Eugene Levy plops right down next to me to see his friend Marty in the musical. And so I just kind of looked over to him and saw the eyebrows and
those eyebrows.
I know, they're fantastic. And I just said, "Mr. Levy," and he nodded back, and that was
Is it Levy or is it Levy? It's
Well,
Levy.
I hope it's Levy
It's Levy.
because
It's
I
gotta be
said hello, Mr. Levy, but
Yeah.
Eugene Levy.
Well, I remember the old. Do you remember SCTV? Did you ever watch Second City?
Oh yeah, yeah.
It was like a Saturday Night Live, but
right.
Poor man's Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
But
Like
it had
Mad TV,
It had
yeah.
it was kind of like that, but it had John Candy.
Yeah.
You know, early. But Eugene Levy was always on those. Really good stuff. You know, just he's just a funny guy, and his son in the show is really funny too. So Stephanie watched, I think the whole series. She might have missed the last something. I don't know, but I would come into the room or come home and she'd be watching it, and I thought it was funny. I never got into it, you know.
Right.
Sometimes we kind of pick one series and then we stick with it, and then she watches sometimes else. But Catherine O'Hara, you know, has been from the Home Alone days, and she was SCTV. She was back then too, but I think she's really funny. She just
I love all the I like those type of shows.
Mm-hmm.
The very first show. This is dating myself. I can remember it, though I'm quite a bit younger than you are.
Quite a bit.
Well, 20% of your age. 20% less.
20% less.
20% less
of my age. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can't do that on television on Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
It was kind of the very first. I mean, it was kind of like the kids' version of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I love that. Alanis Morissette was on it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Dave Coulier.
Yeah.
That's
right.
You get slimed if you said what? I don't know, right?
Was that where Good Burger came from?
No. That was all that.
That was all that. Yeah.
That was
right.
10 years later.
10 years later.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the very first show ever on Nickelodeon.
You can't do that on television.
You can't do that on television.
It's a classic.
It is.
We were rarely allowed, when my sister and I were real little, we were rarely allowed to eat dinner like in the living room watching TV. You know, which we had like 5 channels, so what was there to watch anyway? But Wheel of Fortune sometimes. And so, but that was one that we could watch. You can't do that on television.
Yeah.
I want to say it was like a Friday night thing. We watched it or something. I don't even remember, but I just remember having TV trays. They were metal TV trays and watching. You can't do that on television. And my mom thought it was just the grossest show. And but I do remember that.
Do you remember the channel numbers for your favorite TV shows? Like I can remember it was Nickelodeon was channel 26 at my house, 18 at my grandmother's, and 23 at my other grandmother's house.
I don't remember them, but I can tell you that
MTV was channel 31.
We would go to. I just remember the Disney Channel was channel 3, I think.
We didn't get the Disney Channel.
Well,
you were more urbane than I.
That's right. Yeah. So I just remember when it was back in the early days back then. I can say that to you because I'm older than you.
Yes, 20% older.
20% older. So back then, we had an antenna, and you'd get just the main channels. Well, then I remember when cable came to Chillicothe, and I remember going down. It was in the evening to, I guess, everything. All my memories. It's always dark. I don't know, but anyway, it was evening. Went down to the cable office,
right?
And they had these giant stuffed animals of Mickey and Minnie Mouse because the Disney Channel was part of cable. You could get Disney, and we were so excited.
Yeah.
And so we got cable, and it was like 12 channels, back then. And you could get the Disney Channel, which I loved the Disney Channel back then. But it was still just 12 channels, and like 2 of them were shopping channels.
Yeah.
And so, but I would go to, church camp and be gone for a week and come home and surf through the channels to see if new channels had been added. And sometimes there'd be a new channel.
They would, I know.
Yeah.
I remember that, yeah.
And it might not be anything I would even care to watch. But it's like, there's channel 13
I'm going to
now.
watch, it was Discovery and TLC. They popped up. I remember when they first came in. Yeah. Oh, that was so great. Yeah. I would do that at my grandmother's house. I spent a lot of weekends at my grandmother's house. She was, close by in a neighboring town. And I'd, spend a couple nights there. And that was always what I looked forward to. And it was one of the little boxes, and you push the buttons.
Yeah. It kind of annoys Stephanie, but I still do this. Like, we go to a hotel, I gotta kind of see what channels the TV has.
Right.
As if everybody doesn't have a billion channels now,
Right.
and you can stream things and whatever. It's like, oh, well, what's their ESPN like?
Are you a cord cutter? Have you cut the cord at your house? Are you?
We have, yeah. We use YouTube TV.
I hope one of the cable companies aren't sponsoring.
We have no
anything.
cable sponsors.
Okay, then in that case, go. Let's cut the cord.
Yeah, we have YouTube TV, and then we do Netflix and Amazon Prime.
Yeah,
and we still have Hulu, I think. Just not Hulu Live, just Hulu shows. But that whole price of all that is half the price of a cable TV package. And so,
you know what I learned from a trivia night? That according to something, YouTube TV was the best deal. Do you remember that was from the Mac?
I do
Trivia
remember
night.
that was one of my questions.
And do you remember who won Mac Trivia Night? Just in case you wanted. How many teams were there?
48 or something.
48, and there was 2 teams that tied for first place.
Yeah.
Do you remember who was on that team that won first place?
The team that won?
That tied for first place?
Wait, you said the team that won first place.
Well, we tied for first place.
No, tie is not a win.
Well, it is.
There's a tiebreaker.
Yeah, we didn't win that.
You didn't win that.
I know
who
you
won.
had to guess. You had to guess how many. You had to guess how many answers you would get right, and we were humble and guessed that we would only get so many right, and the other team was cocky, and apparently they should have been because they won. But we answered the same number of trivia questions correctly.
Yes.
But that was one of the trivia questions. What was the best deal according
to something? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, but the best bargain was YouTube. And at the time,
do you have that?
Yeah, that's
you
what we
got
had.
the
But at the time I asked that question, I did not. We were slingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sling was good. We liked it, but you couldn't get local channels.
And you can with YouTube.
You can with YouTube.
Do you get live? You get live sports.
Yep.
Can you get like Fox Sports Midwest?
I believe so. I didn't have it during. I would only watch that for baseball. And
Yeah,
we
I
didn't
know.
have it during baseball season.
You would watch it during because it's mainly just the Cardinals on. And
Well, I mean, the only reason I would ever watch it would be baseball when the Royals are playing in St. Louis.
Right. Yeah, that's basically what I was wondering.
But yeah, I don't. I think it does. There's regional Fox Sports.
Yeah, good.
I believe so. It pretty much had everything. There's some of the kids. It doesn't have Nicktoons. I think the kids really like Nicktoons.
Nicktoons.
Didn't have that, but Sling did. But Sling didn't have Nickelodeon. How do you have Nicktoons and Nickelodeon? Isn't that weird? It's the same thing.
Same thing.
Anyway, yeah. So we ditched Sling and went with YouTube TV, and I think we really like it.
Good. Well, I might do that. I think we've given some free promotional airtime. I wonder what the cost would be if Google wanted to say, we need to be selling YouTube TV on 94.3 at 2 o'clock in the morning. What would they charge you? I wonder.
I don't know.
My free airtime.
My brother-in-law,
yes,
is I believe trying to talk trash against you.
Against me?
Yeah. Well, against Kennett.
Against Kennett?
So he says your pastor.
Yes.
That's you.
That's
is
me.
from Kennett.
Yes.
True.
Couldn't be prouder.
They lost to Odessa.
They did.
Last year in the state playoffs! !
They did. Hey, I was still proud of our boys. They made it. They made a good run. They did lose to Odessa. That's correct. But
that's where he lives.
Oh well, how nice for you. I think did Odessa, they had to forfeit this year because of the coronavirus. I think they had
enhancing drugs.
Yeah. They had too many. They had too many players out, or they had to forfeit.
Yeah.
So at least we played.
Take that.
Yeah. I think, and I could be making that up, but there was a team that Kennett was supposed to play, and I thought it was Odessa again, and I think they were out.
Well, we'll find out. He'll correct it.
Yeah, he'll correct us. Yeah.
As he's out there riding the rails.
Yeah. Kennett has had really good football. See, the last 3 years they've ended the regular season undefeated, which is pretty remarkable. I mean, it's been three years in a row to end that way up until they played Odessa or whoever they lost to this year.
He says he is correct. We were undefeated.
Yeah, it's true. Except for one game that you forfeited, which I'm proud of your boys too, and I'm sorry. I hope they're all well. But
so we have a question. I think that's St. Francis County. So Christy asks, what might be some of your must-dos or places around St. Francis County this time of year?
Oh, good question. Again, without telling my bishop this, lots of great wineries, of course, in the area. We are thinking about it may be kind of nice and warm, maybe going for a hike tomorrow along like Pickle Springs,
really?
Something like that. That's one of my favorite things to do. Elephant Rocks, outdoor parks.
Those are really beautiful places, and I can appreciate the beauty of them.
But
I just don't. I'm not like.
Not a huge outdoor.
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. Like I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'll go. But
Yeah.
I'm never going to be like, hey, you guys want to go to Elephant Rocks? I mean, because it's great. It's beautiful. But
I love it. I love it.
It takes Stephanie has to suggest that before we go. I don't.
Yeah. What else would you recommend in the area? So we went to the Glow at the St. Louis Botanical Gardens.
I saw their pictures.
Yeah, it was really fantastic. I guess that counts as the St. Francis area. You kept your distance. Everybody was wearing masks, but it was wonderful. It was just really, really great.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah,
the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, around here, I mean, other than the nature stuff and the wineries, what else do you do?
What else do I do?
There's plenty of places like to eat.
There's lots of places to eat. It blows me away how far west of Farmington people travel to get to Farmington. Like this is the closest. Like you get over to Reynolds County and Iron County, and and they'll come here. I mean, it's some folks travel 45 minutes to.
Mm-hmm. I feel like to
eat.
Eating.
Shop.
I mean, I like to eat, and I feel like in previous places that I have lived, the food varieties were usually, chains. You could, where you want to go to Applebee's, you want to go to, in the chains, and that's good. I mean, I like those places too. But something I like about here is that I feel like you can, if you wanted to eat out every day of the week, you could eat out at a local place.
You could,
and not fast food. Like you could eat it.
You probably have to expand outside of Farmington, but the area, the regional area,
the parkland,
mineral area.
So,
good places to eat.
So Christy, I don't know if that answers your question. I hope we gave you something there. Okay. So my brother-in-law says he's glad he found this broadcast.
Found it?
Found it. I mean, good. Anyway, but he's going back to work, so he's not listening anymore.
Oh, is he? He's working tonight.
He's on the railroad. I'm telling you.
Oh, I
he
thought
literally is on
literally
the
on the rails. I thought that was a euphemism for going to bars.
Well, I don't. Maybe I don't
maybe
know. Could be.
He's literally on the rails.
No, he works for the railroad. Now Stephanie wants me to tell you how many times I have been to Elephant Rocks since we've been here.
How many times have you been to Elephant Rocks?
I've been there twice.
I'm glad you told me that. I've been 4.
Stephanie's been there like a dozen times.
4, 5 times, maybe 5.
Yeah.
Of course, because my son is 7, he loves Fat Man Squeeze, which is a little element of it, and because it's called Fat Man Squeeze, a 7-year-old thinks that's hilarious.
It is pretty funny.
I almost brought my son, woke him up at 2 o'clock in the morning to bring him here today because of what irritates you. Earlier I was listening and you had mentioned smacking being a thing that really irritates you. He's chewing gum and smacking all the time, and we're really
oh man,
we're about to just leave him out in the cold as punishment. Not really if anybody else is listening, that like Division of Family Services, but
there's only 3 people streaming now.
Yeah. Who else is still here? We know Stephanie.
Stephanie there. I don't know.
Her brother.
Christy might still be there.
Christy might still be there. I feel like we didn't adequately help Christy.
What else do you want to? She said this time of year, especially.
This time of year. This time of year.
There's lots of Christmas.
There's lots of Christmas. Yeah, wonderful Christmas things. Mm-hmm. One of the park, kind of a little kind of a retreat place that's up the road with all of the Christmas lights. Stone Park Inn or Stone Park. They have the drive-through Christmas lights, which is really wonderful. And I wanted to give them a shout out because they helped us when the pandemic hit. I began preaching a drive-in worship service. People bring in their cars, tune to a radio station, and they let us borrow their low, short-distance FM transmitter, so I could preach from the roof.
You're going back on the roof.
I'm going back on the roof.
Yeah.
So yeah, I should. Now I can do since the Methodist thing is on Christmas Eve. I hope that all of those who are listening on the radio or online, watching online, will tune in to our Christmas Eve service. We're going to have really incredible Christmas Eve services. We've got a service. We'll have a traditional service of lessons and carols, some really fantastic music. For that, we've got some incredible musicians, wonderful singers, wonderful instrumentalists. Then we'll also have a contemporary service with our praise band. And then at 5 p.m. that night, we're going to be having a drive-in worship service. My wife wouldn't let me use glow sticks. I was for the service, but we did buy little handheld candles so we can, even outside, can have our battery-powered silent night. Nice. I think it's going to be actually a really beautiful service. It's going to be really neat. It's going to be neat. So I hope the whole Mineral area shows up to our parking lot at 5 p.m. on Christmas Eve night. It'll be really special.
I bet they do.
I bet they do. I bet one person who is listening at this moment will show up.
Julie.
Yep. Definitely Julie.
Larry, Stephanie's brother. Think he'll drive over?
Yeah.
Stephanie says that Larry texted her and said that I look tired.
You don't look like you did at 7 a.m.
I've been up for a long time.
You have. What did you sleep any the night before?
I did, but it took me a while to get to sleep.
Just your mind's racing, thinking of all the questions.
When you're in show business, there's a lot of things you have to prepare for.
Yeah.
I just couldn't sleep.
You're a one-man show, though. I mean, you're on-air talent. You're running the switcher, the video switcher, the soundboard.
That's true.
That's pretty impressive.
It is impressive. I'll just admit it.
It's 2:32, and you haven't asked me to play a game. Do you have it in you? If you don't have to play,
do you want to play a game?
I want to play Family Feud. I've been watching. I love Family Feud.
Yeah. Okay, we can play Family Feud. Family Feud.
Can we?
Did I say it right?
Who's your favorite Family Feud host? Who was the guy that kissed everybody? He'd kiss all the ladies.
I don't remember. I know you're talking about. I
Yeah.
can see him.
He was good. I liked him. And I've loved Steve Harvey. He's
Steve Harvey is
hilarious.
great. I think it's weird, but I kind of miss Louis Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Just this weird thing,
Yeah, that's pretty strange. But he did a good job. I thought he did a good job.
All right, so I'll give you half the stack. You just pick one that you like.
Pick one that I like.
So you take that. I got a stack here.
Okay.
I got to get my scoreboard out.
Okay, I'm just.
This is what people
one.
tuned in for.
It is.
Nobody tuned anything. This is what people are
tuned in with.
We
They
have
log in for.
We have 4 people now.
Oh well, this. I think I have a chance. I don't think you'll get some of these, but you may.
Hang on, let me find a good one for you. These they're okay, but man, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna do this one because it's holiday related.
Okay, I didn't look at the other side. Yeah, I want to stick with this one.
All right.
Okay.
Who's going first?
Why don't you go first? So I'll ask you the question first.
Okay, if that's what you do.
We surveyed 100 people.
Mm-hmm.
Top 7 answers are on the board.
There's 7. Okay.
7 answers.
All right.
Past or present, name a TV show about a really big family.
Past or present?
Past or present? Past or present?
Full House.
Full House. Good answer. Survey says...
No.
Jerry Weems.
Yeah. You got Weems.
See, I've been watching a lot.
You know a lot about this broadcast.
Yeah, I do. Okay.
Jerry's in bed, by the way. He texted me earlier. He said he's going to bed.
Going to bed. Okay.
All right. So your turn. I got a next. All right. So, name something that might really annoy Santa when he comes to your house.
If you left him carrots, healthy food instead of cookies.
No. No. No.
Is there something close to that you might give me?
Maybe, but I don't have a judge here to tell me.
There's no judge. All right, I'll take the
So
I'll take the
I'm
X.
gonna give you a Weems. You got Weemed.
I got Weemed.
All right. So what am I? This is a TV show with a large family.
TV show with a large family.
Step by Step. That's not.
Survey says.
That's a large. Oh no, I know which one I should have said. Okay.
There's a lot you should have said.
I know.
7 that you should have said.
I got a couple actually.
Okay, something that would tick off Santa.
Annoy Santa when he comes to your house.
The fire is going in the fireplace. He's going to burn himself.
Yes, fire in the survey. Fire in the fireplace. 14 people said that.
Fire. Good. Good.
Okay, keep going. Still your turn.
No. How about just no cookies?
Yes. Yes, that's right. That's where I was a little.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Because no cookies doesn't mean you got something good.
Yeah,
and,
right. Right.
That's 28. That's the big one.
That's the
your
big one.
number
All right.
Keep going.
Fireplace is too small.
No.
No fireplace.
You can't keep guessing.
Ish.
That was your guess.
It's in the ballpark. Okay.
Small.
I got weemed.
You got weemed. All right. I'm going to say the Waltons.
Survey says number 4.
Yeah, that's only 4?
Number 4. Well, it's the fourth answer, 12.
12. Okay. And now the Brady Bunch.
Survey says number 1 answer, 28. 28. Well done.
I thought of those all by myself.
That is well done.
I had a little help from Facebook on this, but I was thinking those anyway. Christy and Stephanie. Anyway.
Good.
So it's
still you.
Yeah,
Still
me. There was a show I thought. Wasn't there a show called Just the 10 of Us? That's a lot of people.
just the 10 of us. Just the 10 of us.
That's not it, is it? What is that? What am I thinking of?
Just the 2 of us.
I got weemed, didn't I?
You got weemed in a major way. So what's the score?
Well, I have.
You've got your 3 X's.
I have 40, but I have 3 X's. You have 42. And
so
X's.
I won.
Well, yeah, but you should keep guessing.
I should keep guessing. Okay. How about no kids are still awake?
No. That's 3 X's. But you still won.
No Christmas tree.
So the other ones are, you said no cookies.
Okay.
And you said fire in the fireplace.
Yeah.
The number 2 with 17 was there's no chimney at all.
No chimney at all. Well, chimney's too small. That's basically what.
No, sorry.
I was close. I'm in the.
No, with 12, number 4 was a mean dog.
Oh, that would be annoying.
Yeah. And then number 5 with 18. How did number 5 has 18? Should these be in order? Anyway, it's no tree or decorations.
Oh, that was going to be my next guess.
Like Santa comes down and it's like, oh, you
what
don't celebrate
am I going to do
Christmas?
now?
What am I doing here? And then
they're Jewish.
Yeah. Oops, wrong house.
Yeah.
Number 6 with 7 was messy house or dust.
Messy house or dust.
And then number 7 with 3 was a dirty chimney.
Dirty chimney.
8 is
Need
enough.
Dick Van Dyke to come by.
I see. Stephanie says she loved Just the 10 of Us. I knew that was a show.
Yeah.
What were the other? What did I?
Okay. Number 1, Brady Bunch. You got 28. Oh, 8 is enough.
8 is enough.
Maybe I should have given it to you.
No.
8 is enough because you said the wrong show, but you were meaning that, right?
No, just the 10 of Us.
Oh, just the 10 of us. 8
That was
is
the
enough.
show I
Okay,
meant.
okay. John and Kate plus 8.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Yeah.
The Waltons.
I said that one. Got the Waltons.
You said the Waltons?
I said the
you
Waltons
did.
and
You're
the
right. You're
Brady
right.
Bunch.
You're right. It's been a long day. The Cosby Show.
What? I mean,
They're not a huge
That's
family.
not a huge family. That's not abnormally. Huge family. They had what? 4 kids.
This is an abnormally large home for New York. I'll tell you that.
That's true. I've been outside the entrance they used for that scene.
Right.
It does not look like it would be as big inside as
the set indicates. The other one, of course, the Friends. How did they afford that house? Their places or their
rent
apartments?
control.
Rent control.
She got it from her. Was it grandma or something?
Was that a thing? Is that really a thing?
Yeah, it's Monica. Was it? Stephanie may jump in here, but
Come on, Steph, help us out.
Monica's grandma, died or something, and so she got her apartment. And in New York, you
Yes,
can inherit
yes,
that, and you
yes.
keep the same rent. And she was paying rent from the 50s or something. I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know. But Joey and Chandler, I don't know how they afforded theirs.
I don't either.
I think Chandler made a lot of money, and they just never really.
Right, never
played
into that. The others, Cosby Show, Seventh Heaven, 4, All in the Family, 3.
Seventh.
I thought the Partridge Family would be on there.
Somebody said Partridge Family on here. I think Christy maybe said that.
I mean, if the Brady Bunch is number 1, you'd think Partridge Family.
Yeah, that's a big family.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or the Addams Family. They were big.
The
family.
Munsters.
The Munsters.
I don't know how big they were. They were tall.
They were huge.
They were big.
They were literally big. Physically big.
So Stephanie says that we woke up Genevieve.
Genevieve.
And now she's watching.
The patron saint of Paris.
Yes.
Pretty great.
Saint,
Genevieve, as I'm sure you know, was the patron saint of Paris who prayed when Attila and the Huns were about to attack Paris. Everybody was like, we got to flee because Attila's coming and you don't mess with the Huns.
Bad dude.
And so all the Parisians were about to flee, and she said, no, let's pray. And so she started a prayer vigil, and people began praying just around the clock. And Attila apparently got lost and made a wrong turn, and then missed Paris, went and sacked some other place. But Paris was saved, and they attribute that to Genevieve's prayers.
Yeah.
So there's the history of that. Just also some local information. You know, we named St. Genevieve, our friendly neighbors to the east.
So we're St. Francis County.
Correct. Francois.
But it's not spelled.
Just the French.
You see Francis around. You
French
see other things that are spelled.
Right. St. Francis River.
Francis with the CIS and not the COIS. So why is that different? Because the French?
Yeah. The area was settled, initially by Spanish and French, and then Germans came along, and so I guess.
So why do
the others? Because they anglicized other things.
Why do we call it? Why don't we say it's St. Francois County?
Because that would be really pretentious.
Would it be?
Joe? Come on.
So, when I applied for the presidency of MAC in November of 2018, feels so long ago, I started doing research on this area, of course, and I had never been here before. And I saw how the county was spelled, and I tried to look up YouTube videos, tried to find somebody saying the name of this county, and I couldn't find it. And I was terrified at my interview. I was going to say, Saint Francois, county, and they'd be like, "You're an idiot. Get out of here."
Mainly because you did the accent, not because you
I
said
can't
Saint Francois,
say it without the accent.
Francois. So I have a friend from Paris, and
quit bragging.
I know.
I have this friend from Paris.
Camille Eloire is her name. Camille Eloire. But I would do my French accent around her. I go, "Hello, Camille. It's so good to see you." And she would go, "You need to stop that. Only the perverts talk that way."
It was very Pepe Le Pew.
Yeah, that was.
Who
and
is
that's
a pervert,
probably where I learned. Yeah, it was a pervert, and probably where I picked up that French accent.
Do they watch Pepe Le Pew in France?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
It could be some of their voice, though.
Yeah, could be. I doubt it. I think it's just a really. I think it's somebody from Pittsburgh who needed a job. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay. All right.
I could be wrong. Kind of like the Lucky Charms guy, not from Ireland.
Not Irish. That's true. I guess. I don't.
Tony the Tiger, not a tiger.
He's a cartoon.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a cartoon tiger.
Yeah, but
I don't believe an actual tiger is voicing his. I mean, I can't prove that.
Bugs Bunny, not a bunny's voice.
Bunny,
I've heard a bunny, not.
What about a fox? Do you know what a fox says?
That's good.
Thank you.
Funny.
Genevieve's listening, so I had to answer the fact.
Do that one. Yeah, that's good. What does
so
the fox
Stephanie
say?
says that Ron, this is for you. Genevieve wants to know if you've been to bed yet, and second question, how long have you been awake?
I got up this morning, probably about 6:45, 7 o'clock this morning. So right is, in fact, one of the first things I did this morning was I got up and I was just eager to see if you were on yet and how that was going. I've been really pumped about this. And the answer to your first question, Genevieve, is no. I have not gone to bed. I felt that I would be here groggy. Rather, I came here, took some Ativan. What is it? Isn't that what it's called?
Ativan?
Ativan.
Ativan?
What's that? It'll get you excited about life. What's
amphetamine?
Methamphetamine.
I don't know.
No, I did not take an amphetamine. I can't recall. I can't recall.
There are 2 people streaming, and there for a second we only had 1 person streaming.
We only had 1 person streaming.
Which would have been Stephanie, I'm guessing.
All right. I'm so glad you're here, Stephanie. You should be asleep, but I'm so glad you're here.
I know. I don't know why she got up to do this because
Adderall.
She has trouble getting back to sleep. Adderall.
Isn't that the pick me up?
Help you stay focused? Is it focused?
I don't know. I think it is.
I say no to drugs.
That's good.
I never really get offered any, so I can't say no. I guess I just
yeah.
I'm not around drugs.
I take
So
Flonase.
Black market Flonase.
Actually, my favorite of the nasal steroids.
This meeting has jumped the shark.
Is Rhinocort.
That's a great name for it.
Isn't that great for a nasal steroid? Rhinocort. That's the one that I feel helps me the most. And you gotta go with what works in Missouri.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have to say a word from our sponsors, or you have to do advertisements ever so often?
Well, you are the sponsor.
I am. I got this whole
2 o'clock hour sponsor.
Yeah,
now, most of our sponsors don't take up this much time, but you are the sponsor. Memorial United Methodist Church.
Memorial United
this
Methodist
hour
Church.
Brought to you by.
Yes.
Yes.
One of the things since I've got the hour, and perhaps somebody will be watching this, though if they're watching the replay of this, I doubt they get this far in to the video.
I would be really surprised.
I would be really surprised.
Yeah.
But I did want to tell one of the things we've started, been really hard since the pandemic, but what hasn't, is the Cardinal Congregation at MAC. And this is one of the things that I'm really passionate about. Campus ministry was really important to me in my college experience, and it was for a lot of folks at our church too, and so we wanted to do this. It's been really hard because of social distancing and all, and things to kind of build relationships. But we're still every other Wednesday bringing some food out to the dorms, to the college park. Is that what you call it?
Yeah,
college park. And so still trying to feed some folks, and mainly just letting students know there's a congregation in town that prays for them and loves them. Every day, we don't pray for you on Friday. We
take a day off.
We take a day off. But throughout the rest of the week, we pray for Mineral Area College every morning.
Well, thank you.
In case you wanted to know that. Pray for you. Pray for a couple of the schools that we have partnerships with in town.
Well, I appreciate that.
And yeah.
So that's great.
So if good things happen, you can thank me.
Okay.
For my prayers.
You'll be first to know.
Thanks. Do you want me to leave? Am I good?
You can just do whatever you want.
It's okay.
So Christy did ask. She's back on. There's 4 of them. Christy asked, the county is spelled different from the park, and it is, right?
Yes.
Francis.
Yeah.
The park is
Francis Park, St. Francis River.
But it's the same saint.
It's the same saint. Yeah, it's still St. Francis of Assisi. Just one's the French spelling. Yeah.
Okay. There you go, Christy. All right.
Wonderful. Another wonderful saint.
So Stephanie is saying good night.
Good night, Stephanie.
signing off.
I just really think it was great of you to set an alarm. That just means a lot to me. I hope you get a good night's sleep. Go back to sleep easily. Don't take Adderall. Take melatonin. Isn't that what you take? I don't.
Yes, that's a
should have been a pharmacologist.
Sleep assist thing.
Pharmacist. Pharmacologist.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, good night, Steph. Good night, Genevieve. Good night, Grant.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're really down to 1.
Christy.
Christy.
Well, we have 4 right now, but I think Stephanie's still one of those.
You should send Christy some Mac swag.
For staying with us. Christy, why are you up doing this? Why are you?
I bet there's some. Do you think there's some factory workers somewhere that are working night shift? My brother is a highway patrolman. He might be, or works with the highway patrol. He might be.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
That's your brother.
Yeah, that was my brother.
Well, yeah, I'm wondering how many truckers or people that really just wish we would shut up and play some music. But I don't know. Can't. Who wants to listen to us? I mean, who wouldn't? I guess.
This is an alternative for all the other things that are on late at night. When do you get live entertainment at 2:50 in the morning? It's always canned stuff.
Yeah.
And live entertainment. We use the word entertainment loosely.
Loose, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
if your brother is listening, then I would keep this going as long as we can.
As long as we
As long
possibly
as we
could.
can.
As long as we possibly could.
Another person I've played golf with.
Another person you've played golf with. That's right. Very, very different than me. It's amazing we were cut of the same cloth.
You are slightly different people, yes.
Yes. I'm sophisticated, urbane. I have a mellifluous voice.
Mellifluous.
And my brother, he likes to kill things.
Yeah.
Woods. Actually, he's a really good guy. He is a good guy. He's a good guy.
He is a good guy. But you're just very opposite.
Yes, we are very opposites. We get along really well, really close, but yeah, very, very opposite. Our politics are very different. The whole way we approach the whole world, very different.
Yeah.
You have siblings?
I had my sister.
Yeah, and are you all similar?
No, kind of. I mean, my sister passed away a few years ago, but we both love McRibs. You know, if you can,
yeah, and not everyone loves McRibs.
It's a big deal, in our house. We were somewhat alike. There were a lot of differences, but I don't know. Christy did answer our question. She said she could not sleep. She was scrolling Facebook, and here we are.
You
never know what you'll find at 2 in the morning on
Christy,
Facebook.
I'm so glad that you had liked and followed Mineral Area College.
Yeah. We have 2 people watching right now. One is Christy.
So
the other is Julie Sheets fell asleep on her computer.
Julie Sheets fell asleep, and our computer's still going. So you were a theater person, which shows in your Mac videos, I think. My favorite video was the pandemic, the Tom Hanks, the
Castaway.
Castaway, yeah. That was fabulous, especially when you couldn't get Dr. Pepper and there was Dr. Thunder. That was brilliant. But clearly you've got some acting chops. You've got a good history with that. What is your favorite Shakespearean play?
Favorite Shakespearean play that I was in, or just in general?
Oh, taking it to another level.
That I conquered?
We're talking about the time when I stole the performance. Any show. It doesn't have to be one you performed in.
Well, I think Hamlet was probably, that was in that
So
one.
great.
And it's just so good.
So good.
I liked Richard III.
Yeah.
Was that the Hunchback?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. I did like that one. I did a couple pieces for auditions out of that, but I was never in it. I mean, we didn't do the full production.
Yeah.
But I had a complete works of Shakespeare book, and
I keep mine next to my Bibles at the church. It's like all my favorite translations of the Bible, and then the complete works of William Shakespeare.
Well, I would in college, I'd just get bored, and we had the internet, of course, but it was dial-up, I think, and it was just too much of a hassle. Didn't have smartphones, just couldn't play games on my phone, so I would just read Shakespeare plays out loud.
Yeah.
So I could get the full effect.
Right. I had a group in seminary, and we would get together and stop reading theology for a minute and read Shakespearean plays. My favorite, of course, was Henry V. When I was reading Henry V's part in this group, and I that was the first time I'd read the entire Crispin's Day speech. We few, we proud few, we band of brothers. I just wanted to go and inspire a football team to play better football by quoting them the Crispin's Day speech. Well, what are you on Crispin's Day? It's just
inspires me right now.
I know. That could be the Tang or the Bang.
It's
or
Bang.
Bang. Tang is a very different,
not Tang.
Different drink.
No, it's Bang, and it's gone. It's gone. So we have. So I said we had 2, and I wondered who it was. It was Tammy and Christy.
Tammy, hi Tammy.
But now we only have 1.
Just Christy or just Tammy?
I don't know. Maybe one of them will tell us.
Is this your longest video?
This is my longest video. We've
By
done
far.
an hour and 20 minutes.
That's really pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I came here at 2 o'clock in the morning. I figured I'd get a little more intimate time with you, Joe.
Yes. Oh, Tammy says hello. So it's
Hi, Tammy. It's Tammy. Great.
Now there's two. So
Now there's two.
Christy's
Well,
there.
at least we know that she never left us.
Tammy's there. Yeah, we're probably gonna leave though, pretty soon.
Yeah.
The live stream.
Yeah, it's running pretty long, especially for a bunch of nothingness.
It's a lot of nothing.
A lot of nothingness.
So and I want to help Christy and Tammy get some sleep. No, Christy couldn't sleep. She was scrolling and found this, and so, I don't
What do you know something that I could read from the United Methodist Book of Discipline?
No, see, I have to stay awake though.
You have to stay awake.
Yeah, you can't put me out. I got to finish this thing.
And
I still have 4 hours.
Take over. That is unreal.
My next guest is at 6 a.m.
Wow. So the one before me was Stephanie, and she was at 9 to 10 ish.
Yes,
give or take.
I had a guest at 8. I had a sponsor at 8. That was a phone call. And then Stephanie came in with the kids, and then Dr. Steve Robinson, my friend from Lansing.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
He's a night owl. He stays up late, and he was like, "Hey, I'm up late. You want to call me?" Well, he's an hour ahead of us, and so it was midnight there. It was 11 o'clock here. But he's a good guy, so that was a fun conversation. And then then I sat here alone. And
I'm sorry.
Me and my music.
Yeah,
that's good though.
But you have great music. Love the diversity.
Yeah.
I'm really running out of things to talk about. Did you all?
What?
What? I know. So we've talked about golf.
Yeah.
How many times have you mentioned on air yesterday or today, that you had been here a week and got a hole-in-one?
None, not at all.
I just feel that
it wasn't a week. It was more than a week.
Within the first month, 2 months.
Yeah, it was pretty soon.
And that's just really to be commended. I mean, I've played with you on that hole that you got the hole-in-one.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
It's really hard to believe.
Well, I when I show up someplace, I just immediately conquer.
As you, yeah.
And then I'm really bad at it the rest of the time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Hole 13.
Hole 13.
St. Francis Country Club.
I kept thinking that I might, they moved the tees up for while they were doing repairs and taking. I was really hoping that might be my chance.
I did have
I've never driven the green on that hole.
I've only been on the green twice, and one was the hole-in-one, and the other one was like a foot away from the hole. And but the second time was when the tee box was moved up because of the construction.
Yeah.
The hole-in-one was from 200 yards. That was back, but 199 yards, whatever. Give or take.
Give or take.
But that's no, I haven't really come close besides that. Anywhere. Any golf course, anytime. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm impressed. Maybe my day will come.
I want to be there.
I want you to be there.
I want to be the witness.
You too. Mm-hmm. I want to be using.
And then every time we play after that, I can be like you and Kevin right before you tee off and say, you got a hole-in-one here. Joe got a hole-in-one. Ron got a hole-in-one here. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Screws up everything.
Yeah. I don't feel sorry for it because why? You actually got the hole-in-one.
Yeah, I don't really care at that time because I can say I did. It's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, Tammy, what are you going to do for the holidays?
Tammy and Christy hanging out with us.
I hear it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Insomniacs.
Well, we're about to end it in their misery. I think, I don't know if they could just end it, I guess, themselves. But.
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Ba-da-da-da-dome.
You need to go to bed. Okay, so Christy says when she was younger, she teed off from the men's tee and kept up pretty well with them.
Good. Well done, Christy.
Something.
Yeah.
I think, I feel like tee boxes in golf could be the same.
Right.
I never understood that really.
Yeah. I'll tell you, I have several senior citizens that I play with on a regular basis because I thought, that would make me feel better about myself. I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I really see the advantage that if you don't have the strength that you once did to hit a long ball, if you can hit it straight, you're just golden from those. It just makes such a huge difference. I could hit from the senior citizens tees and I would still be bad because I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Still. Okay. Well, it's been a real pleasure joining you on Facebook Live today. I hope that you've gotten good use out of our switcher. And I invite everybody to join us for worship, 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. My sermons are much better than my radio
It's true.
interviews.
And I think your radio is pretty good. I
Thanks.
liked our conversation.
Me too. Me too. Should we end this with an awkward pause? No, it's on the radio. It's who's listening.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, Christy, Tammy,
thanks. You guys rock.
peace out. Good job. Thanks for being here. Ending live.